I think that another thing that would have been unusual would be the swift preparation that the other parties would have had to take on.
Let's jump in
Because
here, Dr.
yes,
Bell. Let me just jump in here and get
yes,
the
uh-huh.
political strategist Hartley Henry on this one as well. In terms of, was it a major surprise? How did the Prime Minister actually literally catch the other parties with their pants down?
Thank you very much, Sank, and good evening to viewers and listeners and across the region, and Barbados, of course. Yeah, I think there was a level of surprise. It is interesting that there was the discussion with respect to the timing of the calling of the election, because for persons of my generation, and certainly myself, it was deja vu. Because while I find it interesting that Barbadians are discussing now the fact that the Prime Minister called an election on Boxing Day, or the holiday marking Boxing Day, the 27th, I recalled in 1998, myself as a candidate for the Democratic Labour Party in an election, coming home on the 22nd of December to spend Christmas with my family and to return on the 2nd of December, only to get a call on Boxing Day morning, the 26th of December 1998, that Parliament had been dissolved and the Prime Minister after that called an election. So it's a bit of a surprise that persons have responded or reacted to the calling of an election on Boxing Day, because reality is it was not the first time. But I think in the context of, and therefore we were caught at the time, the Democratic Labour Party, we were caught totally off guard. And I recall my colleagues then saying it was acknowledging that it was a great move. So now, I find it very interesting that it has happened the second time that we're having this level of discussion. But certainly, I think that there was an element of surprise. I think we saw candidate nominations being hurried towards the end of last year. And I think a keen student of politics should have recognized at the time that something was in the air. So it's a bit unfortunate in my view that political parties were caught as off guard, as obviously they were.
Okay, and we'll go now to the Democratic Labour Party. Were you caught off guard? The song from the Barbados Labour Party says, "Them ain't ready yet." What say you, Mr. Leacock?
Good night, Barbadians. Good night, fellow panelists. The Democrat Labour Party was not caught off guard. We were in the field for 2 years prior to the calling of the general elections. And what surprised us, though, is that it came at a time when we were in a pandemic and there was a spike, the spike of the Omicron variant, the very contagious Omicron variant. That was the only surprise, but the candidates of the Democratic Labour Party were in the field canvassing 2 years prior to this announcement by the Prime Minister.
Can you say the same thing for the Alliance, Mr. Seeley? Trevor?
Well, I can't even say it was caught because I was not even in a party. But it's interesting in terms of what we were going through for the last year or two. And I, for one, wanted to see something different. And when it did appear that we were going to polling in the elections, I took the opportunity to get out of my comfort zone and get into it. Because I tend to just watch what's going on in the political arena. I had no idea of one day getting involved. But the opportunity came, and I said I couldn't sit back, and I got into the arena, and later found out that Bishop Joseph Atherley and Lynette Eastman was coming together, and I saw this as my opportunity to be part of the fray, in a sense, and not just watch on the sidelines, but get involved to hopefully bring a better change to this country and to this island.
All right, let's go to Mr. Grenville Phillips. Grenville, you've made the point several times in broadcasts that you thought the election was wrong, the election should not have been called. So were you caught by surprise?
No, that wasn't me. We would never say that the election should not have been called. That was someone else. We did not expect it at that time, I must say that. Nevertheless, the Prime Minister is well within her right to call an election whenever she feels that it will benefit her party. And I think it was perhaps the optimum time to benefit her party. In that regard, it was a brilliant strategic move. We did not expect it at that time, but nevertheless, we were prepared. So during that first week, we got 11 candidates nominated. We designed our manifesto, and we got the manifestos printed. And then during the second week, we distributed the manifestos then to the households who would be voting for our candidates. And then we had this third week. So we were prepared, but we did not expect it on that date. Yes.
All right, let's go to Liz Thompson. Clearly, based on even what comments we've heard here, it would seem to me, and I think, that the move by the Prime Minister was a very strategic one. How has the Barbados Labour Party benefited from that, in your view, based on how the campaign went?
We'll know in a few hours.
And with those few words, I'll put you right back to Shane.
Thank you, Sanka. And of course, a lot of discussion will be generated as we take you through the night. But let's go up north now to St. Lucie. A homeboy is there, our very own Sherwood McCaskey. He is watching developments there at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School. Sherwood, tell us what's the mood like at Darrell Jordan.
Well, thank you, Shane. In fact, it's the most northern counting station on the island. And I can tell you that the transport that actually transport the buses carrying money that were collected from many countries and systems all around the world. Coming to the part of the that quickly remove them into a lot.
Okay, Sherwood, we'll come back to you when we get a better connection. There's a little bit of an issue with the audio, but we'll try to get that sorted out. But we'll take a commercial break right now, and when we come back, we'll continue the discussion right here as Barbados Decides 2022. We'll be back in a moment. Of course, we'll be taking you to every constituency tonight to let you know what is happening there. You went out this morning early to cast your vote. Many Barbadians were at those polling stations right across the country from very early. We had our Shane Jones monitoring the situation in St. Philip, North and West. And we had a number of our reporters out as well, just looking at developments there. But of course, we will continue to share the data with you as it comes in. Of course, the counting should soon start at some of those polling stations, and we will be sharing that with you right here on our magic wall. Sanka, so a lot to still talk about. Up north is Verla de Pisa. That's her, that's his constituency. She is contesting this time around. She's not a first-timer to the polls, but she's decided to go to St. Lucie.
Quite frankly, Shane, Verla Pease is fighting for her political future right now. That is on the line here. She's a two-time loser, having been unsuccessful in 2013 and 2018 in Christchurch West. And another loss will likely spell the end of her leadership ambitions in the DLP and possibly her political future. Pearson, what's your assessment of your president's chances in St. Lucie, given that your last representative, Dennis Kellman, won 3 consecutive polls, but in each year he saw a decline in the margin of victory?
I believe that the president of the Democratic Labour Party, Ms. Verla de Pisa, will win the St. Lucie seat. We are very confident and upbeat about our chances there in St. Lucie. And the feedback on the ground from the constituents suggests that they're ready for a change. A lot of them are very annoyed that there is in excess of 6,000 people who were disenfranchised from voting because they're COVID positive and are in an isolation facility or at home isolating, and they're not permitted to vote. That is one of the major, I don't want to, probably it is an unintended consequence of the snap election, especially given the fact that there were provisions for such persons to vote in other territories like St. Vincent. So Ms. Verla de Pisa will win St. Lucie.
Thank you very much, Pearson. You seem to be very certain of that. We go back to Dr. Bell. What do you think are Ms. de Pisa's chances in St. Lucie, based on how the campaign has gone so far?
Just get rid of the disenfranchisement issue as quickly as possible. That we can't calculate which constituency that would impact on, because that's going to be, we don't even know how many Ds or how many Bs will constituted in that, in the set of people that are isolated or ill. And we certainly can't focus on St. Lucie with that. So I think that is an immaterial point right now, because again, those numbers can be scattered across the entire electorate, and they could become then quite negligible. But in Ms. de Pisa, I saw her campaigning in Crab Hill and saying that Crab Hill will be really a turning point for the election in St. Lucie. And that might be so. She's on the ground, so she should know what is going on. I also saw a change in her performance at the beginning of the campaign.
Dr. Bell, Dr. Bell, I do apologize for this. We do have to take a break right now for the lottery, and we'll be right back just after this commercial break.
Life, Sleep Right. The mattress professional for sleep. Barbados decides.
It's another episode when we out on the road. This is what we love to celebrate, to celebrate. This is not Hollywood. No, we don't come out a pose. We just party with no restraint. From pillar to post, I just party the most. I behave in the worst. My conduct is so gross, 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 gross. From the time that I wake, I ready to bust the gate. You just get mash up again. Crop over, good morning. Show them how we just jump up. Show them how we just free up. Crop over, good morning. Show them how we just jump up. Show them how we just free up. Right now, let me start the drinking, start the bumping, start the betting. Right now, let me start the drinking, start the bumping, start the lining. Right now, let me start the drinking, start the bumping, start the betting. Right now, let me start it. Oh, right now, let me start it. Oh, this is our destiny. Yes, it belongs to we. We making history. We celebrate, we celebrate. Just doing our duties, and nothing can stop it. We this party in sun or rain. From pillar to post, we this party the most. We behaving the worst. We conduct it so gross, 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 gross. From the fact to the stage, time I get in a rage. For the morning, I shut again. Barbados, good morning. Show them how we just jump up. Show them how we just free up. Oh, crop over, good morning. Show them how we just jump up. Show them how we just free up.
Big up to all my people in the island. This is the whining season. Who pumping, we pumping. And if you get off a plane, let me welcome you to my paradise. I tell you this place exciting. Up in the Pepsi, we vibes in. Now put down your worries and enjoy paradise.
Constituencies, as our reporters get the information, we will bring it to you right here on Barbados Decides 2022. As you know, there is a lot of interest right across the region, and we go now to Trinidad to find out why they're so interested in the elections here in Barbados. We have Josanne Leonard with us. She is a media and communications consultant in Trinidad and Tobago, joining us live. She will be joining us in a matter of moments. So we'll have some context there from Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, we have some partners as well in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and in Antigua and Barbuda. And we'll be connecting with some of them as we go through tonight's broadcast. Just to give you an update on some of those areas that counting has started, I can tell you one of them is St. Michael Central, also in St. Michael East and St. George North. Let's now go to Josanne. She is live with us. Josanne Leonard, media and communications consultant over in Trinidad and Tobago. Josanne, so good to have you on the program here with us as Barbados decides in this general election. Talk about the interest over there in the Twin Island Republic.
Right, okay, sorry about that technology. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. And I'm really happy to be joining you to sort of chime in on this very important election in Barbados. I think I just caught when you said what is the interest? I'm getting a bit of feedback, so I'll try to cope. About the interest in Trinidad and Tobago, and I would dare say around the region. And I think it largely has to do with the style of leadership and the quality of leadership. Some may argue that Mia Mottley has ushered in with the government in 2018 and the kind of impact that she's had. And I'd like to talk a little more about that as the evening goes along. But I know that tonight is a lot about counting ballot boxes and having the local experts talk about the interpretation of the manifesto and just what the feel on the ground is. But I just thought I would posit that from my own perspective, I think it's a very important election for Barbados, but it's a very, very important period for the region as we're grappling with so many issues and coming out of this COVID experience, which of course was a whammy on everyone. And that issue of leadership sometimes is lost in the day-to-day, in the day-to-day runnings of a country and the things that people see as their basic needs. for goods and services. But the Caribbean has really been given a tremendous boost. And Philip, in the person of Mia Motley, and I make no apologies for saying that, and I think that if there was an election in the region to elect a Caribbean prime minister, I think she would be head and shoulders above everyone. So I think I'd like to explore some of those kinds of themes while you in Barbados are looking at the more granular issues, the issues on the ground, and doing all of the interpretation and hopefully giving us all a better understanding of what the polls, or the return of the polls are reflecting. So I guess that's a good place to stop for the minute.
If I may jump in here, but Prime Minister Motley has been portrayed locally, certainly by the Democratic Labour Party, as being a dictator and a bully. And then you're saying that her style of leadership matters. How do you respond to that?
I think, as I said, I'm getting a bit of delay here, so we'll try to correct that. So I respond by saying what I alluded to previously coming in. I'll give you an example. When Prime Minister Motley assumed the chair of CARICOM and the heads were meeting here in Trinidad and Tobago, every single person in the media, apart from the fact that this is the current chair, wanted to speak with her, wanted to interview her, wanted to hear what she had to say on various issues. And we must remember that in terms of CARICOM, she even in the very early stages tried to push through or attempted to push through some policy space of issues that may not necessarily be supported by the old guard and the old boys. So she was pushing the envelope. Another situation that I saw that was incredibly remarkable, and my WhatsApp is full of messages that people want me to share with you tonight, was she popped in on way to Guyana, I think it was. I'm not too clear now, but it was over the carnival period or just before carnival. It was the weekend before. And we have something called pan crawl in Trinidad and Tobago, in which the judges move around all of the pan yards, the different zones. And so you just have the big event in the savannah at the very end. Every single place that Mia Motley went, there were throngs of people wanting to touch, wanting to speak, wanting to get a selfie. It was the most amazing thing to witness. And I say that because I don't think that there's any leader, any Caribbean leader in our present dispensation who can claim that kind of gravitas. Now you have figures like,
Josanne, well, I'm figuring you're getting some instructions from our production crew, but we do welcome that contribution, and we expect to hear a lot more from you as the night progresses. But you painted a picture there that we've seen right across the world at major meetings where the Prime Minister, Mia Motley, went. She was sought after not only by the average journalist, but what one would consider what would be the world's leading journalist in Christiane Amanpour. She had her on a number of times, and it's something that I think many people, Sanka, like to call the Mia Motley effect, where so many people, as you heard there in Trinidad, but around the world have gravitated towards the Prime Minister.
Yeah, yes, Shane. The question basically in Barbados that we have to deal with locally is how impactful has that been for Barbados' image? And I think no better person can speak towards that than Liz Thompson, who has been on the world stage herself. Ambassador Thompson, Mia Motley's image, how has that helped Barbados over the last 3.5 years?
I think that it has helped Barbados tremendously. The Prime Minister is now chair or co-chair of several important international bodies, from the World Bank and IMF to the WHO with antimicrobials. I can tell you that I was part of the delegation that went to Glasgow for the climate change meeting, and it was amazing watching her, watching the adulation, and quite frankly, basking in her glory. Ordinarily, and this is not the glory of the Sandyford type, ordinarily, you know, if you're a black person or a Caribbean national, they will tend to ask you, are you from Jamaica? But every black person was asked that at that meeting. Are you from Barbados? Is Mia Mottley your prime minister? People just wanted to meet her. They wanted to be with her. She opened doors for Barbados because people were saying, can we have Barbados' opinion on this? How will Barbados vote on that? The fact that SDRs, the special drawing rights, was even included in the text at all had to do with the work that Barbados did on the ground and the position that the Prime Minister took. So while the Democratic Labour Party said last week through the mouth of its president that the international position does not matter. We don't live in a world by itself. Barbados is a micro-state, and we have to position ourselves globally. The Barbados Labour Party manifesto speaks to being an advocate for small island developing states and being the voice of those of black civilizations. And therefore, I think it is extremely important for the positioning of Barbados on the world stage, for accessing whether it is funding and grants or advancing the position of Barbados or generally positioning small island developing states. It is of the utmost importance. And I do not think that there has been any other prime minister in my lifetime who has had the kind of international presence and respect that Prime Minister Mottley wears.
So let me just jump in here. Then on the ground, let's just deal with the campaign in terms of strategy. The strategy of attacking the Prime Minister Mottley, who has this type of international profile. What do you make of this strategy, Hartley Henry? Did it make sense? Did it work?
It's interesting that you ask that because I'm still at a loss to understand the strategy of the Democratic Labour Party for 2022. What I saw initially was a resumption of the 2018 campaign. And it was very unfortunate in my view because I would have thought, and certainly I guess now with ballot boxes closed, I can make a suggestion or two. Were I in that position, I perhaps would have been a little more all-embracing, a little more open to accommodations, rather than taking up the cudgel and taking up the swords and starting back and resuming the 2018 campaign. I would have thought first that an opposition party caught in the predicament that the Democratic Labour Party was caught in would have perhaps first sought some type of accommodation. Were I there, I would have, certainly there would not be 1, 2, 3, 4 persons here tonight, because I would have thought that they would have sought some type of an accommodation with the other two, 3 parties at the time, certainly with the leader of the opposition, and try to get a cohesive opposition front. I would have thought also that rather than being very aggressive and in the destructive mode that was started at Waterford in 2018, that they perhaps would have sought some type of accommodation and alliances with the private sector. You had nurses on strike. You had you have a situation where one general secretary of one union has aligned herself and has aligned, that union is aligned with the governing party. And I would have thought certainly, and particularly since in the middle of the election, you had the president of the teachers union coming out and actually becoming a candidate for the Democratic Labour Party. I certainly would have thought that you would have tried to make some type of an accommodation with the opposition and the teachers so that there could have been, you know, you could have been, rather than just being a political party without a seat in George Street, I thought that you would have become more a party of national unity and national consensus and broaden so that there could have been the perception of a national mood against the government. And I felt that the divisive approach assumed by the Democratic Labour Party was very mysterious. And I'm very eager tonight to see the dividends that it pays, because I have my doubts as to how effective it might perhaps have been in the final analysis. But we'll wait and see tonight what happens.
Well, let's bring back in Dr. George Bell again. And Dr. Bell, what's your take on this whole question of leadership, the way the Democratic Party approached it, the way some of the other parties approached it, and the impact that would have on how successful they will be tonight?
Well, I was making the point in St. Lucie in relation to Bertha Pizza's campaign there that I saw a change in where she was at the beginning of the campaign and where she'd reach at the end. In other words, I saw a growth of confidence and effectiveness on the platform. And therefore, we have to remember that the Democratic Labour Party was restructuring and rebuilding itself as it approached the third year outside of Parliament. And I think, therefore, if you look at the manifesto, it says we want to build one Barbados. So there was an attempt as a mass Democratic Party to rebuild this front. And I cannot understand them ignoring the lesser parties because the lesser parties are not mass Democratic parties. So I think that it is just that they were defeated so badly in 2018 that it's difficult to recover in 3 years. It would have been difficult for them to repair themselves in 5 years. And I think that they went traditional in seeking to struggle against Barbados Labour Party by putting their leader against Miss Motley, which I think would also fail. But that is what they tried because it was a part of the rebuilding of the party as a whole. And the campaign, in a sense, I think has helped the Democratic Labour Party to repair some of the damage that was done to it over the 10 years preceding the last general election.
Okay. Before I take you up on that point, I'll just bring in Trevor Seeley here because one of the things that was done is that the UPP and the Bishop Atherley's party, they joined forces and to form AP, the Alliance Party for Progress. What was the whole thinking behind it? Maybe you can tell us if you felt that was the way to go and the best way to go to be able to unseat the Barbados Labour Party. Did you think also about or even consider joining forces with the Democratic Labour Party or Solutions Barbados?
Well, the thing is, in the initial stages, we saw, the DLP is entrenched, and we saw a need to join together rather than being separate, and then you go into the situation where you're voting against each other. So come together, and that's what we did. And the thinking was that we would be a better force to reckon with. There was no consideration of entertaining joining the DLP based on performance from previous years. But that was it. So we came together and we worked out infrastructure, a team that we'll see how the performance goes tonight.
Okay, but Solutions Barbados, they actually endorse a number of independent candidates. So why did Solutions Barbados do this? Was this consistent with the whole building of a coalition against the major parties?
Yes.
Grenville?
Yes, we did. We had a coalition of 3 parties. The idea initially was that we would run 10 and the other 2 would run 10, and that would give us 3 15-minute election broadcasts. The others didn't get that much, so Solutions Barbados was the only one then that had that 15-minute broadcast to talk to the nation. I did want to talk about the issue of leadership, though, because that's very important. At the last general election, there were 11 political parties, 9 of whom ran in the election. Something caused them to want to risk their personal and professional careers, these persons, and expose themselves to that level of scrutiny. So something caused us to want to do that. And we did it. And after the election, we gave our concession speech and we explained, really, we just wanted to be heard on certain important matters. I remember Liz Thompson, actually, saying, Grenville will be heard. After that, the Prime Minister explained that all ideas must contend. Brilliant. We attended their swearing-in ceremony in Bay Street and essentially laid our political swords at the feet of, or the disposal of the Barbados Labour Party to be used not against each other now, but to be used against the enemies of Barbados. And that's what we did. Perhaps we expected too much. Regardless of who wins tonight, I'm hoping that the government will call in these parties. Again, we admit, we're not mass-based parties. We don't have the masses that the BLP and the DLP have, but something caused us, some issues were so fundamental to our core that we decided we will do this. So hopefully they will call in the parties, which is again what we plan to do as well, call in all the parties and find out what are your major issues. What has caused you to do this? What are your major issues? What do you think is so fundamentally wrong with Barbados or that can be improved in Barbados that you would risk your personal and professional reputations like this? And listen to us. And we were promised that we will be listened to. We expect that promise then to be fulfilled sometime in our lifetime.
Well,
I expect a response from this.
We have to take a commercial
Yes.
break here at this time,
Yes.
and we'll be right back.
Yes.
Walk over, relax on the sun. We got the sweetest waters, invite a friend, don't stick them down. Find a corner, walk a bumper. We party until the last sneaker drop. We heading straight to the jam because we in paradise. Hey, I tell you this place exciting. Up in the Pepsi, we vibes in. Now put down your worries and enjoy paradise. Hey, get ready for the non-stop whining. Set up the Pepsi, we lining. Make sure you could handle it, come on.
Yeah, where the tourists backing up. Everyone in the place, them coulda walk it up. When them hear big tune, them a couple up. No confusion, never kill them a vibes yet. We keep we hustle up. Any session where we there, we got nice set up. Music always bumping, God, this is Barbados. Welcome to the paradise.
I tell you this place exciting. Up in the Pepsi, we vibes in. Now put down your worries and enjoy paradise. Hey, get ready for the non-stop whining. Set up the Pepsi, we lining. Make sure you could handle it, come on. Somebody put the cool in the trunk.
Right now I'm feeling down. Please make the music run. They say the economy run down. Country down and the work have to slow down. Got laid off with no income. So the Fed is the only solution now. Think that the thing got me tied up.
Boxes are going into those counting stations fast and furious, and counting has started in a number of those stations as well. Let's go to Damien Best now. He is in the city at the Donald Headley Auditorium. Of course, that is the constituency being contested by a number of newcomers. Damien, tell me what's happening there.
Shane. Good evening to all viewers and listeners. I hope I'm coming through to you loud and clear. As you mentioned before, this is the fight for the capital, of course, the city of Bridgetown. And we're just outside the Donald Headley Auditorium. All the boxes have arrived. In fact, 3 bus loads of individuals and boxes all arrived here at the Donald Headley Auditorium. And the counting is yet to start. But of course, there are 4 candidates, as you mentioned before, vying for this seat. We've got 2 first-timers, the BLP's Corley and Barbara Ashton of the Alliance Party Congress. 11 polling districts, 27,000 voters. So we're looking forward to see how this one will turn out. We've also got year-old Kemar Stewart is in the running as well for the Democratic Labour Party, and we've got independent candidate Fallon Best. So, most honorable, lost it, stepping away from active politics, who will take over this very, very important seat. It's the capital, and we want to see what development and what plans the individual who does indeed win tonight will bring to the city. A number of the things that the constituents wanted covered was infrastructure, of course, jobs, one in there. Want to see business come back to the city as well. So a couple of the issues that the candidates have highlighted throughout the various campaigns. But so far, so good here. Good weather. We're outdoors. And we have to make some adjustments, of course, to our position here in the city. So nothing yet so far. All quiet here. I think we're probably just minutes away from getting the official counting started. But for now, it's all quiet, and we'll wait to see how things progress throughout the night. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Damien, and we'll wait to hear from you, as you said, as the counting gets started there in the city. So 4 candidates in that race. You have Corey Lane for the Barbados Labour Party, Kemar Stewart for the DLP, a newcomer in Corey Lane, Kemar Stewart, switching parties. Fallon Best is in there for Solutions Barbados as well, and Marva Lashley Todd for the APP. So, Sanka, this is an interesting race, but from what the analysts have been saying, they expect that the power that the Prime Minister has in attempting to draw supporters to the polls will help Corey Lane to win the city yet again.
Yeah, certainly Corey Lane has the name recognition, but is that enough to take him over the line? I think it may be. I've been on the ground a bit in the city, and I've been watching some of the reaction to Corey Lane. Kemar Stewart has also created some interest as well. But Corey Lane definitely, because of his level of involvement with the youth, and that goes back several years. And then, of course, he was dealing with the poverty alleviation as well. So Corey Lane definitely, I would think, is the front runner there. But I don't really want to focus on that now. I think we need to just conclude what we were discussing here about the third parties, because essentially what has happened in Barbados now with these third parties, are they not just cutting votes? I mean, Hartley, what do you think? Aren't they just cutting votes? They don't do well. I've heard Grenville on this. I've heard Trevor on this with the Alliance. But essentially, in this election, I think, based on what we've seen over the years, over several elections, that all third parties do is cut the votes of the major parties, like the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they actually are going to cut votes tonight. I think that it is unfortunate that, as I said, indicated earlier, I would have thought that in a snap election environment such as this, there would have been some type of an accommodation. I think it is a case more of they're providing perspectives that are welcome and for healthy discussion. But in terms of being serious electoral forces, I don't consider any of them to be serious electoral forces. I think Barbadians are pretty clear that the 2 options are available to them. And I believe that at some point, these fledgling parties will have to review their position. I know that the leader of Solutions Barbados didn't contest a seat on this occasion, and perhaps that may very well be the way to go, where you can exist as an entity, as a
pressure group.
I stop short of using the term pressure group, but you can exist and play a relevant role and make a significant contribution without contesting seats. And that would certainly be my suggestion going forward. And I suspect it might very well be the option that they may take after tonight.
But let's bring in Pearson here. How does the Democrat look at these third parties, like Solutions Barbados and the Alliance?
The Democratic Labour Party is the party of the people. And we believe that if there are third parties, we welcome them to cast their vote for us. But if you're not a mass-based party, let's be realistic. If you're not a mass-based party, you're not going to really make an impact. You're not going to make an impact on the electorate. So as far as their ideologies would match up with the ideals of the Democratic Labour Party, yes, we can see them, we welcome them to the fold, but we wouldn't join forces with any third party or ask them to join us only to support us and giving us their vote. We welcome that support, and Solutions Barbados, give us your vote along with the coalition, the alliance, sorry. That's what we wanted.
You also wanted to make a point earlier that when we were off air, you said you wanted to respond to something that Dr. Bell said.
Yes,
Could you do that now?
Yes, Dr. Bell had alluded to the fact that I had said that those who were disenfranchised related to St. Lucie, where the president of the Democratic Labour Party will win that seat. What I meant was that there was this consensus on the ground throughout Barbados, not only St. Lucie, that it was not fair to disenfranchise voters, where accommodations were made in other territories, also here in Barbados. Policemen vote early, electoral workers vote early. There are ways to accommodate persons who are in isolation. If other territories can do it, we can. We could have also, it was just a lack of political will. And I read an article that says it will be a dirty stain on Barbados.
That article must have been written, if I may, by a fellow Dem, and I have no doubt that it probably was. But the reality is that you are dealing with a highly contagious disease, and the Electoral and Boundaries Commission made a decision. I don't want it to go on the record unchallenged that this had to do with a lack of political will. The EBC, Electoral and Boundaries Commission, had the matter in hand. They made the decision. There have been elections in the Caribbean where, since the pandemic, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, Jamaica, and the thing is, the question as to whether Prime Minister Motley should have called at all, which Pearson raised earlier because of Omicron, or Omicron, whichever pronunciation one prefers. The reality is that looking ahead, we don't know what other variants they're going to be, or how bad they're going to get, or what is going to happen in relation to COVID. So I don't think that that was a valid reason for not calling the election. I mean, the reality is that in the Westminster system of government, which we have traditionally followed, a prime minister calls an election, and they have complete discretion on this at any time during the 5-year term that best suits their advantage. Full stop.
Yes.
That's just the reality. And if I may, very quickly, I don't see the newer parties as cutting votes. I think that they are bringing useful perspectives and new discussion and some new ideas to the table, and that they have value. And certainly once we are re-elected, there needs to be discussion and perhaps some of these ideas embraced, because we are attempting to govern in the pursuit of a better Barbados, in the pursuit of the best Barbados. And we don't think that all of the talent resides on our side. So that if there are ideas, suggestions, or solutions that can be shared, we are willing to embrace and to utilize and to include persons of goodwill.
Grenville would like to respond to that.
Yes, well, I thank Liz for that, the ambassador. And I also thank Dr. Bell for his advice, which has now been endorsed by Democratic Labour Party's representative here. So I can say, regardless of how this election pans out, we will have to become a mass-based party. And that's then, it depends. If we do well, it means that we would already develop a certain amount of mass. Otherwise, we will become a mass-based party for the next general election. But we are all hopeful now. None of us know how the electorate will vote. We hope, we plan, we have measured certain things, but the people will decide.
Well, it seems that it was a low voter turnout. And I'm wondering, Dr. Bell, who stands to be the winner here? Who stands to be the loser with such a low voter turnout?
We're going to have to wait
Yeah, it
and
was not
see
low.
what the results are telling us. Because on the one hand, if what would keep Barbados Labour Party supporters home is complacency. While the Democratic Labour Party will stay home because they think they can win. So those two dimensions are involved here. But we are only going to be able to read that when we see how the parties are performing and whether we can link staying at home with one or the other, or whether it has spread across both. So that is really what we will have to watch.
Prime Minister Motley made the point today when she went to vote that, in fact, she expressed some concern that her actual supporters were not coming out to vote, and let's look at that after we take this commercial break.
I ducking it. I ducking it. I ducking it. I ducking it. I have a question. Who does go to work on a Thursday or even a Friday when it have parties? I still put on my wet clothes, but I just stay to wine on the shorty. She tell me she up there. Tell my supervisor I sick, have diarrhea and I need to shoot. I need to go to the pharmacy, but I end up in fire the walk. I will jump up and winding down, pumping just like a hooligan when I turn around and see my boss in the place.
Leading analyst in Peter Wickham in what I call Peter's take. So I had an interesting discussion with him, Sanka, on a lot of the elements involved in this general election and really leading up to today's poll. So he has been giving me his take on the strategies of the individual parties going into this January 19th general election. Take a listen.
Election is interesting and fascinating and historic, and I think that this is an election that has come down to a question of voter turnout and getting people out to the polls in the context of what's been going on in terms of COVID. Certainly, since the election has started, what I've been hearing from people on the ground is a concern over whether or not the Canada should vote. In terms of the impact that COVID is having and the kind of campaign that appears to be low-key, largely because it's a campaign being conducted online. But I would say at the broad level, the Democratic Labour Party has come across as ill-prepared, which is unsurprising. The Barbados Labour Party has been presenting the image of a party that is prepared and ready to resume office. I think that the Democratic Labour Party's appeal to what we could call the Kadir vote, or the idea that we should have an opposition, has not been as strong as one would have expected. And I think that is something that they haven't exploited as heavily as they could. And they've been going for the jugular, they've been going for the government, and it will be interesting to see how it will be reflected. As far as people are concerned, you're hearing views on both sides in terms of people's concerns being reflected on both sides. But I think the general prevailing concern is, how would this operate in terms of COVID?
So a number of points to unpack there, Sanka, when you look at how this election has been conducted. You talked about the preparedness of the Barbados Labour Party ready to govern. However, on the other side, the Democratic Labour Party struggling to stand up and match what the Barbados Labour Party has been doing, according to what is one of our leading pollsters here.
Yes, Shane, and that is one of the things that we really have to examine now. And I'd like to wrap that up, Hartley, with the whole idea of what I was speaking about before we went to that, where the Prime Minister Motley made the point that she was concerned that she was not able to bring out the vote. And you've heard Peter Wickham's assessment as well. What do you make of all this?
Yes, Frank, I'm a bit concerned as well because I somehow differ with Dr. Bell in that I believe, straight out, I think that this was a kind of election, a strange election scenario, where I believe that a low poll would have assisted the Democratic Labour Party. A very low poll, I should say. I think a medium poll in terms of anything over 44, 45, in a COVID environment, I think anything over 44 so would be considered a moderate turnout. And that, I think, that is from there, you're beginning to see a surge as far as the incumbency is concerned. So I believe that I can understand where perhaps the Prime Minister would have been at midday, concerned with respect to what appeared to have been a very low turnout. But from my observations during the course of the day, I get the impression that it may have picked up. And by the first couple of boxes tonight, we'll get a feel as to what the turnout was. And I'm thinking that anything over 44, 45, I would begin to believe should, to my mind, trend in favor of the incumbent. I don't, because as you correctly, as was said earlier, I'm not sure that the Democratic Labour Party provided an alternative option. I never sensed a surge in the country. There was no movement in the country for the embrace of the Democratic Labour Party. It would be a case in which the base of the Barbados Labour Party, or the swing support that the Barbados Labour Party enjoyed in 2018 did not turn out, and you would have had the two bases contending. And in that case, I would have thought that the Democratic Labour Party would have considered itself in with a pretty good chance if it was just a question of the basis. That's why, again, I was a bit concerned, a bit curious with the argument that was raised by the representative here with respect to the whole question of persons in isolation and what have you, unless they know something that I don't know. I don't know if 80% of the COVID persons in isolation are all Democratic Labour Party members and supporters. But I don't know, I do not think that getting more mass support would have benefited the Democratic Labour Party, because when you look at it, and that's why I said earlier, I would have perhaps you had opportunity to have the leader of the opposition, a known figure, over 15, 20 years political experience. You had Lynette Eastman running for the APP and others. What you had on the Democratic Labour Party was a situation where they came with 5 former persons who would serve in the past, and then 25 unknowns. I'm not sure that that was the best formula that to have presented the country at this time in this situation. And the election has come and gone, and you still don't know anything about the other 25. And what do you know about the 5 really has not changed from 2018. So it's just a situation where I thought that a low turnout, to my mind, would have provided the base of the Democratic Labour Party to come into its own and to perhaps have snatched a couple seats, which I suspect the afternoon surge now, the 4 to 6 p.m. surge that we saw this evening, and with balloting continuing beyond 6 p.m. because persons were in the line, I think that that was the beginning of the slipping of the election away, in my estimation.
All right, Hartley, we'll pick up that point after this commercial break.
Barbados.
Feeling overcome me. My first time ever yet. She invite me to
far, and that will continue throughout the night. Let's now go over to our very own Shane Jones. He is live at BLP headquarters, a place that Liz Thompson is very familiar with there in... I want to get the street right because I don't want to mix up... at Bradley Adams' house there in number 11 Robert Street. Shane Jones. Shane, how are things looking over there? Okay, we are trying to connect with Shane, who is at Grantley Adams' house there. We are hearing that activity is picking up, and activity is picking up across the country. There we see him. Shane, what's the mood like there at BLP headquarters?
Guys, everyone watching at home, you guys in the studio.
We're trying to connect with Shane, who is at Grantley Adams' house there. We are hearing that activity is picking up, and activity is picking up across the country. There we see him. Shane. Okay, we appear to have some technical difficulties there, Sanka, but we'll definitely get back to Shane to see what is happening. We expect that BLP supporters will start to gather as we start to hear some of those results coming from those counting stations, Sanka.
Thank you, Shane. Pearson wanted to respond to the statements just made by Hartley. And Pearson, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sanka. I totally disagree with my friend Hartley Henry on his assessment of the performance of the Democratic Labour Party in this election. Now, Prime Minister Motley did make a true statement when she said that she's concerned about her supporters not coming out. There's a low voter turnout on behalf of the supporters of the Barbados Labour Party.
The votes haven't been counted yet. You don't
The
know
Democrat,
that.
please. The Democratic Labour Party, on the other hand, we've had high voter turnouts of our supporters, and we've gotten out the vote. So I believe that we're in for a surprise and shock when the results come in. And also, despite the fact that the Barbados Labour Party employ its high-tech election machinery with lots of money, billboards, social media, high-tech campaigns with big stages that cost quite a bit of money. They outspend the Democratic Labour Party, but the results and the returns will not reflect that. Thank you.
What a statement, what a statement. Liz, I think you need to say something.
I'm just sorry I didn't walk with my smelling salts, person. I think that Pearson is speaking with a high level of optimism, and I understand that he must. But until the votes are counted, he cannot say definitively that he got out his supporters and we didn't get out ours. He speaks of shock and surprise at the end of the night. Pearson, I only hope it's not yours, my friend. I saw it last time with Cory Cox, but I will hold you up, I will bear you up. As you know. I don't know what else to say, really, except to sort of make fun at it. We now have to wait until the vote's coming to start to make judgments. We don't even have a pattern or a trend yet because we have no box results. So I think that... you know, it's a little precipitous to make these kind of very broad statements. And I want to make, though, a little more serious point, and it's this. And we will see if I'm right as the night emerges. I have found, I said it last election, that the Democratic Labour Party has a tendency to mix the Kool-Aid, add extra sugar, and get high on it, dividing it amongst themselves. They seem to... I mean, when I did my MBA, you learned about this phenomenon, groupthink, which is great for the cohesiveness and cohesion of an organization, but is also fundamentally dangerous because they don't listen to alternative views or opinions. They just reinforce each other. And I see that repeatedly in the Democratic Labour Party in the way that it develops propaganda and then behaves as if the propaganda is truth. And I'm hearing this tonight, and we're going to see how it plays out. But it has really an important point beyond my saying so, because if I am right about this, and the Democratic Labour Party does not perform well tonight, but has this very strong belief that it has done exceptionally well so that the country is going to be in shock and surprise and so on, then the Democratic Labour Party has to go back to the drawing board and ask itself, to whom is it listening, and is it learning the lessons that the electorate and the people of Barbados have been trying to share with them since 2018?
And if the Democratic Labour Party does do well, how would you respond to that?
My response would be this, Pearson. So we're turning to face each other. If the Democratic Labour Party does do well, I think then the Barbados Labour Party would have to ask itself, what did we do wrong? And that would be a really important question for us to assess and determine and to course correct, because clearly you would have done something wrong. But I think that there is another element that is very important to assess here, and it will, I think, be interesting to see how the public responds. This was the election of the big bad wolf. The election was called because something big and bad is about to happen. So you had to call the election now before this big bad thing happened. The leader of the Barbados Labour Party is a big bad despot, a big bad dictator. You got to stop associating with her for the sake of the country, etc. This is a real dangerous time to have election. You got COVID, you know, people gonna get sick. This is gonna be a super spreader. So it was an election about creating a tremendous amount of fear in the minds of the public and the electorate. And I think that it will be interesting to see the extent to which that has impacted voters in terms of the turnout and in terms of the result.
May I respond to
my
colleague?
You join in the
Sorry, no,
come,
my fellow panelists, sorry. What I will say, though, is that what I've noticed, because I canvass on the ground in St. Lucie and other constituencies, and I don't know, I wouldn't say it was the supporters of the Democratic Labour Party, but there's this campaign strategy of the DLP where they will put the poster of Prime Minister Motley above the candidate. And persons were actually tearing down the poster of Miss Motley. And I don't know which side they were on, but what I'm saying is that has never happened in 2018. It didn't happen, I never witnessed it before, but that I saw with my own two eyes. Secondly, I saw desperation from Prime Minister Motley in respect of the St. Lucie seat. I saw Prime Minister Motley in St. Lucie no fewer than 4 times per week, and up until the last week, 7, 8 times, more than twice per day and all that in St. Lucie, different parts of St. Lucie with a candidate. I have never seen that kind of desperation before. And just now we saw BLP headquarters, and we saw Shane Jones and no supporters. In 2018, when it was 9 o'clock, when the boxes were in, actually supporters followed the boxes to the campaign headquarters, to the BLP headquarters. That is not the case tonight. That raises serious questions for me.
Just let me come in here because we're going to go back to DLP headquarters, as our DLP representative here just mentioned, to see what is happening there with Shane Jones. Shane, hopefully you can hear me now. So we're trying to reach our Shane Jones at BLP headquarters, and we're hearing about some counting and possibly some results already. So we'll get that information for you in short order. So Sanka, we're trying to connect with Shane to see what the atmosphere is like there.
Yes, yes, Shane. The thing about it is that I would think at this time we're hearing that there's some results coming back, so we're listening out for that. until that happens, what we're going to do is we're going to continue our conversation here, because Hartley, you're saying that the Pearson from the DLP and Liz from the BLP, they're going at each other. They're both convinced that their party is going to prevail. The feeling I get on the ground certainly is that, yes, people want the Barbados Labour Party to continue, since they would have done a lot of work over the last 3.5 years. But they are concerned that this election was called in the first place, and they're wondering why. Maybe you can help us here by what is the strategy going on here?
Perhaps I should defer to the Barbados Labour Party representative on the panel.
She's just talking about the big bad wolf, you know.
I'm curious in some of what I'm hearing here, because I'm hearing, for example, the question of the presence of the Prime Minister's photograph across the country, which is a natural, regular thing. But what was very interesting was the absence of the photograph or the poster of the leader of the opposition party, the Prime Minister in waiting, the person who is hoping tomorrow morning to be sworn in as Prime Minister. And that, to me, was the first time in Barbados' history that you had a situation where technically there was only one prime ministerial candidate in an election, because no one outside of St. Lucie can show you any image whatsoever of the leader of the Democratic Labour Party. And this persistence with the notion of a president of a party, I think that that was a fundamental error on the part of the Democratic Labour Party in 2022, to go into an election without a declared political leader, without some certainty as to who the Prime Minister would be. That really was unacceptable, and I would believe, and I would be quite surprised if tonight the campaign of the Democratic Labour Party prevails in a circumstance where the question of leadership was not settled. And the fact that my associate is speaking about a president. We've never spoken about a president of a party in Barbados before. There's one president of Barbados, and she was sworn in on November 30th. So I'm at a loss as to what the strategy there was. With respect to the drives, I can understand the optimism, but certainly from my experience, and I think there are a couple of years I have under my belt, you normally can feel a wave in a country. You can feel something. You can feel a movement. Yeah. In 1966, in 1986, in 1994, with the collapse of the government, in 2008, in 2018, you felt something. I don't know what you're feeling, but I certainly don't feel as if Barbadians went out today to vote in a new government. And if they did not go out to vote in a government, then I'm not sure where your optimism, what is spurring your optimism.
They went to vote in opposition.
But if they went to vote in opposition, then they would also have come out. The fact, and that's why I'm suggesting that anything over a very low turnout, which is perhaps lower 30s, I find that the Democratic Labour Party is likely to struggle in a situation where persons went out, because you did not get the impression that there was something on the table that the swing voter could have taken hold of.
Dr. Bell, let's bring you in here and your comments on this as well.
Well, the Democratic Labour Party was unable to say that it had a political leader. Because it had no parliamentary presence. And the closest that came to having a leader was the person that was holding the position of president in the party. And Mr. DePisa did hold off to challenges, but she has not emerged as the unquestioned leader of the Democratic Labour Party. The natural leader of the Democratic Labour Party said that he was attending his plants in his garden. And that is a classic withdrawal by a potential political leader. You keep very quiet, and when the party calls you, not when you grasp for leadership, when you grasp for leadership, you're told to go to the back of the class. The person who is keeping very quiet on his side is a natural leader. And we know who that is.
Yes, Dr. Yes, Pearson. Pearson wants to respond. Before Liz, you can go after that.
Thank you.
Right. The supporters of the Dear Loving Party, the Democratic Labour Party, we are aware who our leader is, and there's no dispute as to who she is. So it's not my fault that other persons are not aware. And after tonight, there'll be no question in the minds of Barbadians or the rest of the world who the leader of the Democratic Labour Party is. Thank you.
I listened to Dr. Dave Nesbitt and I never heard. I listened to Richard Seeley and I never heard. I listened to Michael Lashley and I never heard. So I'm not sure. I listened to Dennis Lowe and I never heard who this leader was. So I don't know.
What do you make of this, Liz?
I think that if you pick up the Nation newspaper of December 17th, the Democratic Labour Party candidates themselves said on a front page story that they did not want Ms. DePisa to lead them. And in fact, the only reason that she did is because the snap election was called and they did not have an opportunity to resolve their leadership issues. That's one. Second, the reality is that Ms. DePisa is almost a leader without a party, or the party has a leader without a party, or a party without a leader. I don't know which is more accurate. The reality is that Ms. DePisa has no seat. Ms. DePisa has run in repeated elections and been rejected in every constituency in which she has run. She has no political base. And I said on the political platform that the only thing left for her to do is to go to the cement plant, get a boat, and go to Africa to see if she can get a seat there. But clearly the people of Barbados do not want her. Let me also say that Ms. DePisa, I'm going to use an old-time expression from my father. He used to talk about people filling or not filling your eyes. Tonight we will find out whether Ms. DePisa fills the eyes of the people of St. Lucie and the rest of Barbados, or if she does not. I think it's the latter. And my final point is going back to what Pearson said earlier about the fact that Ms. Motley, Prime Minister Motley, was repeatedly in St. Lucie. She can go because she has name recognition and presence. If Ferla DePisa walks down the street, nobody knows who she is. Nobody could point at her and say, hey, look her there, look her there. Nobody knows her. So as Prime Minister and as leader of a political party, she went to ensure that her candidate, who was running against the alleged political leader of the Democratic Labour Party, was secure in his base. And that is good politics, and it's good. She fulfilled her responsibility to her candidate in St. Lucie in a constituency that is not traditionally one that supports the Barbados Labour Party. She did what she was supposed to do. I heard Pearson talking about all of the people in St. Lucie with whom they had discussion. They must have been talking to the Duppies in St. Lucie Parish Church. I can't imagine where they could be getting these opinions from.
Well, we should certainly see as the results come back in, and we expect to get some results pretty soon. Let's go.
Oh, but I can tell you, Sam, we are beating y'all bad so far. Every result I have.
Okay. Well, we will soon get our results coming up shortly, so just stay with us. Grenville, just let's take it.
Would you like me to share them with you?
No. Grenville, let's please tell us. You were actually endorsing independent candidates, and we had a situation where a person was being endorsed by Solutions Barbados, as well as another party. That is part of the whole confusion here. What's this all about?
Yes, it's not confusion. We ran 10 candidates, and I believe we endorsed 8 others. And we endorsed candidates who agreed generally with Solutions Barbados' policies and the 2 critical things that we asked for. One is that the Charter of Barbados, which essentially, I mean, there's a separation of church and state. There's supposed to be the separation of church and state, but when the state then dabbles into spiritual matters, and with the Charter of Barbados, they essentially invite every demon under heaven to occupy a place in Barbados, and that charter therefore needs to be revoked. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that it's never good to take people's consent. Taking consent is never okay. It should never be justified or tolerated in Barbados. And for that reason, there is a referendum act, and therefore the people should be allowed to give their consent on whether they want to be a republic or not. And so those who agree to those things, we endorsed them. And therefore there are 8 additional persons from the Democratic Labour Party, from the APP, and independents, and Bajan Free Party, well, different parties, again, and independents, and we endorse them because they agreed with those things. We think those are 2 critical things, and hence we endorse those.
This level of, the key thing going forward that has been said time and again is that of coming together. One Barbados, that's what the Democratic Labour Party said. The Barbados Labour Party wants to give us a better life. As a Barbadian, I keep wondering, when I look at the teams, when I look at the Democratic Labour Party, who will take this country forward? Personalities matter. Professional people matter. The point that was made by Hartley Henry earlier is that you had 5 people who were in the last regime of the Democratic Labour Party who the public dismissed. And then you have 25 people who we don't even recognize. So we see with the Barbados Labour Party who you have, and we can't identify in the other parties where the candidates are, who's going to be the Minister of Finance, who's going to be our Attorney General. Don't you think that this mattered for this election? Don't you think that this was one of the major factors in why this election seems so, I don't know what's the best word to call it, but it seems so such a lame duck type of election where people are not really into it. You know, what do you say about that?
Yeah, I think there's several factors here. One, obviously, in the COVID environment, you would expect there to be a lethargic, that has been across the Caribbean. And most of the elections held in the COVID environment, they've been pretty low, not only low turnouts, but low interest. I'd been monitoring, for example, on a nightly basis, the virtual campaigns of all the parties. And on the best night, which was perhaps last night, you had a total of about 15,000 live viewers, concurrent viewers at any one time. Now, if you consider that you're speaking about 125,000 persons that probably would have, under normal circumstances, would have voted today, 15,000 persons actively involved in a campaign, that said to me that there was, one, the idea of virtual campaigns were a bit foreign to us, that there was the reluctance of persons to stay up, perhaps just, the platforms perhaps did not have the heavy hitters of yesteryear, where you could have been kept totally involved and what have you. But I believe that from the time the election was announced, I think that Barbadians knew what they were going to do. I think Barbadians assessed the situation. And from December 20, the night of December 27th, I suspect many Barbadians decided, what options were available to them. And that is why I'm a bit surprised that the opposition is, to my mind, in denial in terms of you have to be able to present yourself as a viable alternative. And this is not something, and when you look across the Caribbean and the recent history of the Caribbean, there are several parties that were in the predicament of the Democratic Labour Party in 2018. And I've cited these examples several times before. I mean, the present ULP government in St. Vincent was born out of a totally demoralized, disintegrating Labour Party. that essentially had to form some type of coalition, some type of alliance, and brought together individuals, like-minded individuals, to take on the then NDP led by the late Sir James Mitchell. And you had a situation where, just as it was as hopeless for the Labour Party, they went out, they recognized the first thing, our leader was not filling the eyes of people, which is the point that Ambassador Thompson was making. The leader was not filling the eyes of people. They had the mass-based support. They had to find a leader. What did they do? They went to a small entity known as the MNU, led by Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, probably comprising Dr. Ralph Gonsalves. And you had a situation where you went outside, you brought in a charismatic leader, you brought in a leader with national appeal, and you said, come, lead the party, because we either will stay in opposition or we will find ourselves someone who can properly package and market us. This notion that the 2018 result came, and you are coming back to Barbados 3.5 years later saying you're ready, with essentially warm over cold soup. Because you take the 5 personalities from the last government away, what do you have left? It is not an alternative government. And if there is a change of government tonight, it would be a reflection essentially of, it would have to be a participation level of less than 35%, which would mean that it would have to be frustration on the part of the country for there not being an alternative or an option left available. So I'm not sure that we should continue to bury our heads in the sand that this was a contest. It was not, to my mind, a contest. And I would be most surprised if the result tonight differs significantly from the result of 2018, because really nothing has changed from 2018.
And speaking about those, before you make that comment, Liz, and speaking about those results, Hartley, we are seeing that some results are coming in, and we'll have them for you shortly here as Barbados decides 2022. We'll be going to those constituencies to let you see how the counting is going and let you know what the numbers actually are. So we'll take a quick break. We also have to go back to our friends in the region to hear what is happening there. What are they feeling about our general election? Why is it so important to them? All of these assessments we will be bringing you in short order right here as Barbados decides 2022. We'll be back in a moment. The field, and we'll try to get them for you in a matter of moments. But Liz, I heard you said a few moments ago that you were getting some of those results as well, and that in your words, that the BLP is already beating the DLP bad. So we're going to get those numbers for you shortly. But Liz, in terms of what you are seeing, is this what you?
Well, let me just say that the Barbados Labour Party is significantly ahead in St. John, and that should be an indication of what is happening. We will wait on the results because, you know, one swallow does not a summer make, as they say, so we'll wait. But if we are doing this well in St. John, you would have anticipated that in an election which the Democratic Labour Party was winning, that their home base would be holding strong and that we would be losing St. John. That is not appearing to happen at this time. So I think that this is an indication of how the night is going to go. I just want, if I may, Sanka, very, very quickly, please, to pick up on the point that Hartley made just now, which is about changing leader if the public is unbinding to your leader. And Henry Ford was an excellent person, very bright man, very capable leader. But for some reason, I think that the public did not buy into him as a leader. And the Barbados Labour Party, I mean, I had just come into the Barbados Labour Party myself. Prime Minister Motley and I were selected or identified by Henry Ford as potential candidates. We ran for the first time in the 1991 election, which the Barbados Labour Party lost, and both she and I lost our seats. And significantly, we both went back, unlike Verla, to the constituencies which we lost and ran in again and won in 1994. But the wider point that I'm making is that after that election, the Barbados Labour Party had to make a determination as to whether Henry Ford was filling the eyes of the public of Barbados as a potential prime minister. And as I say, a decision was made and the rest is history. The leadership was transferred with Henry's own consent to Owen Arthur, who went on in 1994 with the no-confidence motion to wrestle the government away from the Democratic Labour Party and then hold it for 3 terms. So I think that Hartley's point is really a very important one. If the Democratic Labour Party loses tonight, how are they going to deal with the issue of leadership going forward?
Well, thank you so much, Liz. And let's go to St. John now, where we have our Sophia Alsop stationed. Of course, in St. John, we have Charles Griffith, the candidate for the Barbados Labour Party and the incumbent, up against Andre Worrell of the DLP. And the APP candidate is Philippe Amy. So, Sophia, let's join you live now. Sophia, what's the mood like there? Do you have any results as yet?
Yes, indeed. So sorry, had a slight technical difficulty there, but yes, results came in just a short while ago here, and the mood is one of quiet anticipation. It's breezy and cold here. But as you know, 8,424 voters are eligible to cast their ballots in this riding. And the results so far are as follows. In box JA1, Philippe Amy polled 5 votes. Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party, 163. Andre Worrell of the Democratic Labour Party, 112 votes in that JA1 riding. In JA2, Philippe Amy, 14 votes. Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party, 250 votes. And Andre Worrell of the Democratic Labour Party, 115. We also have results for JA3, where Philippe Amy polled 6, Charles Griffith 85, and Andre Worrell 49. The final results we have at this time are for box JA4, where we have Philippe Amy polling 2, Charles Griffith 105, and Andre Worrell 47 votes. So we expect the counts to continue here. It's very, very well organized. The boxes arrived just after 7 o'clock. Counting commenced at 1. And our returning officer here, Mr. Richard Harris, ensuring that things are proceeding very, very smoothly. So those results, the first coming in thus far, quite a lot of anticipation on the outside. We already see some supporters from the Barbados Labour Party gathering. Have yet to see any of the 3 candidates contesting the seat here show up here at the Lodge School. But I will keep you posted as the night progresses. We expect the results to come fast and furious over the next hour or so. And so until then, it's back to you, Shane.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Sophia Alsop there in St. John. So, Sanka, I mean, we had this conversation before. Some people were saying that this, of course, was a DLP stronghold for quite some time, and that Charles Griffith could be in trouble. My thoughts were he did enough in the constituency to hold that seat, and we're seeing the trends as these JA boxes 1 through 4 come back. He's in a commanding lead in every box so far.
I remember 2018 election. Hartley and I were in another place, sitting next to each other. And when we saw the results coming back from St. John, we knew what was going to happen because the writing was on the wall. As Liz Thompson says, it's only one set of results, so one should not jump to conclusions as yet. But clearly, the trend is here that Charles Griffith is going to retain that seat. If this continues, if the amount of votes he continues to get adds up like this. And if this is happening in St. John, what is going to be the impact in St. Philip West? Because those two seats are traditionally Democratic Labour Party seats. And I'll go first to Hartley, and then I'll go into, oh, we're going back to St. John right now.
Thank you so much. Yes, we're about to hear the next set of results. The results I gave you for JA4, I should have mentioned, are only for A through H. But we're about to hear from Mr. Richard Harris, the returning officer here, who will provide us with the next set of results. Mr. Harris.
Thank you. JA4 I to Z. Amy, 9. Griffith, 91. Worrell, 57. JB1, 88. Amy, 4. Griffith, 94. Worrell, 70. JB1, I to Z. Amy, 4. Griffith, 72. Worrell, 97. And JB2, 88. Amy, 4. Griffith, 140. Worrell, 44.
Thank you so much, sir. So I think a very clear picture being painted here of a significant potential victory here for the Barbados Labour Party. Of course, we still have a number of boxes to come in, as I've explained. 15 polling districts here, 22 boxes in total. So we still have a ways to go. But suffice it to say that we do see a number of supporters gathering, further supporters gathering for the Barbados Labour Party, buoyed by the results that they've heard thus far. And again, a night that I suppose will cause the Democratic Labour Party to have to take stock, as this is one of the seats that they would have expected to see some resurgence of support in, and apparently that thus far is not the case. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Continue to keep us updated as those results come in. Of course, we'll be going to other constituencies shortly to see what the trend is there. But the trend, as you said, Sanka, in St. John is clear. The new roads, of course, water has been restored right across St. John. And then there was a number of housing projects that were established. These were enough to convince the electorate to go back with Mr. Griffith.
Possibly, but of course that matters. All of that matters. But I'm looking at the wider message that was sent by the Barbados Labour Party in the work that they have been doing over the last 2.5 years. But before even we get there, because we will have some time to go, because this is only one constituency and we have 29 others to go. I want first to go to Hartley. Let's analyze those stats so far. What are they really showing us? Where's the trend there?
Yes, thank you. They're telling me something that I essentially told myself over a year ago. And it is that the Democratic Labour Party could not have been serious to have chosen Andrea Worrell as its candidate in St. John. It was never on. And that is what I'm saying, that the party really is at a stage where it really needs to stop and take stock. I mean, you have St. John that was led by 2 former prime ministers, persons of serious senior stature in Barbados and in the Democratic Labour Party. And you are telling me that you have a host of persons, including a former minister of government who was not as scarred as some of the others that were brought back, who was born in Gall Hill, St. John, who to my mind would have been the natural person to run in St. John as the candidate. I'm speaking about Mr. Stephen Lashley. And from the time I saw the nomination, I don't think you gave the people of St. John any choice. Now, my view is that the incumbent, Mr. Griffith, worked hard. He has brought meaningful, visible, measurable, tangible development to St. John, and he has been appropriately rewarded. But I believe, at the same token, that the Democratic Labour Party exercised particularly poor judgment in sending someone like Worrell to St. John, when you had even the leader herself, sorry, the president, because there's no leader, could have gone to St. John and given herself a fighting chance. But I'm just saying that to me, and I don't want it to take away from Mr. Griffith's victory, well, not his victory, but it's certainly his trending. I think he has worked hard, and I think he is reaping the rewards of hard work. He's brought, as you said, development, infrastructural development, water, housing, agriculture. St. John is moving. But I just think that it is unfortunate that I think that this seat was lost on the night it was declared that Andrea Worrell, who was one of the supporters of the president, was declared the winner. I thought the election was over then. And I did say, if you recall, Sanka, on the occasion of the St. George North by-election, that event was a non-event, and that tonight was going to determine was about determining the new leader of the Democratic Labour Party, whoever that person is or will be. And I still maintain that this is really what this election is about, to elect a leader of the Democratic Labour Party, because I am not expecting any significant change in the trend that we've seen here, because, as I said, what we had was a continuation, a resumption of the 2018 scenario, and the political scene is almost identical to what it was in 2018. And when you have an opposition party that stubbornly is not listening and is not learning, it pays the price in the manner in which I'm seeing here and which I expect to see for the rest of the night.
Liz, you want to come in here?
Yes, I do. I would begin by saying only surprise and shock. I think we learned that expression earlier in the evening, surprise and shock. I only want to point to the boxes that I haven't done the computations yet for the boxes that we had partially, but I want to give a statistic that I think allows us to compare how the two parties are really performing now over the 2018 year. In 2018, in JA1, the Barbados Labour Party got 232 votes to the DLP's 100. In JA2, we got 261 to 162. And in JA3, we got 102 to their 51. So you can see where Charles's performance, he improved his performance in the JA2 box. He is marginally down, I think, in the JA1 box, and the Dems have just barely managed to maintain their performance in JA3. They have improved it slightly in the JA2 box, but they are down in JA1. So this helps you to understand the trend and really where people are in terms of how the vote went.
Actually, Liz, if you look at the 2013 results, where JA won, the Democratic Labour Party got 276 votes.
Yeah, the truth is that I have all of the results in front of me, but I didn't want to be talking too long or dominating the conversation, so I didn't go back and do a longer analysis.
Yeah, but I think for this election, I think we really need also to look at the 2013 results.
Agreed.
Because we know that in 2018, that was an extraordinary election.
An aberration.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's an aberration. I think that we really have to be looking at what happened in 2013 and the fact that the Democratic Labour Party only got 276 votes in JA1, but now the BLP gets 280 votes in that same box this time around. That says something. We've got to take a commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Mattress Professional.
We were just looking at the statistics from 2013 as well, and looking at the trends. And I'll go to Dr. Bell. How do you read what is happening right now in St. John when you look at the 2013 statistics as well as this year's statistics?
Tremendous victory, a turning around a constituency that was a stronghold of the opposing party. I think that normally you would expect that electorate to support that, get support to that person. And that is what we are seeing. So we would have to have seen something unusual tonight, that the Democratic Labour Party people were taking back their ground because it was historically their constituency. But we are not seeing that. We are seeing almost a reward for Mr. Griffith for his work done. But we still have other data to collect. But I would say that again, this is a demonstration of the Democratic Labour Party not quite getting it right in its recovery. In other words, it has a way to go still in terms of rebuilding itself.
Well, do you think that Verla de Pisa should have been running there? And if she was running there, we may have seen a closer race, or she may have be even the one who would be on top. What is your
I don't know if it would be in a closer race, but I think it would have been the better investment by the Democratic Labour Party if they felt that she was the leader of the future. And further to that, if she was the leader, a genuine leader in terms of depth of support, she could have asserted that she should go there, and nobody would be able to stop her. So that those persons secondary to herself would take this jewel of the Democratic Labour Party. So my view from the very start, I felt when I heard Mrs. Pisa was going for leadership, she should have gone to St. John.
All right. Pearson, was there any discussion within the Democratic Labour Party as to Mr. Pisa actually going to St. Lucie, going to St. John, sorry, instead of St. Lucie? Was there any discussion at all?
I cannot speak to the internal deliberations of the Democratic Labour Party in a public forum, so I cannot address your concern, sir.
Thank you. Oh, we also getting some results from Christchurch South as well, and apparently, Mr. Ralph Thorne, he has taken VA3, box VA3, 261 votes have gone to the BLP, and for the DLP, Mark Laurent, 54 votes. For the independent, Donald Leacock, 17. And for the independent, Buddy Laria, 14. For box VA2, Ralph Thorne for the BLP, 118. Mr. Laurent from the DLP, 47. Donald Leacock in the independent, 6. And Mr. Buddy Laria, 3. And for VA1, Mr. Thorne, 165. Mr. Laurent from the DLP, 29. And the independent Donald Leacock, 10. And Buddy Laria, 6. So again, another trend is showing. What do you make of that trend, Hartley?
Yeah, again, that's also a seat that where an opposition party would have had to have been doing, make a more impressive showing if there was going to be any significant shift. The St. Philip, the Christchurch South seat was a seat that was held. It was won by Bobby Morris, and it has shown, even though it was a seat held by the late Prime Minister Sir Harold St. John, and now then Dr. Jerome Walcott, and now Ralph Thorne. But you would have needed to my mind, to have made some type of an impression in Christchurch South if you want to be able to effect meaningful change going up the hill into West Central and East Central. So the trend here to me is clear. And again, as I said, I think that the idea of just rushing to name candidates that are, I'm not sure what selection process was used, and clearly the spokesperson for the Democratic Labour Party is not familiar with it either. But I'm not sure how you select candidates that are not known. And how do you expect persons to just invest in the political party of Errol Barrow when it is a shadow of itself right now? Notwithstanding that, I think that clearly Mr. Thorne, as a first-timer, is impressive. He has performed. The constituency would have benefited from the same infrastructural work, the same social services. We were a case of COVID. Those things had to be taken into consideration. He impressively led the commission, the Thorne Commission, and the whole question of the reintroduction of some level of community-based governance. And I'm not surprised that he's doing well, and it looks as if he will retain that seat.
I think you're also missing one major thing that would have happened in Christchurch South: sewage on the streets.
I wasn't sure that my friend wanted to remember that.
But that is a major point,
it was
because you know that's in St. Lawrence and areas like those. And I'm originally from St. Lawrence in Christchurch, and I know what it did to the psyche of all of us from that area. It was very, very significant that something like this would happen to the most beautiful part of Barbados, quite frankly. How do you view these results so far, Mr. Trevor?
Well, it's not surprising. Barbados has, in the political arena, Barbadians have tended to go to the well-known two parties. And it's about building a relationship with the constituencies, and it will take time. But the thing is, I just want to address something to do with the image that we spoke about regarding Prime Minister Motley. The thing is that from the outside looking in is one thing, but we are inside looking out, and we see the image and we see the things that are going on, especially to do with how we see or God. You see, when on the world stage, they have expectations to impose their values on us Barbadians. Do we, as Barbadians, embrace the world stage values and do away with the God values? We are at that stage where we have to make a decision. We're at a crossroads, and we have to make a decision as a people.
All right, Trevor, thank you so much for that contribution there. We want to go further into some of the other constituencies tonight to find out if the BLP trend continues. It will surely continue, we believe, in St. Michael Northeast. That's the constituency where the Prime Minister is contesting against the DLP candidate, Damien Griffith, and there's a candidate for the Barbados Free Party as well there, Roy Turney. Cassandra, we want to get an update from you to find out what is happening there in St. Michael Northeast.
Yes, thank you, Shane. So let me go through. So far, we have had 12 boxes returned. We are receiving the details, the counts from election clerk Adrian Walcott. So I will start with the first set of ballot boxes, the counts that we would have received. So going through box KA1, A through H, Barbados Labour Party candidate, 210 votes. Democratic Labour Party candidate, 32 votes. And the Barbados Free Party candidate, 3 votes. KA1, I to Z, Motley, 212 votes. Griffith, 24 votes. Turney, 1 vote. KA2, A through H, Motley, 154 votes. Griffith, 20 votes. Turney, 0. KA2, I through Z, Motley, 125 votes. Griffith, 30 votes. Turney, 1 vote. KA3, A through D, Motley, 244 votes. Griffith, 41 votes. And Turney, 4 votes. KA3, E through L, 227 votes for Motley. That's 227. Griffith, 42 votes. And for Turney, 4 votes. The total number of votes for that box, KA3, E through L, 273, with 1 spoiled vote. The second set of boxes we would have received the counts for, KA3, M through Z, Motley, 253 votes. Griffith, 32 votes. And Turney, 3 votes. 288 votes in total for that box with 3 spoiled votes. KA4, A through Z, Motley, 112 votes. Griffith, 9 votes. Turney, 0. KA5, A through Z, Motley, 242 votes. Griffith, 20 votes. Turney, 3 votes. The total number of votes from that box, 265 with 3 spoiled. KB1, A through F, Motley, 154 votes. Griffith, 31 votes. And this is, of course, KB1, A through F. And Turney, 1 vote. 186 in total, 1 spoiled. Going on now to KB1, G through M. Motley 158 votes, Griffith 16, 1-6, and Turney 3 votes. A total number of 177 votes for that ballot box with 2 spoiled. And the final box, at this point in time, KB1, N through Z. For Motley, 148 votes. Griffith, 21 votes. Turney, 4 votes. That's the total. Again, we have 12 of 18 boxes counted and returned to us by the election clerk, Mr. Adrian Walcott, at this point. So Shane, that is what's happening. That's the information I have for you at this time. We will continue to keep you updated as needed from the constituency of St. Michael Northeast.
Thank you so much, Cassandra. Of course, 6 more boxes to go. As you get them, we will like them, and of course, we will share them with you, our viewers here in Barbados, right across the region, and indeed right across the world. So, Sanka, the trend continues as expected. So, the Prime Minister, Mia Motley, on the way to what is expected to be a historic win.
Is it going to be a historic win? She's going to win handsomely. And that really says what is happening, because, you know, we're looking at the trends, yes, but there's a bigger point here that I keep hinting at, and I'll bring it on as we get even more results, because one of the things in this campaign that was certainly pushed by the Alliance just made the point, and I know Solutions Barbados made the point, and of course the Democratic Labour Party made the point, that we had a republic and there was no referendum, there was no consultation. Also, and there also the reference just now to God and Creator, etc. Is it a case that if you're going to have such a large victory by the Barbados Labour Party, that the public of Barbados is saying, hey,
whom I served with in the Senate and who is bright and articulate and quick on his feet, was made a sacrificial lamb in St. Michael Northeast. They did not even give him any resources, and he was forced to send around very embarrassing letters and GoFundMe pages begging for money. It was really a disgrace. And it contrasts with what Pearson was complaining about earlier, that the Prime Minister did with her candidate against a party leader. She put resources behind her candidate. She put her presence behind her candidate running against the DLP party leader. But this boy is left out almost on the pasture by himself to catch as catch can. It really speaks to the attitude of the two political parties to people. And it is significant that we are seeing such a large result for Prime Minister Motley. This will be a resounding victory for her, an endorsement of her, because let's not beat about the bush. Everything about the Prime Minister has been attacked by the Democratic Labour Party. She has been vilified. We saw in the last days of the campaign when former Prime Minister Stewart embarrassed them, that somebody else, another political strategist, was quick to run to the fore to raise the specter of fear and so on, to try to stop people from voting for her. All kinds of allegations about immorality and improper policy. If she won and if she was voted for, were raised, people were made to be afraid. It really is ridiculous, and this is a tremendous endorsement of her. I think people are saying we have confidence in the leadership of Mia Motley. She has done no wrong by us. And I think that people understood that a lot of the allegations being made by the Dems were just fear-mongering and untrue. I'm going to pause here because I think that this is a discussion with in 2018, but they still felt that they needed to roll it back out again.
Okay, thank you so much, Liz. Let's go back to the counting now, and we're going to St. Michael North. We're hearing that the returning officer has some results there.
Okay, pleasant good night. We've started counting at St. Michael North, and these are some results for the first 3 boxes that have been completed. The box DA1 A to H, Harrison recorded 48 votes, Davidson Ishmael recorded 120 votes, and Maria Phillips recorded 12 votes. There was 1 spoiled vote in that box. In box DA1 A to Z, Harrison polled 32 votes, Ishmael polled 103 votes, Phillips polled 25 votes, with 2 spoiled votes in that box. Box number 3 that we've completed so far, box DA2 A to Z, Harrison polled 37 votes, Ishmael polled 198 votes, and Maria Phillips polled 9 votes. There were no spoiled votes, leading to a total of 244 votes cast in that box. So the sum total of those 3 boxes so far, Harrison has polled 117 votes, Ishmael has polled 421 votes, and Phillips polled 34 votes. There were 3 spoiled votes among these boxes, giving us a total of 584 votes cast for the candidates. As I get more results, I'll be back with you to notify you further. Thank you.
So you just got the update there from St. Michael North. Davidson Ishmael, the candidate, a new candidate coming to the polls for the Barbados Labour Party, taking over there from Ronald Toppin. He's out front and by a long ways, 421 votes to the DLP candidates. That's Ricardo Harrison. He has 117 votes so far. Of course, the third party in there is the APP. The candidate is Maria Phillips, and she's so far garnered 34 votes. So again, now with the new candidate now, the trend continues as we continue to see what is a red wave so far in these constituencies that we've brought to you at this time. Sanka, it is clear what we are seeing here.
It seems that way. Let's go to St. Thomas. I have 2 boxes. That's TA1 and TA2. I don't have them separate. I just have the combined numbers for both TA1 and TA2. The independent, Samuel Maynard, he has scored 12, got 12 votes in both of the 2 boxes. The BSP candidate, Philip Catlin, he got 22. The DLP candidate, Roderick Hines, 127. And the incumbent, Cynthia Ford, 632. That's in TA1 and TA2 combined.
Interesting.
Can we go home now, please?
so while Liz already wants to pack up things and go home, one of the interesting seats we want to see the results come in for is St. Michael Northwest, Sanka, because there's been a lot of talk about that constituency that the Democratic Labour Party with Ryan Walters could make a resurgence. He's also a newcomer to the polls, but we're hearing that he's been doing a lot of work in that constituency. He's up against the incumbent, Neil Rowe, but we've been still seeing some big turnouts for Neil in Northwest, especially in that Deacons area where he seems to be very strong.
Yes, quite frankly, I expect Walters to do well, but I should say I expected him to do very, very well. If this trend continues tonight, well, we'll see what's going to happen there. Walters has really gone in there. He's been connecting with all demographics really. Neil Rowe, nice young man, but I always looked at him as one of those people who came in the coattails of Prime Minister Motley. But he has actually done a lot of work in the area. And, you know, it's really gratifying when you see a young man who knows his limitations, but puts in the work. And that's what Neil Rowe did. He put in the work. So I think that is going to be a real crackerjack of a contest. And we'll see what happens there.
Also to St. Michael West, where we have a number of unfamiliar candidates coming to the electorate. There was Chris Gibbs, he's to the electorate. There's also Ricardo Williams of the Democratic Labour Party. And then there's the APP candidate, Patsy Nurse, and a candidate for Solutions Barbados as well, Victorine Wilson. All of these candidates are really, really new to the polls, new to the electorate. We've seen them going through the constituency, and it's a constituency that we've not really heard much about in terms of getting an assessment of who will be out front when we see those numbers starting to come in. That's St. Michael West seat.
Well, we haven't seen the numbers as yet, at least in here. But I can tell you, I think it will be very difficult for Chris Gibbs to lose that seat. He has been in there as a caretaker for the last 3 years or so. From the time Adderley moved, switch sides, Chris Gibbs went in there. He's been doing a lot of work in the area, putting down like Wi-Fi in certain areas, so that school children could actually get on and do work. So I'm aware that he has been doing a lot of work in that area, and you know, one of the issues that has to be dealt with here is that we have a lot of these candidates who've come to the fore in all these different parties. But when all the problems were going on for the last year, where were these people? And people say, oh, you're Price, you're being biased. No, I'm not. Let's be real. In St. Michael West, for example, Chris Gibbs has been there for the last 3 years. He's been there as part of the giving out packages. He's been doing a lot of work. And I think that matters. And that's why I go back again to why I keep mentioning all the time about and this encapsulated it very well, the whole level of confidence that the Barbadian public seem to have in Mia Mottley and the present administration. That's why I mentioned earlier about a team. You just can't pull people together and say you have a team.
Yeah, and Sankey,
and that's very, very important.
You're going to see a bit more of those results in terms of the confidence that the people have in the Barbados Labour Party as we get some results from up north. So far, and this is looking at the race between the Barbados Labour Party and the DLP for St. Lucie. Also, there is a third candidate in Wayne Griffith. But looking at the results that we have so far, Peter Phillips has garnered 538 votes to Verla de Pisa's 186. Wayne Griffith, he's in there with 31. Actually, I have to do, there are 2 boxes here that we're getting back. There are 2 boxes that we're getting back, and we're going to come back to this St. Lucie seat because Peter Phillips is far ahead right now. Let's go back to Sophia Alsop in St. John to find out what is happening there. Of course, we got a number of results coming from St. John already, which have given the incumbent a commanding lead. Let's hear what the update is. Sophia?
So sorry about that. Thank you again, members of the panel. And Shane, we are here with the trusty and ever-efficient Mr. Richard Harris, returning officer here at the Lodge School in St. John, and he has some additional results for us. Here they are.
Let me thank you for those wonderful words. Okay. First poll in the box JB2 ITC. Amy, 3 votes. Charles Griffith, 140. Andrea Worrell, 43. Total of 189. In JC1 ATC, Philip Amy, 26. Charles Griffith, 83. Andrea Warren, 65. Total of 174. Box JC2, Ada I, Philip Amy, 4. Charles Griffith, 88. Andrea Warren, 94. A total of 186. And JC2, JDZ. Philip Amy, 8. Charles Griffith, 79. Andrea Warren, 125. A total of 212.
Thank you so much. So it does seem that final box that Mr. Andre Worrell has made some headways. Just to give you an idea of the locations that we're talking about. So the boxes that have come in so far in which Mr. Charles Griffith seems to have made some headway are areas such as the St. Margaret's Primary School, St. John's Primary School, the BRC building at St. John's Parish Church, the Unity Wesleyan Holiness Church in Gull Hill, another strong suit, Resource Center in Gull Hill, Mount Tabor Primary, and the Marian Retreat House at Verdun. The Gull Hill Sports Pavilion is the exception, and so the trend continues here in St. John. So we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 boxes to come before the evening concludes. But at present, it certainly looks as though it's going to be a resounding victory for the Barbados Labour Party's Charles Griffith for the second time in this riding. Similar performance was of course witnessed in 2018, and it continues to be a blow. There are obviously representatives from the Democratic Labour Party here observing, and those who are quietly on the outside also say it is a blow to the Democratic Labour Party, given, of course, that this is a riding which would have been represented not just by 2 prime ministers, but also the widow of former Prime Minister David Thompson. So the expectation was that this year, of all years, might have been an opportunity for the Democratic Labour Party to make further inroads in this particular seat, which is considered, as all of you know, a very safe seat, but not so in 2022. The picture is very, very clear, and I'll be back with the final couple of boxes as the evening progresses. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sophia. So Charles Griffith is still ahead, but Andre Worrell making some headway, closing that gap. We'll wait to see if he can indeed close and surpass Charles Griffith, but it is not looking that way. We also have some other results coming in. And of course, Liz, I'm going to need your help here with doing some of this math. We got Peter Phillips in LA1, 250, Verla de Pisa, 156, and Wayne Griffith of the APP, 11 votes. In LA2, we have 538 for the incumbent, then Verla de Pisa, 186, and Wayne Griffith, 33 votes. So Peter Phillips there with a commanding lead with those 2 boxes coming in. And we're also getting some results from the city as well. Corey Lane is really far ahead here. In BA1, he has 151 votes to Kimar Stewart's 14, and Marvel Ashley with 1 vote there, and Fallon Best. These, of course, are the third parties involved, 6 votes. And Corleone again in BA2, 164 votes to Kimar Stewart's 39 votes. Marvel Ashley and Fallon Best accounting for 17 of the other votes in that box. So Corleone doing well in the city so far. Sanka, and up north, Peter Phillips also ahead against the president of the Democratic Labour Party, Verla de Pisa.
Yes, Shane, that trend is continuing. I think that what we really need to hear from now are the St. Philip seats, St. Philip West,
yes,
and St. Philip North.
That's heard, yes.
And I think those are the 2 constituencies where the Democratic Labour Party would stand a pretty good chance of regaining those 2 in particular, given the traditional way that they have voted. But we haven't received those as yet.
Right.
I'd just like to You have some more results?
More results coming in
Let's
from the
go with
city
the
of
results.
Bridgetown, and much of the same, Sanka. Corey Lane in BA3, 158 votes. Kemar Stewart of the Democratic Labour Party, 47 votes. Marvel Ashley and Fallon Best, they have 7 votes apiece. So it's looking like Corey Lane is really going to be the next candidate, the next representative of the city. Still early days yet, but on this current trajectory, it is fair to say that he will be the next representative for the city, for the Barbados Labour Party.
What I find amazing too, and maybe Dr. Bell, you can come in here, is the quantum of votes that these candidates are receiving. You know, we're supposed to be had a low poll, but yet they're receiving quite a bit of votes. And when you compare it with what happened in 2013 as well as 2018, it suggests that the people did turn out to support the Barbados Labour Party in those seats that have been declared so far. What's your take on this?
Yeah, well, it looks that way, although, again, we are in the early stages, you know, but I was saying that the Barbados Labour Party had to get their supporters not to be complacent. And the way that they're delivering in the constituencies, it suggests that they came out to, in a sense, vote for the future, which is what Mia Motley was pointing to. And if that is so, it means that is what is going to win the election. That the people came out, the Barbados Labour Party came out to vote for a future. And the complacency did not damage the Barbados Labour Party in the way that we might have thought it could. And the Democratic Labour Party is apparently not inspiring its members that it has achieved a recovery. So that is the problem.
Clearly, Solutions Barbados, Granville, I'd like to get you here to comment on what seems to be a vote of confidence so far for the Barbados Labour Party. How do you feel about the results you've seen so far?
One member so far, because we only had one constituency where we have a Solutions Barbados member. But you mentioned something which is quite interesting. You mentioned the amount of infrastructural work that persons were doing, a lot of social services that were going into the community, and therefore all that work, a number of Wi-Fi and care packages and all these sort of things. The infrastructure and social services, that's part of the normal government functions. So therefore, the person was simply doing their job. As far as the care packages and all these additional things, they perhaps would have received funding from somewhere to do those sort of things. So that's another issue. If you are a party receiving a great amount of funding, we know from Adderley and Payne in the House of Assembly, they explained that the established political parties receive significant donations from the private sector. And therefore, they have all of this money then to dish out in these care packages and these other things. There was a lot of evidence of things being spread around during the election time. A vote is a powerful thing. Someone's vote is powerful. And that's the intent of it, to give the voters power. And politicians tend to try to encourage voters that their vote has some monetary value. That is a corruption of our democracy. So when you if you try to justify your vote and you say, well, maybe it has power, and it has monetary value. No, it doesn't. It has one or the other. Either it has power and therefore it gives you power, or you sell it. It has some kind of monetary value. And those politicians that went and convinced persons that the vote had monetary value are doing Barbados a disservice, and they are corrupting our democracy.
Hartley, what we are seeing here, you've heard Grenville Phillips. What do you take of his basic accusation that there's been this level of corruption in terms of trying to woo voters with money? I mean,
I frankly think it's offensive to Barbadians. I maintain that Barbadians were not provided with any option. There was one political party that showed up for this election as a serious, viable option. And we have to come to terms with this reality. What we are seeing here, the same point we were making there, solutions is not an option as far as electoral politics is concerned. Neither is APP. The Democratic Labour Party did not come to show up for this contest. It was all over the place. And therefore, I'm not sure that the seeking to reduce the declared will of the people to this wild accusation of corruption and persons selling votes and what have you, I take umbrage to that. This is Barbados we're talking about. And people go to the polls and they exercise their option and they choose who they think will do the best job for this country. In 1986, they voted the Democratic Labour Party with a tremendous majority. In 2008, they also went back there. In 1994, they went to the Barbados Labour Party. You know, so don't let us really get into this talk of that. I mean, you know, what you're seeing here is a situation where a party has been in office for 3.5 years. The Prime Minister called a snap election, caught the opposition totally unprepared, not expecting an election, essentially caught them with their pants down. And that is what is happening here. Plus, the Democratic Labour Party spent the last 3.5 years, rather than seriously re-energizing and rejuvenating itself and reformatting itself, basically expecting somehow to prove the electors wrong. You know, that a mistake was made. You all didn't quite understand what we're doing. And you had a former Prime Minister coming and doing what I think is the greatest. That, to me, was the clincher of the election, the intervention of the former Prime Minister, Frondell Stewart, because I think once he made his intervention, it was all over for the Democratic Labour Party. I mean, it was just the burial rites to be read. And that is what is being done now. And if we continue to look at it this way, in 5 years' time, we are going to be back at the same place. Because in terms of this election tonight, I can say, my view has always been, there basically are 2 or 3 races to watch tonight. You have two in St. Philip and St. Michael Northwest. And there's going to be a contest in St. Michael Northwest because, as you correctly said, the candidate there appeared to be a serious young man with intention, with a sense of purpose, with a contribution to make. I think it is going to be a very interesting contest. I think St. Philip, you had a situation where you had a new candidate who's now come in, probably may not, has she had enough time to work the constituency, to impact and impress the constituents. You had a returning MP who's been around, who was underground, who was, to my mind, you know, has run a very interesting campaign, which we'll speak about. But realistically, let us be real. The electorate of Barbados did what an intelligent electorate would have done today, and that is kept safe, kept themselves safe.
Well, Hartley, thank you so much. You actually sound something like me. I had this conversation with Sanka where he said I was watching 3 seats. I actually called it 27-3, but it's too early, so we'll see what happens there. We have some results from St. James South, which is another interesting seat which people have been watching. The incumbent Sandra Husbands is there from the Barbados Labour Party. Let's hear what's happening there.
8-8.
FS1 88. Cheryl Sandra Husband 157. Ronnie Rochelle Fernando Yewood 135. 292 votes were cast in that ballot box. Repeat it. Cheryl Sandra Husband 157. 157. Ronnie Rochelle Fernando Yewood 135. 292 ballots were cast. FF1I to Z. Cheryl Sandra Husband 162. 162. Ronnie Rochelle Fernando Yewood 127. 289 votes were cast. Repeating, 162 for Cheryl Sandra Husband and 127 for Ronnie Rochelle Fernando Yewood. That is my percentage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have the results coming in, and they're coming fast and furious. Speaking about St. James, we also have some results from St. James Central, where Kerry Simmons is in the lead, the incumbent. He's there up against Paul Gibson of the Democratic Labour Party and two independents in Joseph Jordan and Erskine Aline. In SJ2 A to Z, Kerry Simmons 107, Paul Gibson 56. The independents totaling 257 votes respectively. So I'll focus on the BLP and the DLP candidates. Kerry Simmons again in SJ3, A to H and I to Z. The tally, the total there, 315 to Paul Gibson's 124. And in SK1, Kerry Simmons 136, Paul Gibson 76. The independents just getting in the single digits in each of these boxes. So Kerry Simmons there in a commanding lead as well in St. James Central. Let's go over now to Wendy Burke. She is in St. Philip North, one of those seats that we are watching very closely to see what will happen. The swing is a single-digit swing. Will it take the DLP candidate over the line there? Wendy, what's happening?
Yes, good evening to you, Shane. On location here at the Hildesteen Primary School, the counting spot station for St. Philip North. Our candidates this evening, Dr. Sonia Brown for the Barbados Labour Party, Michael Ashley for the Democratic Labour Party, Nigel Newton, the candidate for AP, along with Omar Smith, who's with New Barbados Kingdom Alliance, and Wayne Beckles, an independent. We have 5 candidates here, Shane, and returning officer Henson Allen is about to give us the results of some of the boxes. We have 19 in total, and he will tell you which ones we're going to have.
We're going to have PA1 and PB1. PA1, A to H, PA1, PB1, A to H, PB1, I to Z. PA1, A to H. Mr. Beckles got 2 votes. Dr. Brown got 110 votes. Mr. Lashley has 141 votes. Mr. Newton has 4 votes. Mr. Smith has 1 vote. PA1, I to Z. Mr. Beckles has 3 votes. Dr. Brown has 90 votes. Mr. Lashley has 119 votes. Mr. Newton has 8 votes. And Mr. Smith has 3 votes. PB1 A to H. Mr. Beckles has 6 votes. Dr. Brown has 99 votes. Mr. Lashley has 119 votes. Mr. Newton has 9 votes. And Mr. Smith 1 vote. PB1 I to Z. Mr. Beckles has 4 votes. Dr. Brown has 139 votes. Mr. Lashley has 141 votes. Mr. Newton has 9 votes. And Mr. Smith has 0 votes. Thank you.
Okay, there you have Henson Allen, who is the returning officer here in St. Philip North. As you would have heard, Shane, at this point, with only those 3 boxes, I believe it was, returned, we have Michael Lashley in the lead.
Thank you so much, Wendy, there. So as you heard, Michael Ashley is leading so far in that St. Philip North seat. It is one of those seats that we're watching closely as we analyze the swings. It's one of those that we also say could go the way of the Democratic Labour Party, but it's still early. You have to stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Let's go now to Kimberly Skeet. She is in the constituency of Christchurch East. We want to get East Central. We want to get an update from her there on what is happening with that race.
Good evening to you, Shane. Good night, rather. Coming to you on location at the counting station for Christchurch East Central, where the candidates are Ryan Strong for the Barbados Labour Party, Rashid Belgrave, Democratic Labour Party, Sean Tudor, the Alliance Party for Progress, and Jeanette Eiffel, the Barbados Free Party. We have 6 boxes in tow thus far for this evening. YA2, A to Z, Belgrave 47, Eiffel 6, Strawn 221, Tudor 11, giving us 285 in total. YA1, J to Z, Belgrave 56, Eiffel 12, Strawn 250, Tudor 14, giving us a total of 332. YA1, A to I, Belgrave 63, Eiffel 6, Strawn 232, Tudor 12, giving us a total of 313 votes. YA3, A to Z, Belgrave 31, Eiffel 6, Strawn 184, and Tudor 8, giving us a total of 229 votes. Let's move over to box YB1, A to I, Belgrave 93, Eiffel 5, Strawn 115, Tudor 2, a total of 215 votes. Our 6th box, YB1, J to Z, Belgrave 120, Eiffel 2, Strawn 124, and Tudor 4, a total of 250 votes. So there you have it. Of course, we still have quite a few more to go, the 18 boxes in total. And as would have been examined over the years, from 1981 right up to the 2018 elections, Christchurch East Central has had what we call a teeter-tottering kind of relationship with the major parties, the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party, with the Democratic Labour Party taking 5 of those throughout the years, leading the constituency, and the Barbados Labour Party taking 4. Thus far, we see that the incumbent Ryan Strawn is holding ground. Back to you, Shane.
Thank you so much, Kimberly. Sanka, it goes back to something, again, these conversations that we continue to have about the electorate and what they're thinking about, which way they will go. Ryan Strawn was one of those that we may have thought that he was in an interesting position and that the DLP could gain ground. They are gaining some votes. The race is still a little closer than some of the others, but again, he still remains out front in that Christchurch East Central constituency. So that's Ryan Strawn and Rashid Belgrave for the Democratic Labour Party. He's holding his own, but Ryan Strawn still out front as we are still a bit early in the count.
Yes, that is certainly true. But I don't want to focus so much on Christchurch East Central as yet, because it's clear, given the areas where the boxes came in, I think that we're looking at Ryan Strawn being able to carry this. The real battle is going on in St. Philip North because, you know, as Hartley said, St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and St. Michael Northwest. Those are the three constituencies that we have to look at closely. And we're seeing in St. Philip North the resurgence of Michael Lashley, and the fact that he's doing well so far is interesting. Hartley, I'll just bring you in here.
The St. Philip contests are going to be interesting, but I just wanted to advise that the Democratic Labour Party just hold the cap on the champagne as far as St. Philip North is concerned, because the boxes that have already been declared are the boxes in the church village area, all around Dodds and going up Padmore and what have you. That is DLP country. That is DLP country. Dr. Brung is a very interesting political character, and her practice is being a parish doctor. I'm still of the view that it is going to be a very tight race in St. Philip North, and I think it is a bit early to begin to think that that seat is sliding anywhere, because the battle is really going to be in the heartland of St. Philip North, which is the whole Bayfield and Wellhouse and those areas. Marleyvale and what have you. So Merricks and that type sort of stuff. So don't let us get too thing. But as I said, what we're seeing here is a situation where it's a vote of confidence for a government. It's a vote of confidence for the leadership of the government, but it is also a repudiation of the approach of the Democratic Labour Party and the offering of the Democratic Labour Party. And I'm saying that not to be unkind to the party. I'm saying that we in Barbados, I really believe that persons need to take the business of political parties seriously. You know, it is not a birthday party. A political party has to come with a philosophy, with some ideology, with plans and programs. You have to get people out there to be known and to inspire people and to have serious discussion and discourse. Yeah. You just can't just jump the fence and ping a few people together and say, let's go, we're ready, and expect that every 5 minutes in a speech you can mention the name Errol Walton Barrow and that Barbadians are going to be. We're either intelligent people or we're not. We're either illiterate society or we're not. And I'm just concerned, with what I'm hearing here tonight from the Democratic Labour Party representatives, that even now in the midst of this, they're still not getting it. And, I would wish to indicate that as a Barbadian, I'm proud of the behavior of Barbadians in this manner. And to question the integrity of the election, I think, is unfortunate.
Hold that thought, Hartley. We are getting some results from St. Peter, a constituency that we haven't spoken about for the night. There we have Miles Eversley. Miles, what is the situation looking like there?
Representatives for the House of Parliament for Barbados for the constituency in St. Peter. In box EA1, A to G, Bob, 70 votes. Jordan, 149 votes. Scantlebury, 8 votes. Thompson, 1 vote. In box EA1, H to Z, Bob, 60 votes. Jordan, 156 votes. Scantlebury, 3 votes. Thompson, 0 votes.
So those are some of the early numbers coming in from St. Peter, and we have some numbers coming in from some of those other constituencies. We still haven't had anything from St. Michael Northwest just yet. You got to stay with us. As we get those results, we will share them with you right here on Barbados Decides 2022. We'll be back in a moment.
Barbados Decides. Coverage of the 2022 general elections.
South. We want to get some of the results, the early results from St. George. How is it looking over there? Okay, so we're going to try to get a connection with him shortly to see what's happening in St. George South, some of the areas that we haven't heard from as yet here on our broadcast. The center of the country, St. George North as well. We're still awaiting some of the results there. And we are also going to go to St. Philip West shortly, another one to watch. Hartley, you were making a point before we went to break.
Yes, thank you. I was making the point that, yeah, with respect to the the lessons that and the messages of tonight's campaign returns, I think that we are at the stage now in Barbados where we have, and that is why I'm liking the idea and the interest in the Thorne Commission scenario, because we now need to get to the point where we can go beyond just the question as to who leads, who administer the affairs at the national level, and begin now to make government truly relevant and working for Barbadians. I think part of the low turnout is the fact that the current structure, something is wrong, it's broken. And the messages that I'm seeing tonight is not just a question of a confidence in the Barbados Labour Party and in its leader, but it is also the voice of the silent group that is saying we do not feel as if we are part of this. It is not working for us. And I'm very keen to see in as the new term of the Labour Party administration, how this issue of community-based decision-making, community-based empowerment, community-based administration is going to work, because I think that is really what is critical, especially when you have a lopsided parliament that you had before and that you have now. I believe that we have to begin now to look in the direction of beginning to put some power and resources at the community level, because as we move around Barbados, there are still some things that are not happening for enough people. And I believe that is something that this election is telling us, because I'm concerned. I know COVID was there, but there's also a significant number of persons who are not participating, and that is of concern to me.
That is certainly very, very true. And I think that this is where a lot of the independents and the third parties, I think that they push that perspective a lot. Certainly, that's what we've been hearing from the UPP as well. Well, it's now called the APP now, the Alliance. Your thoughts on this whole idea of greater community representation? Trevor.
Right. Of course, that would be a tremendous benefit if we get the community involved, because a lot of people are just straightly tired of what they have been seeing, and they're not willing to come forward and put their hand to the vote. And we should know it's important to vote, and the reason for that is people gave their blood, their lives, for us to get to this position. But it is the dissatisfaction that we've been seeing that I believe our population is not coming forward in the numbers to make a difference in their voting. So I believe, yes, community involvement will be essential to help build back the trust and involvement. Because when you get people engaged, they'll be more willing to come forward and participate in the voting process.
All right, thank you, Trevor. Let's give some more results from Christchurch South. That's where the incumbent Ralph Thorne is in the lead. We have results from VA4 and VA5. In VA4, Ralph Thorne, 263. Mark Laurent of the DLP, 62. Donald Leacock, independent, 8. And Buddy Laria, the other independent, 15. In VA5, Ralph Thorne, 287. Mark Laurent of the DLP, 44. Donald Leacock, 4. And Buddy Laria, 9. So again, we're seeing here in Christchurch South, the trend continues. Ralph Thorne seems to be galloping towards a second victory in that constituency.
Yes, and we're also seeing that reflected in Christchurch East Central as well, Sanka. We're YA1, and that's A to I, 232 for Ryan Strawn against Rashid Belgrave's 63. J to Z, 250 for Ryan Strawn again, 56 for Belgrave. So 482 against 119 in that box, YA1. For YA2, Ryan Strawn, 221 votes. Rashid Belgrave, 47 votes. And in YA3 as well, 184 to 31. YB1, A to I, 115 to 93. And this is a closer box here. YB1, J to Z, 124 to 120. That's Ryan Strawn to Rashid Belgrave's 120. So in YB1, we have Ryan Strawn, 239 votes. Rashid Belgrave, 213 votes. So he has made up some ground in YB1, but he's still behind by a long way. That's for Christchurch East Central, where Ryan Strawn is the incumbent.
Why would Ryan Strawn be doing so well against his competitors? Do you think it's because he has that national appeal? He's the basically junior minister of finance. What is the appeal of Ryan Strawn? Hartley or Grenville? What do you think has made Ryan Strawn this strong a candidate? Because the information that was coming certainly on the ground in the initial stages is that Ryan Strawn was a bit shaky.
Okay. All of the Barbados Civil Party candidates have been in the media, and therefore they've gotten a lot of exposure. People know them, and therefore they're happy with what they know. The great concern, and again, my good friend here, sort of, he alluded to it, dismissing the issue of corruption. Corruption and mismanagement are like termites eating a timber structure. And our politicians are simply painting over it. So it looks good. And they're simply painting over it, a fresh coat of paint. They come into the community and painting over it, not realizing that the structure is damaged. Right now, I believe it's damaged beyond repair, and the whole thing is getting ready to collapse. We warn and we warn and we warn, but since people still see the nice paint on it, they think all is well. And therefore, yes, they will continue to vote like this until the thing collapses. And it may be this time next year, if our forecasts are correct, it seems foreseen that we will not recognize Barbados this time next year. And perhaps that's the reason for the early election. But we will see. But you can mark my words on this. If you keep, as a structural engineer, I can tell you, if you keep painting over a termite-damaged structure, it will collapse under its own weight.
Liz Thompson, I know that you had your hand up, so go right ahead.
No, I was just prompting.
Well, Sanka, before you go to Liz, I think she would want to hear some of these other results, and we're going to go to some of our other reporters in the field shortly. But let me tell you what's happening in St. Michael's South Central, because this is another interesting one. One of the so-called three amigos coming back into politics, which is Richard Seeley, against the incumbent, he's for the DLP, against the incumbent Marsha Cattle for the BLP, and of course David Gill is in there as well. So far the results are in favor of the incumbent. Looking at BA2, A to G, that's 68 votes for Cattle, Richard Seeley, 44 votes, David Gill, 11 votes. And in H to Z of BA2, we have Marsha Cattle, 77, Richard Seeley, 12 votes, and David Gill, 64. So, David Gill is ahead of Richard Seeley in this box. David Gill has 75 votes, Richard Seeley 56, and Marsha Cattle 145. Looking at RA1, Marsha Cattle 175 votes, Richard Seeley 80 votes, and David Gill 9 votes. So Marsha Cattle making some headway in St. Michael South Central. Let's now go to Andrew Lowe. All right, so we have some other results coming from St. Michael's Northeast, where our Cassandra Crawford is on the ground. Let's go to Cassandra now.
Hello. Yes, we are about to get these results, the final count for the constituency here, St. Michael Northeast. We have the elections officer, the elections clerk, who is standing by to give us this final count. So I'm going to make sure that you can hear all that information.
Okay, then I'm just going to give you the final 6 boxes, and then the returning officer will come with you.
Yes, indeed, Barry. Thank you very much indeed. The Prime Minister is here, Barry. So she's now arriving. MP50 is here. They're going to get a result very, very soon. Let's go, first of all, to Adrian Walker, who is the election clerk, and the Prime Minister is here. Adrian?
KB2, A to Z. KB2, A to Z. Damien Griffith, 33. Mayor Motley, 168. Eric Turney, 3 spots. KB2, A to Z. Damien Griffith, 33. Mayor Motley, 168. Eric Turney, 3 spots. KC1, A to H. Damien Griffith, 27. Mayor Motley, 197. Eric Turney, 5 spots, 229. KC1, A to H. Griffith, 27. Motley, 197. Eric Turney, 5 spots, 229. KC1, I to Z. KC1, I to Z. Damien Griffith, 28. Mayor Motley, 202. Eric Turney, 7. No spots, 237. KC1, I to Z. Griffith, 28. Motley, 202. Turney, 7, 237. KC2, A to F. Damien Griffith, 26. Mayor Motley, 116. Eric Turney, 2. No spots, 144. KC2, A to F. Griffith, 26. Motley, 116. Turney, 2, 144. KC2, G to M. KC2, G to M. Griffith, 18. Motley, 148. Turney, 3, 1 spot, 169. Again, KC2, G to M. Griffith, 18. Motley, 148. Turney, 3, 1 spot, 169. And your final box, Damien Griffith, 26. That is KC2, N to Z. KC2, N to Z. Damien Griffith, 26. Mayor Motley, 146. Eric Turney, 1. No spot, 173. Griffith, 26. Motley, 146. Turney, 1. 173. That's the final box, KC2, N to Z. Now over to our returning officer.
The returning officer is just about to come. Motley is here as well. So let's go across to her now for the final result.
The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Michael Northeast is as follows. Damien Griffith, 476 votes. Mayor Motley, 3,216 votes. Eric Turney, 48 votes. there were 19 spoiled votes. The overall total, 3,759. I therefore declare Ms. Mayor Amar Morty to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Northeast to serve in the House of Assembly in this island. Thank you.
There you have the results for this constituency. St. Michael. There is celebration just outside the county center here. That's primary, as you can see. So let's try to get a quick word.
You must be an extremely happy person.
I first want to give thanks to God for life and for the grace allowing me to continue during the course of these challenging times. I want to thank in particular, largely because in this campaign, I did not get any opportunity to engage with them. And one of the burdens of leadership is, of course, parliamentary democracy, that you have to spend time with your team. And more often than not, that is meant, therefore, that I had to rely on an excellent team. I'm particularly pleased that my campaign manager this time is a young, my constituency, who started with me as a teenager.
Yeah, probably.
In 1999 or 2003?
2003, yeah.
In 2003. And she has risen to be able to manage this. She did not see me. She did not hear me more often than not. And with the new election agent too, my campaign manager was Keisha Worrell. And of course, the Anderson was the election agent. Marcus Stevens continues to be my right hand when it comes to canvassing. And a number of other people who literally came together to be able to allow me the opportunity to go from St. Lucie to St. Philip, from St. John to St. James, and at the same time, to repose their confidence in me to continue to be their parliamentary representative. This is my 8th election, and I do not take it for granted. And I really, really, really want to say to the people who have raised me, I came out here, as I keep saying, a young girl, literally, at the age of at the age of 23, when I was first elected. My brother, who is here, and who was my counting agent, was at that time about 10 or 11 years old. And on that first occasion, when I lost, I didn't wait until me up at 2 o'clock in the morning, say, Mia, lose. So as I walked into me, he said, Mia, you win. So I think that may well be the fitting circle being closed. I want to say thank you to my parents who are not here, without whom I really, really would not be who I am. And I say thank you. My mother is normally here at every political event. But once again, the first day that I was nominated, she was having a medical procedure the next day. And on this occasion, she's having a medical procedure in a few days' time. So that has been well. But I want to say to both of them, thank you, and I love them very much. And to my sister and brother who are here, my other company agents, Kenny and Sue and Debbie, who are also here, and who have been, with the exception of Kenny, my counting agents every election. As it comes now to the issues facing this constituency, we have started a lot of work. For many of my constituents, they bore the burden of being my constituents for the 10 years of opposition. And therefore, roads were not done. The National Botanical Gardens was put on freeze for the full 10 years. The work at the Heritage District was put on freeze in terms of Turcot. The work at the National Stadium has been put on freeze because of COVID and the new National Stadium that is to come. And there are a number of other projects that we've been working on that are people-centered that we want to be able to go. Tonight I'll have the opportunity, I'm sure, to speak to you later with respect to the national issues, but in St. Matthew's School, the school where my grandfather attended and became a pupil teacher in the district in which he was born, tonight is about the family of St. Michael Northeast and the extent to which in 8 elections, 1 defeat and 7 victories, they have held me, they have uplifted me, and they have allowed me to grow from a girl into a woman and have been there through all of the ups and downs. I have never felt more exposed than I did in this campaign to them, largely because, as I said, I had to run a national campaign. But between their confidence and the excellent team, homegrown, no set of big strategists, all homegrown, we were able to make it this successfully. I want to commend Damien Griffith, and I really do, because Damien has been an ardent supporter of the Democratic Labour Party for his political life. And you will note that there was no kind of exchange that was unfortunate or off color. And I thank him and my other opponent for allowing us to conduct ourselves with a level of deportment that ought to be the hallmark of a parliamentary democracy. Thank you very much. And I just simply want to say to you in the media as well, thank you, because as I said to you all this morning, I think you all are as tired as us. Yeah. So I wish you over the course of the next few days a good rest too. And there's a lady here. Every time for the last 3 elections, this one, number 7 and number 6, the returning officer said that she was retiring. Mrs. Goodman Bushel, and I want to thank you and your staff for the highly, highly professional way in which you have conducted elections in this constituency. I think that you can find that the records will show that we've never had any issues. And once again, you are all a tribute to this country's parliamentary democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course, again, we have been here to give you that final announcement of the results for the constituency of St. Michael Northeast.
So congratulations definitely go out to the Prime Minister on winning what was a historic 7th time around, 8 times going up at the polls, winning 7. That's a great record, and it is definitely one for the history book. So congrats to the Prime Minister, Mia Amor-Motley, there in St. Michael Northeast. Liz, I think this is where we would want you to come in and really talk about the contribution, not of the Prime Minister at the national level, but she spoke about working in her constituency to get a number of things done. There was that 10 years that the Democratic Labour Party was in power, where she was unable to do some of the things that she would like to do, but she has made some adjustments to that since coming into office in the 3.5 years.
Yes, thank you, Shane. The Prime Minister is an excellent parliamentary representative, and I think what you are seeing here is her building of relationship with the constituency, the building of one-on-one and personal relationships with the people in the constituency. And the truth is, it's part of Mia Motley's strengths and one of her assets. as a political leader and as a politician. She is able to mix easily, relate totally to people of every educational level, every race, every social class. And that is part of the reason why she has held St. Michael Northeast in every circumstance, irrespective of what else is happening in the country. And we see them now saying, Prime Minister, our MP, Auntie Mia, we love you, we support you, go girl.
Yes, indeed. And that's one down. We don't know how much to go just yet. We'll see as the results come in here as Barbados decides 2022. We'll be back after this break.
We voted for me, I won't leave. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active.
Elections on the stations of the CBC is sponsored by Amaze Inc.
Me, I want league, got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. The BLP, we gonna be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, it's part my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP. All that we got to shine. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, is where my ex-gun. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP. All that we got to shine. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, yes. Activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here, Lord. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gonna be safe out here. We go.
In the bag, that of St. Michael Northeast, and it has gone to Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley for a historic 7th time. We have a number of other reporters to connect with in the field, but let's go to St. John where we're going to get a final count. There we have our Sophia Alsop standing by. Sophia, how are things looking now? What are we going to hear from St. John?
Well, I told you it was breezy and cold earlier, but it is nothing but a buzz at the moment. We have one of the candidates with us in the hall here at the Historic Lodge School here in St. John. And we also have, I'm very happy to say, our returning officer, Mr. Richard Harris, ready with the final results and declarations. I'm going to let him do that. And then we're hoping to have a word with the BLP's Mr. Charles Griffith, who's also with us. Mr. Harris.
In box J1, 8-8. Philip Amy, 6 votes. Charles Griffith, 112. Andrea Warren, 92. NJ1, I to Z. Philip Amy, 6. Charles Griffith, 74. Andrea Warren, 105. And that's a total of 185 And in the box J1, the total was 210. NJ2, A to Z, Philip Amy, 6. Charles Griffith, 81. Andrea Worrell, 80. A total of 167. NJ3, A to Z, Philip Amy, 8. Charles Griffith, 114. Andrea Worrell, 103. A total of 225 votes. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. John is as follows. Mr. Philip Amy, 148 votes. Mr. Charles Griffith, 2,349 votes. And Mr. Andrea Worrell, 1,547 votes. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 4,044 votes. 8 spoiled votes. I therefore declare Mr. Charles McDonald Griffith to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. John to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
A tremendous victory here. Completed that performance tonight against the Democratic Party's Mr. Andre Worrell, and jubilation is the description here with all of the folks outside and inside of the auditorium here. So we're hoping to have a word with Mr. Griffith. I asked if you could step into our camera shot here. No, you should keep it on for now. Mr. Griffith, I have to say that this is one of the seats that people had an eye on. They expected, as we said earlier, as our panel said, a bit of a fight from the Democratic Party, but you have proved yourself resilient. What do you attribute that to?
I was on the job. People of St. John wanted representation. People of St. John wanted to see development of the landscape of St. John. So the last thing, what I was thinking is trying to do exactly that. So the match that we were doing from St. John, get that one right. About the fact that we have developed the landscape, we have done what is very so that is where people recognize that work is well.
And your plans going forward, this is a constituency we cannot stress enough that has been held by the Democratic Party for 10 consecutive elections. This is now your second consecutive victory. What is the next step for you here in St. John? Infrastructure, I know, has been a priority. Water has also been a priority. What next?
Well, like I said, this is a gentle reminder from the people of St. John to get back to work. Like you mentioned, the infrastructure is something that we need to make that happen. But the cadre of the person within the constituency of St. John that we also need to develop. So whatever major skills are there that I can unearth, then that is part of this journey. So projects will come to focus on developing the people. Government cannot provide all of the tasks and services. So then, the tasks that they need have to in the direction of showing what way that they can help.
And from here, where are you going? Back to your constituency office, or are you heading down to the West Street?
I'm going to do an inside there, I'm signing there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Griffith.
So that's 2 for the BLP, and make that 3 seats, as we also have the final count for the constituency of Christchurch West Central. Adrian Medic Ford, 2,673 votes. Renette Dimmock for the DLP, 695 votes. Kenneth Lewis, 64 votes for Solutions Barbados, and for the APP Belfield Belgrave, 184 votes. There were 27 spoiled votes, and the total number of votes in this constituency cast were 3,643 votes. So 3 seats going to the way of the Barbados Labour Party, those being Christchurch West Central, St. Michael North East, and you just heard from St. John. We will continue to monitor the results as they come in. We also have some results as well from Christchurch West. In box ZA1, this is where William Duguid of the BLP, the incumbent, is up against Andrew Cave in what is a straight fight. William Duguid in box ZA1, a total of 183 votes versus 65 for Andrew Cave. In ZB1, 443 votes to 109. And in ZC1, 111 for Dr. William Duguid. Andrew Cave, 18 votes. So a commanded lead for Dr. Duguid in that Christchurch West seat as well. And we're going to continue to go to our reporters in the field. We know that we have Ian Bourne in St. Michael Central. He's monitoring developments there, and we do have some results for you from that St. Michael Central seat. And it's an interesting one indeed. That is where we have the BLP candidate and the incumbent Arthur Holder up against the opposition leader, that's the APP candidate Bishop Joseph Atherley, and the DLP candidate there is Corey Cox for Solutions Barbados. There is Robert Toussaint. Let's hear now, and as we go to St. Michael Central, for some of those results. We will get them ready for you in short order. So we will take some time going around the country to some of those other constituencies. 27 more constituencies to go. Everyone has their eye on what is happening in St. Philip North and in St. Philip West. And we are getting some results there. We're hearing that the Barbados Labour Party candidates are ahead in both races, but those are very close to call right now. So we will keep you informed as those results come in. In St. James South, we are getting some results there as well. That's where Sandra Husbands is against Ronnie Yearwood, and Sandra Husbands in the lead there as well, with a commanding lead too. In SF3, Sandra Husbands, 258 votes for the Barbados Labour Party. Ronnie Yearwood, 151. In SF2, Sandra Husbands, 434 votes. Ronnie Yearwood, 230. So we will try to get in contact with our reporter there to see what is happening in the constituency of St. James South. So a number of interesting developments happening. Of course, our panel will join us to talk a bit more about what is happening there. But 3 seats so far, Sanka, for the Barbados Labour Party.
Yes, Shane, thank you. What is interesting about the two victories, one by Charles Griffith and the other by Mia Motley. In 2013, Mia Motley won with 3,495 votes. Tonight, she won by 3,216 votes. And we saw Charles Griffith winning by 2,349 votes. And Andrew Worrell only managed to score 1,547. And you would recognize that in 2018, the competitor only made what 1,598 votes. So Andre Worrell did not even, he was unable to get as much as the contestant in 2018. And I think we have to keep looking at these figures and keep seeing what they're telling us, because the numbers are talking to us right now.
Indeed.
They're really talking to us right now.
Indeed. Let's go to Ian Bourne now in St. Michael Central to get an update there.
Reporting on the counting of the votes.
for the constituency of St. Michael's Central. Votes counted so far, MA1, A to H. Mr. Joseph Atherley, 16 votes. Mr. Corey Cox, 45. Mr. Arthur Holder, 86. Mr. Robert Toussaint, 0. Total of 147 votes were cast and 1 vote was spoiled. For the polling station, MA I to Z, Mr. Joseph Atherley polled 10 votes. Mr. Corey, 10 votes. Mr. Corey Cox, 23 votes. Mr. Arthur Holder, 110 votes. Mr. Robert Toussaint, 0 votes. Total of 143 votes, 4 spoiled. Polling station MA 2 A to H. Mr. Joseph Atherley polled 8 votes. Mr. Corey Cox polled 19 votes. Mr. Arthur Holder 104 votes. Mr. Toussaint 0. A total of 131 votes. Polling station MA2 I to Z. Mr. Atherley polled 7 votes. Mr. Cox 36. Mr. Holder 108. Mr. Toussaint 1. A total of 152 votes. That's it for time. Thank you.
So that is a St. Michael's Central, where there is a commanding lead so far for Arthur Holder. We'll continue to monitor developments there. In another St. Michael constituency, this time St. Michael South Central, or Sean Green is there giving us an update on the voting there. Of course, that is where the BLP incumbent Marsha Cattle is doing battle against the DLP candidate Richard Seeley, and the APP candidate David Gill is in there as well. So as we await those results coming from St. Michael South Central, we'll also join Aaliyah Briggs. She's in St. Michael East, and Lisa Lord is up north, well, northeast in St. Andrew. So some interesting races that we'll be following in short order. But again, all eyes as well on this St. Michael South Central seat, because the thought was that Richard Seeley coming back, the former tourism minister, coming back into the fray, he could probably pull some of that support back to the Democratic Labour Party, but that appears, Sanka, not to be the case again as we follow developments there.
Yeah, well, Richard Seeley was looked at by many as the possible leader of the Democratic Labour Party, and that he would be the one who would really take over the party. I mean, that was being said openly on the ground by the DLP supporters. And all right, let's go back to Shane. Let's take it back to you.
Yes, and we go back to that same constituency, St. Michael South Central. Let's get an update from Sean Green, who's monitoring developments there.
Hi, good evening to you, Shane. Good evening. Well, I should say good morning to you, Shane. Good morning, Barbados. Well, yes, the trend here at St. Michael South Central seems to be the same that we've been hearing all night. And in the last set of boxes that we just received just moments ago, this is A3, A to I. David Gill, who is the independent, he has 5 votes. Richard Seeley, the DLP candidate, 73, and the incumbent Marsha Cattle for the Barbados Labour Party, of course, 101. RA3, J to Z, David Gill has 7, Richard Seeley 77, Marsha Cattle 120. RB1, A to Z, Gill 4, Richard Sealy 22, Marsha Cattle again 120. RB2 A to Z 7. The DLP's Sealy 96, Marsha Cattle 171. RC1 A to H, Gill 22, Sealy 54, Cattle 111. And the latest box coming to hand, RC1 I to Z. There was one spot vote in the box. David Gill 11, Richard Sealy 41, Cattle 101. And I see even behind me now, if you can look over my right shoulder, this is the interior auditorium here at the St. Michael's School. This is where the voting has been taking place. And just moments ago, Shane, what we've been seeing is a steady flow of the counters returning the furniture from that area. And this is an indication that they have completed. I quietly asked one of them if they've completed the final boxes. They said yes. So very, very shortly, we will have the final results. And I don't know if you can see in the background, it's probably too far away, but we're starting to see some BLP supporters turning up. I understand the Honorable Marsha Cattle, she is currently here as well. So hopefully, Shane, the next time you come back to us, we should have the final results and maybe also an interview here in St. Michael, South Central. So the trend seems to be continuing. The Barbados Labour Party candidate Marsha Cattle out front ahead of Richard Sealy. Back to you.
Yes, Sean, the red wave continues to wash right across Barbados, and it's gone straight up north to St. Lucie as well. As we look at some more of these results coming in from up north, we see that Peter Phillips in LB1, 130 in the A to G section against Averla de Pisa, 79 votes, and Wayne Griffith of the APP, 4 votes. And then in HZ, this is LB1, 110 going to Peter Phillips, 77 again to Verla de Pisa. In LB2 A to Z, 187 for Peter Phillips of the BLP to Verla de Pisa's 110. Wayne Griffith tallying 15 votes there. And in LC1 A to G, Peter Phillips 91 votes, Verla de Pisa 74, Wayne Griffith 2. And in HZ, H to Z, that's LC1 again, 117 for the BLP incumbent, Verla de Pisa 56, Wayne Griffith 2 votes yet again. So it's fair to say that everything is going the way of the Barbados Labour Party right now. Sanka, as we monitor those developments up north, the president of the Democratic Labour Party struggling to keep pace with the incumbent Peter Phillips. And we have a number of other constituencies which we will go to shortly, and a number of final counts that we will get to indicate what other seats that the Barbados Labour Party will keep, and if the Democratic Labour Party will indeed get any at all. So remember, the Democratic Labour Party trying to recover from that 30 love washing last time around in 2018. 3.5 years later, it's following much of the same pattern.
It certainly is. Just let's go to Christchurch South, boxes VB1 and VB2. In VB1, Ralph Thorne of the Barbados Labour Party, 198. Mark Laurent of the DLP, 97. Ronald Leacock, the independent, 15. And the other independent, Buddy Larrier, 12. In VB2, Ralph Thorne, 170. DLP Mark Laurent, 63. Independent Leacock, Donald Leacock, 20. And Buddy Larrier, the other independent, 8. So again, we're still seeing that trend. And I can tell you that based on some information that's really coming through, the Barbados Labour Party is in the lead in most of the constituencies right now. This includes St. Philip West and St. Philip North. There's a very slim lead in St. Philip North. In St. Michael North West, The information I have here that we are going to get officially shortly, they're also narrowly in the lead. And I think what we see happening here is that the Democratic Party will have to look for a new leader. Certainly, with we're ready right now for St. Michael East.
Southeast, yes. We're going to go to our Ayana Small there for the final count in St. Michael's Southeast. Of course, this is the constituency with BLP candidate Santia Bradshaw, the education minister, DLP candidate Pedro Shepherd, and the APP candidate is Patrick Tanis. Let's hear from Ayana.
Held for the election of the member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Michael Southeast is as follows. Bradshaw, 2,786 votes. Shepherd, 699 votes. Tanis, 180 votes. And there were 8 rejected votes. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 3,673 votes. I therefore declare Santia Bradshaw to be the elected and the duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Southeast to serve in the House of Assembly of this land.
So St. Michael Southeast going back to Santia Bradshaw and the Barbados Labour Party as expected and as was projected by many of our analysts. Sanka, we'll continue to watch what is happening with some of the other constituencies. We're going to have the opportunity now to hear from Santia Bradshaw, the MP elect for St. Michael Southeast.
I just want you to tell us how you're feeling right now.
Good night. So y'all can hear me. Off. I'm alone. All right. First of all, good night to everybody. I feel really humble in this moment. I expected to win. I expected to get support. And it's a really good feeling to see the entire St. Michael Southeast constituency rally around me. I have my brother Rodney Grant as well, who's joined us. All of the blocks, all of the communities have come together in this election in a way that has been unprecedented. And I'm just grateful to my entire team, the management team, and the wider team for giving me the support that has been necessary to be able to bring home the seat for the Barbados Labour Party. I think that it is now clear that St. Michael Southeast now belongs to the Barbados Labour Party, and that I intend to keep and to preserve as long as I possibly can. But I really want to thank all of these wonderful people and all the people who voted for me today for giving me another opportunity to continue the work that I've started and to continue to serve in the capacities that I have so far. I also want to thank my political leader, Prime Minister Motley, who has really been, so helpful, such a mentor to me. Over the course of the last couple of years, I really could not be where I am without her and the trust that she has given to me. But he's at home watching. Again, COVID has changed the way in which we would interact and interface. But all of these people are a part of my family, my extended family. And I know Brady is here in spirit. And so is my mom, and I just want to say I love St. Michael Southeast, and I will continue to represent you to the best of my ability. Thank you.
So the party is starting across the road in St. Michael's Southeast, where Santia Bradshaw has reclaimed the seat, overcoming so many challenges. Everyone knows her well-documented battles with her health and cancer, coming back from that, of course, serving in the Ministry of Education and taking the seat for the BLP. Yet again, thanking the Prime Minister, Mia Motley, for allowing her to serve there. So we are expecting to see a lot more of that. This is what the trend is suggesting as we go from constituency to constituency, but we're still waiting on some key ones to watch, that's what we call them, in St. Michael Northwest, and of course, those battles in St. Philip. Sanka.
Certainly, Shane, and let's bring in Hartley here. What are the numbers telling us?
Yeah, well, interestingly, I was just thinking that the Democratic Labour Party got it right in one instance in terms of their manifesto of one Barbados. And tonight we are discovering that there is, in fact, one Barbados, and the one Barbados is speaking with one voice. And it is saying clearly that it has reposed its confidence in the Mayor Motley-led Barbados Labour Party administration.
Breaking news coming in from our Anne-Marie Burke, who is in St. Philip West, one of these constituencies which we are watching. And we're hearing that the boxes are now coming in, Anne-Marie? Trying to connect with Anne-Marie Burke there. She's in St. Philip West. I think we have her on the line now. Anne-Marie, what can you tell us about the situation with the boxes now coming into that constituency? All right, so when we get that connection cleaned up, we will try to find out what is happening there with those boxes. Hartley, you were making a point about the electorate speaking and speaking really loud and clear.
Yes, yeah, I think it's clear. The trend is there. We're seeing, and I'm going to be surprised if at the end of tonight there's not still just one Barbados, because even though there are a couple of close races, the reality is that in a country 21 by 14, you're going to find that there's going to be general unanimity in a situation such as this. And I think it speaks a lot, and we have now to get to the point in terms of the leadership of the Prime Minister in terms of the calling of this election, the timing of this election. I think that there were attempts to seek to take away from that and I've already made a point that there was nothing unique about the timing. I think it was obviously, we're saying it was a stroke of genius in terms of the timing of the call of the election, and essentially Barbadians have spoken. I also just want to make one comment with respect, and I think it is an unfortunate scenario because we just had the seat for the Minister of Education, St. Michael Southeast, declared. And I must lament the fact that in terms of following that campaign, the candidate for the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Shepherd, I think it was unfortunate that as a teacher and as the president of the BUT, that he's on record as taking some swipes and going down some paths that really were very unteacher-like. And I think it is very unfortunate when we seek to believe that to be a politician you have to behave in a gentlemanly way. And I believe it is an unfortunate development, especially coming from the noble teaching profession. I think it was unfortunate, and the result tells me that obviously the people of St. Michael Southeast felt the same way. But generally, I'm seeing here a clear trend. I think the St. Philip boxes they're going to be exciting, but what I'm seeing, I would be surprised now. I think we have to begin to entertain the possibility of a 30-0. And that is a tremendous accomplishment on the part of the Prime Minister and the government, but it is also a commentary on the state of the opposition. There's also a commentary on the outlook of the country in terms now of being able to begin to settle down. I'm hoping that Barbadians would be able to settle down and let us now begin to see how we are going to build from the wreckage of COVID. I mean, the reality is that we have to get this country going again. And clearly the country has said, let us fall in line behind one leader. And that is what one can hope will happen. But I think it's going to be, obviously it's going to be a long night, but clearly I think that the intention of the public has been determined, and it would be very unfortunate if we sought to continue to question the intelligence of the Barbadian electorate in this regard.
Hartley, long is relative, and we're going to go back to Marcia Cattle live in St. Michael South Central. I think our Sean Green is with her there. Are we going to get a final result now, Sean?
Not yet, Shane. We're just standing by. She is here with her supporters, as you can probably see, but we're still standing by for the declaration. So what I would say, Shane, is I'll get back to you in just a few moments. We're not quite ready as yet, but she's here with her supporters, and we're all waiting. Here they are. We're just standing by for the official declaration. So,
indeed,
Marsha is here.
Marsha Cattle, the incumbent, expected to win there. Of course, she was going up against the former tourism minister from the Democratic Labour Party, Richard Seeley. Let's go now to St. Philip North, where we have our Wendy Burke. And as we wait for to get that clip, interesting development. So it is almost a guarantee, Hartley, that Marsha Cattle now as well has retaken that constituency again. Initially, we would have thought that there was some contention that could happen that could possibly give the former Minister of Tourism a chance in that constituency, but it was not to be.
Yeah. I think that the former Minister of Tourism has always threatened to come good in public life. But the reality is that he's made some poor judgments. He's made some poor decisions. If he was serious about making a comeback in politics, he realistically should have challenged Verla de Pisa for the presidency last year. And that is just the reality of the situation. You can't have persons wanting to play hide and seek with the electorate of Barbados. And you have an interest, but you're still too cowardly to declare your hand and that sort of stuff. It's not surprising that the people of St. Michael South Central have said enough is enough, move on. And I think it is unfortunate because I felt Mr. Seeley had a contribution to make. But you can't tell me that you're going to wait until after the election to take out the president. When you realize that the president is inadequate, she is not filling the eyes of the country. And both Mr. Seeley and Dr. Eswick in St. Philip West, I suspect will probably suffer the same fate in that the party needed to rally around someone and to come with an alternative, to come with a leadership proposition. And it failed to. There was clearly no strategy. And I think the result is telling us really that you cannot take the voters of Barbados for granted. You have to get your act together if you're going to be considered, because this is a cherished land, and Barbadians are just not going to go with sentiment. And someone need to whisper into the ear of the Democratic Labour Party that Errol Barrow is dead. And you're not going to build a party by shouting the name Errol Walton Barrow every 5 minutes on a platform. You have to come with a philosophy, you have to come with policies, with ideas, and you have to groom persons. So I'm not surprised by what I'm seeing. I think that the situation of Christchurch East, we have not heard much, but I would be most surprised if Dr. Lowe is not also rejected as well. It's a commentary. It's Barbadians are speaking. And it is time that politicians listen to the people and be so guided.
Well, when we've been looking at the numbers, you're indeed correct. Dr. Dennis Lowe was on that path. He was severely behind in that race. But let's go now to Wendy Burke, who's in that other constituency that we are keeping a close eye on, St. Philip North.
88. Beckles, 3 votes. Dr. Brown, 163 votes. Mr. Lashley, 103 votes. Mr. Newton, 4 votes. Mr. Smith, 2 votes. PC1 I to Z. Mr. Beckles, 3 votes. Dr. Brown, 148 votes. Mr. Lashley, 94 votes. Mr. Newton, 9 votes. And Mr. Smith, 0 votes. PC2, A to Z. Mr. Beckles, 2 votes. Dr. Brown, 133 votes. Mr. Lashley, 102 votes. Mr. Newton, 0 votes. And Mr. Smith, 3 votes. PC3, A to I. Mr. Beckles, 1 vote. Dr. Brown, 114 votes. Mr. Lashley, 32 votes. Mr. Newton, 7 votes. Mr. Smith, 2 votes. PC3, J to Z. Mr. Beckles, 1 vote. Dr. Brown, 134 votes. Mr. Lashley, 37 votes. Mr. Newton, 2 votes. Mr. Smith, 1 vote. PD1, A to E. Mr. Beckles, 2 votes. Dr. Brown, 139 votes. Mr. Lashley, 89 votes. Mr. Newton, 8 votes. Mr. Smith, 2 votes. PD1, F to M. Mr. Beckles, 0 votes. Dr. Brown, 141 votes. Mr. Lashley, 107 votes. Mr. Newton, 1 vote. And Mr. Smith, 3 votes. PD1, N to Z. Mr. Beckles, 2 votes. Dr. Brown, 109 votes. Mr. Lashley, 115 votes. Mr. Newton, 5 votes. And Mr. Smith, 2 votes. Thank you.
How many boxes was that?
8.
And how many more do we have to go?
We have PD2, PD3, PD4.
So 3 more boxes to go.
No, PD, there are polling districts.
Oh, okay.
There are about PD2 has 2 boxes, PD3 has 3 boxes, PD3 has 2 boxes, and PD4 has 3 boxes.
So it's 3 and 2. Okay. Thank you.
So 7 more boxes to be counted there in St. Philip North. It's a close one, but the Barbados Labour Party and Dr. Sonia Brown appears to have taken back over the lead in that constituency. And Hartley, that is something that you mentioned, that there were some boxes still to be returned and to be counted that could be in Dr. Brown's favor.
Yes, yeah, and that's the point I was making. And interestingly, the ones that are to come are pretty close boxes when you look at the history of them in terms of the Baileys and Merrick's area, Long Bay, Castle area, Shrewsbury. So it is going to be a very interesting battle fight to the finish. You have East Point still to come, Industry Hall. But Dr. Brown would have given her real punch 2 boxes ago. And, you know, I think it is still, that is going to be an interesting one. But I still believe perhaps she can prevail. But as I said, no, what we are seeing here now raises the question now of how soon can we now begin to mesh as a country and to end this silly season. And that is what I think the Prime Minister said on the 27th of December that she intended to do. There are certain traditions that Barbados have, and the Caribbean. Interestingly, you said tonight that there are several countries that were carrying this live, that were following this election. This election has tremendous significance to the Caribbean and how the Caribbean rebound from the COVID pandemic. And I believe that Barbados now has to settle its internal affairs and begin to provide that inspiring leadership to the Caribbean that it historically has done. Grantley Adams and Errol Barrow and Tom Adams, that is who we are. And the level of tribalism and this polarized state of everything, you know, is something that is foreign to us. You have too many amateurs practicing politics and not knowing what they're doing, and they're just creating a lot of unnecessary strife, as we would say in Barbados, in the country. And I really would like now that we can, as Barbadians, decide, let us come together as one and begin to take this country forward, because we have other islands in the Caribbean that are looking to Barbados for leadership and looking to us for inspiration and guidance. And we really now need, as a nation, to accept the voice of the people. If you said there's one Barbados, the people have said there's one Barbados. The people are now on board with that. Let us have one Barbados.
Well, let's go now then to Christchurch East, where Crystal Hoyt is standing by with the returning officer. Crystal?
Hi, good night, Shane. I am here in Christchurch East at St. Christopher's Primary School, and returning officer Nicole Nurse is expected to share results with us. We've already gotten back XA1 and XA2. So far, incumbent Barbados Labour Party candidate Wilfred Abrams is leading. A total of 5 candidates are vying for this seat, including Democratic Labour Party's candidate Dennis Lowe once again. And we also have Victor Knight of the Alliance Party for Progress, Pauline Corbin of Solutions Barbados, and well-known surfer Brian Talma is running as an independent. Listeners?
Okay, these are the results from box X, A3, A to Z. Wilfred Abrams, 159, 159. Pauline Corbin, 4. Victor Knight, 5. Dennis Lowe, 56. Brian Talma, 2. Box X, B1, A to Z. Wilfred Abrams, 279. Pauline Corbin, 3. Victor Knight, 2. Dennis Lowe, 107. And Brian Talmer, 9. For box X, B2, A to Z. Wilfred Abrams, 282. Pauline Corbin, 10. Victor Knight, 8. Dennis Lowe, 76. And Brian Talmer, 2. Box X, B3, A to Z. Wilfred Abrams, 173. Pauline Corbin, 2. Victor Knight, 5. Dennis Lowe, 20. And Brian Talmer, 2. So that's it for now.
Thank you so much. Those are the results from Christchurch East, and we still have 9 more boxes to come. I'll keep you posted. Back to you, Shane.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Thanks for the update. Let's go over to Sean Green now. He's there in St. Michael's South Central. That's the constituency held by the BLP candidate, Marsha Cattle.
Yes, thank you very much, Shane. Well, you just heard it. Congratulations to the Honorable Minister, Marsha Cattle. She is here and her posse is here. Supporting her all night. But you can hear the celebration. Congratulations and in the presence of the participants and the thousands watching. What you have to say to White Barbados?
The thing I have to say is thank you to the constituents of St. Michael South Central for once again putting their faith in me to be able to help shepherd these communities through the next term of government. I have in particular to say thank you to the team. Y'all very quiet. These people that you see here and many more work extremely hard. I don't want to start singling out. The only person I'm going to talk tonight is my husband, Abdul. My campaign manager, my election manager. There are many other names to call, but I know that if I start calling, I might leave everyone who worked on this team. Before the bell was rung, we were on the road and on the ground. And after the bell was rung, these folks were just mobilized and working. This is all the team effort. This business of representation really grows, really stretches you, really allows you to get to know your and that has been my great honor. It has been the privilege of my life representing the South Central over the last 3.5 years. And I expect much greater things. We are from day one buckling down to continue the hard work. And I am just extremely thankful for this opportunity. I also have to thank the Barbados Labour Party, Capture and the campaign management team, of course, the political leaders and everyone who has been involved. This has just been a tremendous experience. And what would be your first order of business? My first order of business is to thank these people to line with them, to spend some time to let them know that I appreciate them. That's the first order of business, and then we work.
Very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Shane, so there you have it. From the constituency of St. Michael. Thank you. Matthew.
Yes, thank you, Sean, and congratulations to Marsha Cattle on retaining the seat there in that St. Michael constituency. So another one to the Barbados Labour Party as the electoral map continues to be mostly red. Of course, we are watching some of those St. Philip seats, but let's go now to the one that we've not really been talking about. That is St. Philip South. It is the largest constituency with almost 10,000 voters. Our Trevor Thorpe is there.
Well, here at the New Testament, the Faith New Testament Church of God in Kirton, St. Philip, nothing significant to report as yet. Counting started just about 11 o'clock because there was some hiccups with the diplomatic box that they didn't want to begin counting until all the boxes were transported here. But the election clerks and the polling agents are in place already, they're going through what they've got to do. But nothing has come out as yet from in the church. The election agents and counting clerks are busy doing the counting, but looking up, nothing has come to us. We know that the incumbent Indar Weir up against Neil Marshall, Bruce Hennis, and Ronald Lord. Those are the four in the mix-up for this riding, St. Philip South, but nothing yet to report as yet from here. It's a cold evening and there's not lots of persons there. The COVID-19 people are making sure everything is running right. But all in all, just quiet night and some cold wind in St. Philip. We're awaiting Karen Callender, the returning officer, to come to us with something. But to date, we haven't had anything from them. They're just going through counting boxes and yet to come to us. We don't know what stage the count is at or how many boxes yet to be counted, but they're there and they're doing what they've got to do. But they're outside waiting for her to come to us to give us some indication as to what is happening. It's the largest constituency in Barbados, nearly a little more than 11,000 registered voters. And how many went out today, we just have to wait and see. Until they come to us, Trevor Thorpe, handing you back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Trevor. Indeed, almost, the largest constituency in Barbados. And of course, the BLP candidate, the incumbent there, Indar Weir, is hoping to return as the Member of Parliament. He's against Neil Marshall for the Democratic Labour Party. The APP candidate is Bruce Hennis. And for Solutions Barbados, it is Ronald Lord. So we're going to watch that race. No real challenge in terms of these other candidates to the BLP candidate Indar Weir. As far as the analysts go, they're saying that he should retain this seat pretty easily, Sanka.
I don't see anything major changing there in St. Philip South. I really want to go back to St. Michael South Central. There was somewhat of a smear campaign going on against Marsha Cattle and her husband that was dealt with, and I know that that's something that we really should talk about here. As well, we need to talk about the impact or lack thereof of Lucille Moore as a strategist on the ground for the Democratic Labour Party, because we're looking at a 30 Love or 29-1. What impact has she had at all? So let's deal with the first one, the smear campaign. Clearly, it was not very effective. But is there a place for that in our politics today? Dr. Bell, are you still online? Let's come to you first.
Yes, I am.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I don't think these grand hopes that politics will become pure, and innocent. I don't think that is going to happen because the source of these problems and these negatives it is the humankind. So once we have human beings, they're going to produce these kinds of results. And that is why I also don't think that you're going to get a solution that you're going to get people holding together across Barbados as one Barbados or anything like that. What it should do for the Democratic Labour Party is to more seriously look at their reconstruction, and it means looking for a genuine leader, and also recognizing that development requires you to be able to analyze properly the future of your society. And on the basis of that, you build a fresh, energetic program and something that you can campaign politically upon. Now, when you don't do that, you end up like scraping the barrel and coming with things that have been exhausted probably for decades. I don't think also that you necessarily have to reject Errol Barrow. It is that you have to be able to interpret how to carry forward his ideas into the 21st century.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean just cloning him.
Yes, please.
And when you do all those things, then you correct your problems and your negatives. And the Barbados Labour Party has to be doing something at the same time. And it's something like that at the same time. I'm getting a little echo, right? So that is why sometimes I'm talking over.
What we'll do is we'll try to work that one out, and we'll just try to engage some more people here on the panel. Liz Thompson, let's come to you.
Yes.
5 seats have been declared so far. The Barbados Labour Party is in the lead in the other 25. Vindicated?
Vindicated is not a word that I would use, really, because...
Are you being gracious?
No, I'm being honest. I am capable of being gracious, yes. No, vindicated is not the word that I would use. Honestly, I'm really deeply concerned about the Democratic Labour Party. I know that people are going to think that that is mischievous, but I began the night by saying that if this did not work out well for them, that they really needed to reboot in a very serious way and to try to learn the lessons that the public has been teaching them. Clearly, the Barbados Labour Party is grateful to the people of Barbados for the confidence, the clear confidence that they are showing in Prime Minister Motley and her team, our policies and programs, the agenda that we have outlined for Barbados's development, and for the way in which we anticipate we can ensure that Barbadians own their future. But at the same time, one does not want to see a major political party in Barbados or the Caribbean reduced in the way that the Dems have been tonight by their own actions and their own approach to the election campaign. So that is very distressing. You mentioned just now Sanka, and it is something that I would have said if I had been congratulating the candidate, and I imagine that I can do so now. I think that Marsha's result really is a spectacular one, because the nature of the smear campaign that was mounted against her last weekend, I mean, it was clear to me that she had surged ahead in the constituency, and that was the attempt to pull her back. It was very, very unfortunate that that was the approach used. It was consistent with the rest of the Democratic Labour Party's campaign. The result in the city, I'm taking personally, because I cannot imagine for the life of me how a candidate could have gotten on a political platform with the Democratic Labour Party banner and flag and say that an older woman who is old enough to be his mother, that he regards her as a CUN, and he was not going to bother to finish the word. And nobody, he has a female leader, female candidates, and we'll be asking women for the vote. And nobody in the Democratic Labour Party says that this is inappropriate. This is not the standard that we represent. As I said, they have replicated the 2018 campaign in 2022. Again, today, with the same kind of smears, and I know exactly who sent out the photographs. I'm standing in Haynesville with a notepad and a pen in my hand, and you hear a nastiness comes out, a photograph with nastiness. They have to take the public seriously and treat them with respect. Barbadians are educated, they are alert, they are intelligent, they are discerning. And when you reduce a campaign to this kind of petty nastiness and nonsense, especially in a country where the electorate has traditionally given an incumbent government 2 terms, they tend to give you a chance. So when you're going to reduce it to, oh, people get buyout, and oh, you know, you got to be frightened. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I think that the Democratic Labour Party really seriously has to take stock of what this result means and where they want to go, and stop buying into their own propaganda.
Right, so we have some more declarations that will speak to what Barbadians have to say about what the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party have put forward. Let's go to Amory now. She is in St. Philip West. Those boxes were coming in a short while ago. Let's hear what she has to say in that constituency.
Well, a very tight race is brewing here in St. Philip West, especially between the 2 candidates from the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party, those being Ms. Kay McConney and Dr. David Estwick, respectively. Now, this battle is intensely tight, and I'll just give you the results from the first 8 boxes that were counted. PJ1 A to H, Ms. McConney 105, Dr. Estwick 97, Miss Eastman 18, and Miss Goodrich 8. PJ1 A to Z, Miss McConney 116, Dr. Estwick 99, Miss Eastman 11, and Miss Goodrich 3. PJ2 A to Z, Miss McConney 101, Dr. Estwick 160, Miss Eastman 12, and Miss Goodrich 4. PK1 A to D, Miss McConney 161, Dr. Estwick 114, Miss Eastman 12, Miss Goodrich 8. PK1E to M, Miss McConney 146, Dr. Estwick 85, Miss Eastman 19, and Miss Goodrich 10. PK1N to Z, Miss McConney 122, Dr. Estwick 90, Miss Eastman 13, and Miss Goodrich 3. In PK2A to H, Miss McConney 84, Dr. Estwick 128, Miss Eastman 11, and Miss Goodrich 8. And in PK2I to Z, Miss McConney 54, Dr. Estwick 94, Miss Eastman 8, and Miss Goodrich 5. So far, as I said, a very tight race over here in St. Philip West for those candidates vying for the constituency: Dr. David Estwick from the Democratic Labour Party, Ms. Kay McConney from the Barbados Labour Party, Ms. Lynette Eastman from the Alliance Party for Progress, as well as Solution Barbados's Ms. Karina Goodrich, and just about a 22 vote difference between Ms. McConney and Dr. Estwick. Miss McConney having a slight edge on Dr. Estwick at this time. As I said, still early days. This is one of the larger constituencies on the island, registered over about 10,000 persons to vote in this constituency. So that's the latest here from the Princess Margaret Secondary School for the counting of the constituency of St. Philip West.
Thank you so much, Amory, for that update. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Yet again, the Barbados Labour Party ahead in what is a tight race there in St. Philip West. But Pearson, we want to come to you now to hear your response. Of course, you heard what Liz Thompson and, of course, Hartley Henry had to say about the strategy of the Democratic Labour Party going into these polls. Some of the tactics that were used not achieving much success when you look at the results so far.
Well, what I would say is that I am not in favor of any smear campaign. I'm not in favor of the name calling and all that, or the references to someone's personal life or sexual orientation. I'm not in favor of that. Politics is about ideas. Politics is about policy. Politics is about having a base and being able to sell yourself to the people and offering solid representation. I believe that the Democratic Labour Party will re-emerge. And everything happens for a reason. And I don't mind a day in politics is a long time, a very long time. There are things that happen. And the question must be asked, though. God forbid, but if something was to happen to Prime Minister Motley, who would succeed her in the Barbados Labour Party? I'm just making a statement because right now I can't see that successive leader to match her level of acclaim.
Well, Pearson, we will come back to that, and I know that Liz will also have a lot to say on that point, but we have another declaration from St. James North. The returning officer there is Anthony Graves, or Rianne Phillips is on location.
St. James North, SE1, A to H, Hinkson 126, Charles World 26, one spoiled ballot, 153 in total. And SE1, I to Z, Edmund Hinkson 126, Charles World 25, giving a total of 152 ballots. The result for the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. James North is as follows. Mr. Edmund Hinkson, 2,536 votes. Mr. Charles World, 608 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 3,144. I therefore declare Mr. Edmund Hinkson to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. James North to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. I thank you.
Edmund Hinkson, they're winning by almost 2,000 votes, 1,900 plus votes. That's a huge margin when you consider the votes cast in that ballot there in St. James North. So congrats to Edmund Hinkson in St. James North on returning the seat to the Barbados Labour Party. I think we're going to go to Edmund Hinkson live now to hear his remarks.
I said earlier, just want to reiterate that I thank the Lord Almighty for giving me the strength of physical strength, mental, emotional, and strength of character to be in this position. And of course, my family, my wife, children who are off overseas, my mother who again played her part in this campaign. I mean, in terms of the telephone campaign, many people who I visited in the over 65 category, who I've in the last 2 weeks, have told me, well, your mother called me. And I told her, don't worry about it. I give her your Sunday vote. My father as well, wherever he's resting in peace, because he's the person who gave me the political grounding. When I was a youngster, I grew up in a household where politics was spoken every day. My dad, of course, being who perhaps the strongest supporter of the Barbados Labour Party I ever knew.
She not doing it for fame. Stamp your ex by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Cadu. Saddle up, but cuddle up. The work that she doing is fabulous, like saving the economy, love for the family, and free Wi-Fi. Marshal us. And everything that she do spectacular. She got a vision, don't need binocular. He even walked to the village to talk to you. Put the X-Vote there for Marsha, yeah. It is Marsha we voting. Constituents know she ain't joking. Check the canal, the boats cause floating. You know development is she motive. What? Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Cattle. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Cattle. She not doing it for fame. Stamp your X by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Cattle.
Thing that they should be looking at right now is the leadership of that party, because Richard Seeley is gone. He has been rejected the second time, and
anytime a man keep his word and do real enough for the community, from the time he get elected on now, he deserve to get the votes. So we can re-elect Neil Rowe for St. Michael Northwest for sure. Real results with Rowe. Be voting real results with Rowe. You don't know real results with Rowe. Be voting real results with Rowe. He built homes for disadvantaged families. Every day he helped the community. Pave the roads so we can drive smoothly. Provide jobs to help fight poverty. Clean up programs for the community. Entrepreneurs get enough opportunities. Promote peace and unity. Vote for Rowe on the 19th of January. Real results with Rowe. Be voting real results with Rowe. You don't know real results with Rowe. Be voting real results with Rowe. Re-elect Neil Rowe for St. Michael Northwest on the 19th of January. Real? Wait, you vote? Vote. Come and vote. You never vote. Vote. You better vote. Vote. You vote? Vote. Come and vote. Vote. Do your X, look. Vote Neil Rowe. So be voting for Neil. Everybody mark on the X. Join in, let me make it flex. For Neil. Everybody mark on the X. From one post to the next. For Neil. Everybody mark on the X. Join in, let me make it flex. For Neil. Everybody mark on the X. From one post to the next. When the get in, when I already know. They provide no jobs and they pay me no roads. I put in disadvantage, they let me go. So when the X is, come on, let me go. So be voting for Neil. Everybody mark on the X. Join in, let me make it flex. For Neil. Everybody mark on the X. From one post to the next. For Neil. Everybody mark on the X. Join in, let me make it flex. For Neil. Everybody mark on the X. From one post to the next.
so you have two men, both in over 55, who win their seats. That is not enough to rebuild a party, because these are people who were rejected before. These were people where there is a lot of national ill feeling towards them. And my concern is like Liz Thompson, the future of the Democratic Labour Party. What is going to happen? Solutions Barbados, Grenville, I'd like to get a comment from you on this.
Well,
your thoughts on this?
Well, let me just go, because I was trying to get in on that smear campaign. I talked to Prime Minister Motley at the start of this campaign, and I told her, we don't do that. We didn't do it in 2018. We didn't do it in 2020. And we definitely will not be doing it now. And if she hears of any of our candidates going personal like that, or just going personal, she can contact me and they're out, because we don't tolerate that at all. We deal with the issues. It seems on analysing the results, clearly Barbados is still B and D. It doesn't matter so much the individual. You had individuals that were running in Solutions Barbados. They joined the Democratic Labour Party, and still they didn't do that well. I'm not sure what happened there. And there was the Patrick Tannis, who was on the Democratic Labour Party. He came very close to beating Santiago Bradshaw.
10 votes last time.
Yes, very close.
Yes,
and then he joined the APP, and suddenly he's so far away. So these things really need analysing carefully to find out why. But clearly, the people of Barbados have spoken. So far, They want the Barbados Labour Party back in power. I don't think it has anything to do with a referendum on any past things. It is simply perhaps the Prime Minister is managing the pandemic. People believe that she's managing the pandemic well, and therefore they have confidence in her ability to continue to do the same. So we have to, we accept that.
Well, we do have some more final results
Yes.
for you, Grenville. Sorry to cut in on you there.
Yes.
Thank you for that contribution. We have some more final results from the city where Corey Lane will now be the Member of Parliament for Bridgetown. He has gained 2,089 votes. Takimar Stewart's 459 votes. We have Marva Lashley Todd. She has 79 votes, and Fallon Best, 69 votes. So Corey Lane, he will be the Member of Parliament for the city, replacing Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Bostick, who did a good job as the Minister of Health and, of course, MP for the city. So Corey Lane succeeds.
You vote for Corey Levy, vote for Corey Levy, vote. Let Corey know that he got we support. Vote for Corey Levy, vote for Corey Levy, vote now. For Corey Levy, vote Corey Levy, vote. In this brand new election time, we come out to vote and make correlation. And he's the newest politician on the street. We say fit me so you know that we sweet. Vote Barbados Labour Party. So take it the pain now and vote Corey, cause he never let down. BLP winning the elections and Corey now is the best one. Vote. We stick it, child. We stay in it, we stick it, child. We stick it, child. Well, alright, them say Charles Griffith. Pave all the road and Charles Griffith. Turn on the street lights and Charles Griffith. Let the people feel right. Sing down rising to higher height. About to explode. Make the thing grow. Need all the votes. Tell them Miss Griffith before vote cast. Sing down rising, yeah. Sing down rising, yeah. Johnson and me vibing again. Tell your family, tell all your friends, yeah. Sing down rising, yeah. And we ring for life, yeah. Voting Charles as an MP. Put the X with the BLP. We stick it, child. We stay in it, we stick it, child. We stick it, child. Well, alright then, say Charles. Changing the elements with the hope, housing development. Them more bragging rights to be start. With the Pool West National Park and Charles. But out a road and Charles. Make them take note, Charles. We got to vote. I am crying for it.
21, giving us a total of 247 votes. YC3, I to Z, Belgrave 74, Eiffel 5, Strawn 177, Tudor 15, giving us a total of 271. Now, as you mentioned earlier, our contingent, or our incumbent rather, Ryan Strawn of the Barbados Labour Party, Rashid Belgrave of the Democratic Labour Party, Sean Tudor of the Alliance Party for Progress, and Ms. Jeanette Eiffel of the Barbados Free Party. We have the two final boxes, and I will invite Mr. Vincent Thomas, our election clerk, to present the final count.
Thank you, Phil. Those last two boxes, YC4, A to G, Belgrave 63, Eiffel 2, Strawn 147, Tudor 12, giving a total of 224. YC4, H to Z, Belgrave 65, Eiffel 4, Strawn 160, Tudor 12, giving a total of 241. Therefore, the result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of Christchurch East Central is as follows. Belgrove, 1,294, 1,294. Iphone, 7373. Mr. 2,969, 2969. And Tudor, 180, 180. I therefore declare Mr. Ryan Strawn to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of Christchurch East Central to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
Thank you so much.
Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them West ain't ready. Them West ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them West ain't ready yet. Mia and the West ain't ready. Them West ain't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them West ain't ready yet. Mia is best in lead. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready. And that is no good for we. But Mia and BLP, the future for this country. So January 19.
It's relatively forward in things done. And I know that it has been tough for me in the COVID-19 on everybody. And I'm happy that my team has been working hard to make sure that we get controls, even in a COVID-19 environment. And going in, we knew that we had a significant advantage, and we just performed to get people to and you know, going up, all know. But it has been a very hard fought campaign because it's absolutely nothing for granted. In terms of these men, we have to dig deep to make sure that we actually get it done. A wonderful way to 3.5 years of absence. It's been hard on the family, but
You look almost humbled tonight.
well, the truth is that I have come to serve, and I believe I've been able to do that not just at the national level. And I really am truly thankful by the response and the support all through the various conversations, but there. And I think I've been able to form a good bond with people. And I think that certainly over this next 5 years, I can say to the people, once the first 3.5 more national in terms of this next for them.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And of course, there you have it. Just let me take care of a couple of the housekeeping for tonight. In the area of Christchurch East Central, 4,520 votes were cast. We have a total of 2,969, which went to Mr. Ryan Strawn of the Barbados Labour Party, 1,294 to Rashid Belgrave of the Democratic Labour Party. We had 180 to Mr. Sean Tudor of the APP, and 73 to Ms. Janet Eiffel of the Barbados Free Party. There were 4 spoiled votes. And that's it from Christchurch East Central. I hand back over to you guys. It's still a long ways for some of our other constituencies. We wish them all the best.
Thank you, Kimberly, for that comprehensive update coming from Christchurch East Central. Ryan Strawn doing it again, up and on. He will be heading back to the House of Assembly. I couldn't miss that one, Sanka. I couldn't miss it. We spoke about this There was a lot of talk on the ground that he may be in some trouble, but 1,675 votes to the closest candidate, the DLP candidate, that's no trouble at all.
At all. It would seem, it really would seem like we're going to have another red wash, 30 Love. I think that the only one who may prevail will be St. Philip West.
Well, we'll watch and see,
So we have to watch that. It's still very, very close, but apart from that,
yes. So we'll go back to the city, Sanka, and see what is happening with Corey Lane. His maiden speech as the MP, the representative for the city. Damian Best is there with Corey.
All right. So we've got the representative of the city of Bridgetown with us, Corey Lane. Congratulations, your first time at the polls. You must be elated.
I am. It feels surreal. I ask myself, is this really happening? But this is when we get down to brass tacks. This is when the work begins. I'm so excited to just get down to work. I feel like I've been talking so much. My voice is gone, but I'm ready to work. And I want to say a big thank you to the team behind me. I could not have done this by myself. My wife, my children, social media team, everybody that just made, they brought the love. They brought the love of the city, the creativity of the city, the people. This is all about the people. This one is for you. And to the boots I fill and the boots I will bust through, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Bostic, he passed the baton to me, and now I do it for the people of the city.
Talk to me about your initial plans. I know you spoke a lot about bringing back business to the city, a number of initiatives. Talk to me about that.
It's really a continuation of the plans. As advisor of poverty, I was working on some housing funding, some housing grants. In terms of getting the projects going, they're going to be working along with the Prime Minister and the team. In terms of how do we get sustainable jobs, how do we get business, how do we get investment back into the city, those are the things that we're going to hit in the ground running. There are also a number of constituent concerns, and they are noted in my computer, my to-do list, and that's one of the things I am so eager to get down to doing now that all of this is over.
Obviously, did you expect such overwhelming support? I mean, first time at the polls and you're taking over, as you say, some big boots.
I think as they have explained it to me, I've sown a lot, and now this is really the harvest of it. 23 and a half years of serving the people, doing the people's business. This is just doing it at the official level. No, to answer your question, no, I didn't expect that type of level of support. The invitation, the houses, the food, the drink, the hugs, the kisses in COVID, it wasn't really expected.
Fantastic. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Barbados. Thank you, City of Bridgetown.
Our Damian Best there with Corey Lane, the new MP for the city. So, Sanka, everything happening in the city right now, because we know that from there, everyone will head down to Roebuck Street at Barbados Labour Party headquarters, and the party has already started there.
Yeah, it certainly has from the pictures that we've been seeing. But I want to go back here.
I've known Lucille for 43 years. That is not 2 mornings. She and I were in the 6th form at Queen's College together. Prime Minister Motley would have been our junior. She's a friend. I regarded her as a friend. I think that people would now be looking at her and asking, well, would I want a friend like that in terms of how she treated Prime Minister Motley or her reaction to Prime Minister Motley? I think that there are a number of concerns here. Let me start at the professional level. If you are going to regard yourself or call yourself a political strategist, your primary role is to protect your client. and you can't be seen. I've heard the ace political strategist of the Caribbean, Hartley Henry, say, a political strategist is neither seen nor heard. A political strategist is felt. So if that is true, then Lucille committed the prime error. She was seen, she was heard, but she was not felt in this campaign. And I think, too, the allegation she was making, oh, Lord, I fighting for Mia. Oh, she changed, she changed. You know, nobody took that seriously because she gave no concrete evidence of the change or indeed what was the basis of her fear. And here was a person who had been removed from the cabinet. And prime ministers do this from time to time. They reshuffle their cabinets to get more strategic positions or because they want to move a particular minister. And let me congratulate my cousin Eddie Hinkson, who was also moved in that particular reshuffle. And Ms. Moe continued to remain in the Barbados Labour Party Senate seat, drawing the salary of a senator and not turning up for the Senate to speak at all. Not dealing with the people's business. I think she probably spoke maybe 2-3 times in a year and a half or so. And then she expects people to take her seriously and to think that she has the country's interests at heart. No. You know, but I don't want to go any further than there. I think that she has to ask herself about the friendship. She has to ask herself about her role as a strategist, because clearly in this campaign she would have bombed out. I mean, the reality is that she lost in St. Lucia, where she was.
We had bad representation by the D's in the southern part of the nation. If you please, that is why we voting for Alfie. We want Ralph to represent we. He is there for us. He is there for us. Ralph Thorne is a man we can trust. He is there for us. He is there for us. Yes. Ralph Thorne is a man we can trust. Ralph Thorne is a man we can trust. Ralph Thorne is a man we can trust.
I wouldn't want to go further than that, but I think that certainly at the level of a political strategist, we have to analyze what her role has been. Was she the person who guided the DLP campaign in these farrago of errors that we saw over and over every night, the bleeps and blunders that found their way in social media, memes, and so on, because this is really distressing. And yes.
But we will answer them in the days and months ahead because we will see what the future holds for Lucille Moe. Let's go now to St. Joseph. We have some more election results there. Our Andrew Lowe is on location. Let's hear what's happening there.
OE1, A to J, Paula Bradshaw, nil. Antonia Gittins, nil. Dale Marshall, 104. Randall Rouse, 36. In the last box, OE2, Paula Bradshaw, 2. Antonia Gittins, 2. Dale Marshall, 94. Randall Rouse, 89. The result of the poll held in the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Joseph is as follows. Ms. Paula Bradshaw has received 67 votes. Mr. Antonia Gittins has received 47 votes. Mr. Dale Marshall has received 2,344 votes. Mr. Randall Rouse has received 1,034 votes. The total number of votes polled was 3,499. There are 7 spiked votes. I therefore declare Mr. Dale Marshall to be elected and to be duly chosen representatives for the constituency of St. Joseph to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
Well, Dale Marshall is back in the seat for the BLP.
For Corey Lane. I feel this for the things that's for the things. Watch it there, man. Let me get this pen here, man. Vote on my vote there, man. I show that I serious. Vote in Barbados Labour Party. You don't know. You. Vote for Corey Levy, vote. Vote for Corey Levy, vote. Let Corey know that he got we support. Vote Corey Levy, vote. Vote Corey Levy, vote now. For Corey Levy, vote. Corey Levy, vote. Vote. In this brand new election time, we come up to vote and make correlation. And he's the newest politician by the street. We say for the real, so you know that we sweet. Vote Barbados Labour Party. So take it the pain now and vote Corey, cause we he never let down. BLP winning the elections and Corey now is the best one. Vote for Corey Levy, vote. Vote for Corey Levy, vote for Corey Lane.
Supposition. Different questions to answer on air and live. Defer, as the doctors say, defer another time.
Okay. But you are willing, if offered, to take up a cabinet position?
Yes, I am. I more tend to go to the social side.
Okay. Well, congratulations and thank you, Dr. Brown.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. There you had it, coming from St. Philip North. Dr. Sonia Brown once again returned as the representative for St. Philip North. Wendy Berg reporting from Gildersleeve.
We voted for who? Sonia Brown. We voted for who? Sonia Brown. BLP and every seat locked down. You want accuracy, you want fairness. You know the B's we care, the D's careless. You want loyalty, you want awareness. You want woman that determined and fearless. We'll vote Sonia for honest representation. Quiet but effective. She helped enough people get jobs too. And she met enough roads but here get do. The breakfast program for school children. The B's in the B, have me let you name them. So if you vote B, you plug in for sure. Women they got need, look for what they want no more. Yeah, like, she ain't selfish, she ain't greedy. She's always on the poor and the needy. No dirty politics they want when they hear she's a doctor, a mother, and a woman that care. Let me tell. We voted for who? Sonia Brown. We voted for who? Sonia Brown. We voted for who? Sonia Brown. BLP and every seat locked down. For St. Philip North, vote BLP. Vote Sonia Brown.
Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We know going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People, let us show you how. The journey now start. Trust we will climb. What we want. What we need, what we have, should be a let's raise our hands together, BLP more than ever. We're standing up together with me, our leader. Let's raise our hands together, BLP more than ever. Let me go. We're standing up together. With me, our leader. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for me? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for me? Tell them. Barbados Labour Party.
Be ready for elections and be voting Edmonton. Elections when we reach at the poll. By Edmonton replacing the ex. Let me go. Edmonton be voting in the best. When we reach by the poll. By Edmonton replacing the ex. Let me go. Edmonton be voting in the best. Oh yes, your ex. We voting Edmonton, yes. Oh yes, your ex. We ready for election, yes. Oh yes, your ex. We voting Edmonton, yes. Oh yes. But I never see a man for the people so yet. Willing to put in hard work and sweat. He full of integrity against corruption in the party. The
Huntington, yes. Oh yes, cast your X. We ready for election, yes. Oh yes, cast your X. We voting Edmund Hinton, yes. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We no going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People, let us show you how. The journey now start. Trust we will climb. What we want. What we need, what we have, should be a let's raise our hands together, BLP more than ever. We're standing up together with me, our leader. Let's raise our hands together, BLP more than ever. Let me go. We're standing up together. With me, our leader. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for me? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for me? Christchurch, that's how we voted. We voting do get. All right. Christchurch, that's how we voted. We voting do get. Christchurch first. We giving do get we eggs. Christchurch first. We giving that do get we eggs. All right. Christchurch first. We giving do get we eggs. All right. Christchurch first. We giving that do get we eggs. Do go down good should have ten you. 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 From left to right. Put do get with all your might. All right. From left to right. Put do get with all your might. Christchurch first. From right to left. Put them out on none of them left. All right. From right to left. Put them out on none of them left. Christchurch, that's how we voted. We voting do get. All right. Christchurch, that's how we voting. We voting do get. Sit not pious fix. They say they giving do get the eggs. All right. Rock lead and express. How them giving do get the eggs. All right. Sergeants don't select. How them giving do get the eggs. So them a friend. So them giving do get the eggs. Fire the failure. We going under. We taking it no longer. Restore the beast to power. All right. My church was how we voted. We voting do get. All right. My church was how we voted. We voting do get. Do get give your natural gas. We giving do get the eggs. We clear the old people home fast. We giving do get the eggs. It's all the was them first class. We giving do get the eggs. Do gets in a separate class. We giving do get we eggs. My church first. We giving do get we eggs. My church first. We giving that do get we eggs. All right. My church first. We giving do get we eggs. All right. My church first. We giving that do get we eggs. Do go down good should have ten you. Do go down good should have ten. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for we? Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We no going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People, let us show you how. The journey now start. Trust we will climb. What we want.
recipe. Safeguarding my destiny. Serving the country loyally. Leader of the people.
Are you ready? 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 When the roll is called out, I'll be standing taller to face the darkness and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. But if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call me by my name. I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. Never say never, willingness forever to fight and be strong. Once it's for better, I'll write every letter and moving right along. And I'll roll with the punches, accept changes, work with the formula, do what I have to do, and call me by my name. I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. We're willing to serve, we have room to.
We want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. We want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. He'll live for that for we. We want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. So we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony. And the BLP, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony. And the BLP, we want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. We want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. Hell, if I do that for we, we want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. So we want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. We want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. Hell, if do that for we, we want more, plenty more. And Tony gon' give us for sure. So
in pursuit of the writ issue, therefore, is Mr. Trevor Prescott.
So Trevor Prescott getting the nod yet again in St. Michael East. I did hear a reference short while ago to Donald Trump. I don't even want to handle it, Sanka. I'll leave that one to you. But there's still so many more results that we will be getting in a few moments' time, and we'll bring them to you as they come to hand. But there were some comments being made on the panel with reference to the Prime Minister and the charisma needed to take whatever new party over a hurdle. But we'll talk about that in a matter of moments. We'll take this break and be back with Barbados Decides 2022.
Who the people want? Tell them who Barbados needs. not all, but the best for me. Me and more have the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny, serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for we, the best for we. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Barbados loves her, the whole world admires her. There's no one better, she's the perfect leader. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me or care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me or care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Nothing at all, but the best for me. Me and more have the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny, serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for we, the best for we. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. For the love of the country, protecting both you and me. Leader of the century, we feel safer with she. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me or care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Cause when trouble come around, we don't panic cause we don't know me or care. She's the best leader for this time and nobody can compare. Nothing at all, but the best for me. Me and more have the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny, serving the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for me, the best for we. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados.
We voted for me, I won't leave. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And then we go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me, I won't leave, got everything sweet in the country. So no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. They are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. With the BLP, we gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. The BLP, we gonna be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. With the BLP, we gonna be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. With the BLP, we gonna be safe out here. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I want Lee, it's part my exclaim. Cause right now it's election time. With the BLP, all that we got to shine. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I want Lee, it's where my exclaim. The BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me, I want Lee, got everything sweet in the country. So no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We got be safe out here. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We got be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. Ooh.
Here.
Love and hate can never be friends. Oh no, oh no. Here I come with love and not hatred. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I all the days of our life. Envy no one, no wish to be with no evil man. For there'll come the day when you'll be breathed by the Father's hand. Leave a boots to oh yeah. Leave a pastor children. Yeah. My head is anointed and my cup runneth over. Yeah. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I all the days of our life. Yeah. Oh yeah. BLP, 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 BLP. Don't stand for my play that you best. Get out there and give me an X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. I voted for BLP. Them racing ready. Mia and the BLP. Them racing ready. I voted for BLP. Them racing ready. Mia is best in league. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready, and that is too good for we. But Mia and BLP, the future for this country. So January 19th, I vote in BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country.
More 174, nickel 7, tape 1. GG2, G to M, 2 spoiled. Hayward 47, more 193, nickels 13, tape 3. GG2, N to Z, 2 spoiled. Hayward 51, more 157, nickels 6, tape 3. GG3, A to H, 3 spoiled. Hayward 44, more 194, nickels 13, tape 2. GG3, IZ, Hayward 35, more 144, nickels 20, tape 5. GH1, A to G, Hayward 71, more 165, nickels 6, tape 0. GG, GH1, H to Z, 1 spoil. Hayward 70, more 191, nickels 13, tape 5. GH2, A to G, Hayward 35, more 105, nickels 8, tape 0. GH2, H to Z, 2 spoiled. 42 to Hayward, 141 to Moore, nickels 7, tape 0. Final results, 19 spoiled, Hayward 1,159, Moore 3,295, nickels 196, tape 44. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. George North is as follows. Mr. Hayward received 1,159 votes. Ms. Moore received 3,195 295 votes. Mr. Nichols received 196 votes. Ms. Tate received 44 votes. There were 9 spots. The total number of votes for all candidates. I therefore declare Ms. Toni Moore to be elected and to be duly chosen representative.
For sure, we want more, plenty more. And Tony gonna give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. We live my hobby. We want more, plenty more. And Tony gonna give us for sure. So we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony. And the BLP, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony, we voting for Tony. And the BLP,
future, they see a future with the Barbados Labour Party? I don't know. What do you think, Hartley?
Well, before we get to Hartley, because that should be an interesting response there about the youth vote, the young people who are now a big part of the electorate, let's go to St. Lucie now, where we have another declaration.
My goodness.
Box LE1 A to G is as follows. Ms. Verla de Pisa received 109 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 6 votes. Mr. Peter Phillips received 116 votes. The number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE1 A to G was 231 votes. There were no spot votes. The result of polls of votes cast in polling box LE1 H to Z is as follows. Ms. Verla de Pisa received 104 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 7 votes, and Mr. Peter Phillips received 100 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE1 H to Z was 211 votes. There were no spot ballots. The results of votes cast in polling box LE2 A to G is as follows. Ms. Verla de Pisa received 99 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 3 votes. Mr. Peter Phillips received 91 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE2 A to G was 193 votes. There were 2 spot ballots. The results of votes cast in polling box LE2 H to Z is as follows. Ms. Verla de Pisa received 92 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 1 vote. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 91 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE2 H to Z was 184 votes. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of votes cast in polling box LE3 A to Z is as follows. Ms. Verla de Pisa received 117 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 6 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 124 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE3 A to Z was 248 votes. There was 1 spoiled vote.
Yeah.
The result of a poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Lucie is as follows. Ms. Verla de Pisa received 1,688 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 124 votes. Mr. Peter Phillips received 2,693 votes.
Stick down, Verla, sit down. 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 Stick down, stick down. Stick down, Verla, sit down. Stick down, Verla, sit down. Call the only seat you get in. Stick down, Verla, sit down. Call the only seat you get in. Is if you go by the hardware store and buy one and sit down in. Stick down, Verla, sit down. Stick down, Verla, sit down. Stick down, Verla, sit down. Stick down,
Sit down, Verla, sit down. Call the only seat you get in is if you go by the Harvey store and buy one and sit down in. I tell ya, sit down, Verla, sit down. In the new bank buses, sit down. When you get beat up there in St. Lucie, catch one and come to town. Sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. The DLP donkey can't break down.
I want to give thanks to my family. I want to give thanks most of all to my constituents who reposed that confidence in me and gave me the opportunity to continue the good work that was started in St. Lucie. We've only just begun tonight to continue on that path which we set out 2.5 years ago. And I'm committed to this task. There's a lot to be done. There's a lot to gain. There's quite a bit that still has to happen in St. Lucie. And getting the opportunity another time to continue that work is very, very important. I commit to being there for my people who have stood there for me. St. Lucie is the last frontier to be developed. And during this tenure, I intend to push hard in every aspect, every area, to ensure that St. Lucie gets its fair share. And St. Lucie moves up. St. Lucie is uplifted throughout in this entire time. I intend to work hard. Whether it's long hours, I intend to work hard on the behalf of the people of St. Lucie. I want to thank my political leader. I want to thank my party for also standing behind me, standing and looking out for the people of St. Lucie. And I'm certain that there's a lot more to come. You'll see a lot more happening in St. Lucie. Today we had a rough battle. I want to offer commiserations to my opponent, and I wish her well in all her future endeavors. Mr. Phillips, did this campaign was you expected any surprises? No, not any surprises at all. No surprises at all. But as I said, it was a hectic, even though it was short and hectic. You had to hit the ground running from the time the election was called. But the people of St. Lucie know what we have done in the past 2.5 years. And this is a very historical moment. A very historical moment indeed. For the first time, the Barbados Labour Party has been returned to office, having won the seat just once in between 1981 and 86. And therefore, for the second time, they're now getting a second term, and that is history being created. And they want to let the people of St. Lucie know I certainly appreciate them for that, and they will be justly rewarded in terms of the hard work that I shall put in to uplift St. Lucie and bring St. Lucie forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You get beat every place you run out, telling you straight. Verla, it's time you should take a seat. The people say they may want you. Every time you run, you get beat. Sit down, Verla, sit down. Call the only seat you get in. Sit down, Verla, sit down. 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 Call the only seat you get in. It's if you go by the Harvey store and buy one and sit down in. I tell ya, sit down, Verla, sit down. In the new bank buses, sit down. When you get beat up there in St. Lucie, catch one and come to town. Sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. The DLP donkey can't break.
Democratic Labour Party, 2,140. And Kay McConney of the Barbados Labour Party, 2,580.
Wow.
Which essentially would mean that clearly if the Barbados Labour Party takes St. Philip North and St. Philip West, it is almost impossible for Neil Marshall to be able to prevail. So essentially we're looking at another red wash. Yes, without a doubt. And I think that this puts fair to it. I think there's a discussion now one has to have. It's not taking away anything from the victory of the Barbados Labour Party. But certainly The opposition in Barbados really need to go back to back and sit down and rethink exactly how they're going to become relevant in the 2020s. And as Dr. Bell said correctly, a political party is a serious entity. You're speaking about the lives of people. And to answer the question with respect to the young people of Barbados are very futuristic. They want to go forward. They want to be able to elevate themselves. And they see they hope, they see a lot of promise and in Mia Motley and her team. And I think that I don't think that there can be any taken away from it. Mia Motley is the best hope for the young people of Barbados right now. And it is not surprising to me that they are rallying behind her. And the only particularly scary moment of this entire campaign, from a young person's perspective, I'm sure, would be her indication or her hinting the possibility of her stepping aside after 2 terms. That is something that I think also the party need to begin to speak to. And hopefully in 4 or 5 years, she may hopefully have another, a change of heart in that regard. Because the Caribbean now needs, particularly coming out of COVID, the Caribbean need 2-3 leaders to emerge to take it forward. And this is going to be a 10-year program. It really can't be a game of tick-me-two.
Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds, it's by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, this is my message to you. Singing, don't worry.
Was 4,282. I therefore declare Mr. Springer to be.
Well, we got a little word there in Lisa's background. It seems as if Rommel Springer is being declared as the candidate for St. Andrew. So another constituency going the way of the Barbados Labour Party.
Boxes for the constituency of St. Andrew.
AE1, N-C, Springer 60, Ski 45, Aline 7, total of 412. AE2, A-Z, 276, Springer 8, 51, Aline 7, total 334. AE3, A-Z, Springer 140, Ski 19, Aline 4, total of 167. The result of the poll for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Andrew is as follows. Mr. Springer, 3,201. Mr. Skeet, 965. Aline, 106. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 4,282. I therefore declare Mr. Springer to be elected and be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Andrew. The service.
standing at the poll?
Well, I've been really good. A little nervous at first, in early stages, but as the numbers started to I felt gradually better, and I'm feeling really, really good now. I can't say any better. This is like a true cut. You never say something word, and it's a direct result of very hard work, dedication, and as well as amazing team behind me. I couldn't want anything better.
And what plans do you have? What disciplines do you have for the constituents of tonight?
Well, it's really a continuation of the work I started 2.5 years ago, where I walked the length and breadth of the constituency, spoke to people, got a sense of what was needed in the years past. Very vigorous. I mean, there's some certain things that transcend the entire constituency. Great voice, because we know who are interested in developmental programs, they're interested in bringing projects to the community and programs of such like. So that's something I love to do, bring across the country. Of course, there's other infrastructural issues I've been asked before.
Come out in your numbers, don't hesitate. Don't wait too late. I want to go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. You ain't school, I know you ain't dancing. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. You ain't school, I know you ain't dancing. All these voting for Humphrey all the time. I've been writing with Humphrey all the time. I'll be working with Humphrey all the time. So I get money closer from my life. I'll be voting for Humphrey all the time. I've been writing with Humphrey all the time. I'll be working with Humphrey all the time. So I get money closer from my life. Trust the process, big up progress. Helping poor people and we know test. Keep up greatness, it ain't no less. Auntie me a choose Kirk, she know best. Trust the process, big up progress. Helping poor people and we know test. Keep up greatness, it ain't no less. Auntie me a choose Kirk, she know best. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. You ain't school, I know you ain't dancing. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. You ain't school, I know you ain't dancing. All these voting for Humphrey all the time. I've been writing with Humphrey all the time. I'll be working with Humphrey all the time. So I get money pulls and from my life. I'll be voting for Humphrey all the time. I've been writing with Humphrey all the time. I'll be working with Humphrey all the time. So I get money pulls and from my life. Come out in your numbers, don't hesitate. Don't Humphrey all the time. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. You ain't school, I know you ain't dancing. 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 Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey. Go up and put in your vote for Humphrey.
MD2 A to Z. Mr. Holder, 148. Mr. Cox, 41. And Mr. Toussaint, 4. A total of 220 votes were cast in that box. In ND1, I to Z, Mr. Athley posted 25 votes. Mr. Cox polled 35. Mr. Holder, 136. Mr. Toussaint, 1. 3 votes were spoiled, which will give us a total of 200 cast in that box. MD1 A to H, Mr. Athley polled 45 votes. Mr. Holder polled 171. MC3 H to Z, Ms. Athley polled 12 votes. Mr. Cox 65 votes. Mr. Holder 182 votes. Mr. Toussaint 2 votes. 1 vote was rejected. Total of 262 votes were cast in that box. At the end, the result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Michael Central is as follows. Mr. Athley polled 267 votes. Mr. Cox, 670 votes. Mr. Holder, 2,014 votes. Mr. Toussaint, 18 votes. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 2,969. I therefore declare Mr. Holder to be the elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael's Central to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
Give thanks to the Almighty, for without Him I could not have done this, and with Him all things are possible. I also want to thank wholeheartedly the good people of the constituency of St. Michael's Central for reposing their confidence in me once again. I also want to give kudos to my management team who worked hard, assiduously, to ensure that I do it again. And I want to thank the canvassers, all persons who worked closely with me to ensure that I return victorious. And finally, I want to thank my family because they were there for me, and without them, I could not have done it.
And basically, we are seeing 2,900 votes. That's 1,000 shy of what was the last 3 years, around 4,000 votes. Any concerns there?
No, that could be attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is clear that that would have caused the decline in the votes.
Okay. And what's your plans for the rest of the night, sir?
To go to my constituency, enjoy the moment, relax, speak, enjoy my family, then go to party headquarters and be there with my colleagues and my prime minister.
Okay. Thank you. Anything anybody want to add?
Why do you think Bishop Atherley would have switched to try to compete against you?
As I said initially, and I will say it again, sir, I have no concerns about any opponents. I come to represent the constituents. I have nothing to say about opponents. What they do is their business, it's not mine. None whatsoever.
So after
Feeling proud again, 'cause we rising.
pass with time. After living a life of sin, some many give up, many give in. It's my determination to win. I survived the worst of times. I survived, yeah. I was but I don't know what tomorrow may bring, but I got a feeling. Alright, now there must be a reason. I was given one more chance, my heart still beating. Oh, they made a ditch for one, but there would be two in their attempt to hold my life. The wicked things they do, but Jah made I brave, and I conquered the grave. Oh yeah, the Lord is my salvation. Of whom shall I fear? I was buried alive, but I'm still breathing. I don't know what tomorrow may bring, but I got a feeling. Alright, now I am alive. There must be a reason. I was given one more chance. My heart's still beating. One more time. I said buried alive, but I'm still breathing. I don't know what tomorrow may bring, but I got a feeling. Alright, I am alive. There must be a reason. I was given one more chance. My heart's still beating. My heart's still beating. My heart's still beating. My heart's still beating.
And that is the level of, that is unfortunately where we are. I mean, those of us who've been around politics long enough can recall Errol Barrow conceding in 1976. Yes. You know, we can recall Sir Harold St. John conceding, in 1986. So I'm just finding now that we are really going backward to some extent as a people as far as our politics are concerned. And I really think that the Democratic Labour Party can do better and must do better in a situation such as this, because there's no reason why someone shouldn't come and graciously, concede defeat and let everyone go home and rest. But to hold out now for what? What are we holding out for? I just find it is very unbecoming now, and these are the things that I think are frustrating Barbadians.
My concern, though, is that now that the Barbados Labour Party has won the election, because all over Bardi shouting, the awesome responsibility that they have, because with the public firmly behind them, they now have to deliver. The last 3.5 years were extremely tough. The way forward, we know it's going to be extremely tough as well. And the question is, can they really deliver on the promises that they would have put there in the manifesto? I don't know if we can develop it before you come again, but Shane?
Well, I have some more results that will take the tally from 16 to 18. We have the other two St. James seats. Those are St. James South and St. James Central. Let's start in the South, where Sandra Husbands has been doing battle against Ronnie Yearwood. Sandra Husbands, she has received 2,879 votes. Ronnie Yearwood for the DLP, 1,633. So Sandra Husbands returns as the MP for St. James South. And so too does Kerry Simmons. He has received 2,421 votes to Paul Gibson's 911. There were two other candidates in the race, Erskine Aline with 64 votes and Joseph Jordan, 50 votes. So Kerry Simmons returns as the MP for St. James Central, Sanka.
As expected, and that was really expected. In fact, also St. James South. But I wouldn't speak of St. James South with Liz Thompson present because she won it twice. So Liz, tell us about St. James South and your expectations of Sandra's performance.
I think I won it 3 times. I don't remember now. This is a really interesting result. I want to congratulate Sandra and her team. I think that this is one of the young people in the Democratic Labour Party who the country was watching and whom it was felt had a tremendous amount of promise. He has now been soundly beaten. It will be interesting to see what happens. I will refrain from making any negative comments about him, even though I have a perspective. But it will be interesting to see what happens here. I haven't done the analysis, but I would be curious to see how he performed against the what I consider to be the base vote, the Democratic Labour Party's base vote in the constituency, and how Sandra performed if I were to do a comparative analysis of the last maybe 3-4 elections to see where she is. But it is a very, very good result, a convincing victory. It wasn't even close. It raises for me another question, and it is the same thing that we've been discussing, whether the DLP, because here you had a number of candidates, Walters perhaps, and 1 or 2 others. Well, I mean, the country has clearly pronounced on the old guard and has now rejected them soundly, all of those who helped to put the country in the very bad position it was in Sandy Ford's glorious decade, glorious years between 2008 and 2018. But certainly these younger ones who were not yet tainted, even though they were performing so poorly and following the very bad examples of the Democratic Labour Party, some of them were felt to have had a great deal of promise, and it would be curious to see now, having been beaten so convincingly, if any of them will come back, which ones will come back, in which constituencies, and if they will emerge and form new thinking and a new approach in the Democratic Labour Party, because the party is now precariously perched. Either you have the old guard, some members who did not come back this time saying, okay, well, here's our opportunity. We are perhaps not as tainted and wanting to come forward and take the party over. You have the delusional cohort like Stewart and others who believe that, 2008 to 2018 were glorious, so there was no problem. Maybe they can reemerge. You may have people who continue to support Verla and feel that, she was the political night watchman. She took the hard knocks and she deserves another opportunity, or she and people who support her should emerge. And then you have another group of young people who may perhaps understand that they need to take the party in an entirely different direction. It will be interesting to see what happens.
Well, Liz, I know you're very passionate about St. James South.
Yes.
So let's go there where Sharika Griffith is with those official final results.
I'm here at the Counting Centre at Queen's College in the constituency of St. James South, where 2 candidates are vying for the seat. We have the Barbados Labour Party's Sandra Husbands and the Democratic Labour Party's Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. With me is returning officer Mr. Wayne Taylor, and he's going to give us the final results. Mr. Taylor?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. James South is as follows. Cheryl Sandra Husband, 2,879 votes. Ronnie Rochelle Fernando Yearwood, 1,633 votes. There were 10 rejected ballots. The total number of votes polled was 4,522 votes. I therefore declare Mrs. Cheryl Sandra Husband to be elected, to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. James South, to serve in the House of Assembly of this land. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you for that, returning officer. You've just heard the announcement. You've retained the seat. Tell us your initial reaction.
Well, I'm ecstatic. And I really want to thank the good people of St. James South who reposed their confidence and made me another opportunity to continue to serve. I want to thank my team. I want to thank my party. I am looking forward to getting back to work as quickly as possible. And I want to say that I think elections are important and that people should be able to come out and vote. I want to always encourage us, exercise that right, make that choice. Always vote for the best government that will serve your life better.
And your first plan of action going forward?
Well, our team will first of all sit and review what has occurred. Not only in terms of the election, but we want to look back at a number of things that we wanted to do and COVID made it impossible. As a government, we're trying to see how we can live with COVID and still continue to get things done. So there are a number of things across the constituency that we need to do. Of greatest urgency is the reading program and the homework support program that we want to do with our children, because some of them would have fallen behind because of COVID and the online situations and their situations not always being conducive. We also have a strong environmental program where we designed an exercise park, where we have looked at recycling, and we want to work with our communities. We have people who want to beautify the gullies and to make St. James South someplace that is absolutely beautiful. But top priority is jobs. Too many of my constituents are still not working. Some have started back, but we need the economy to grow to be able to absorb some of the skills that are available there. And closest to my heart are my university students and my graduates from SJPI and from the training board who have skills but no opportunity. And this is absolutely discouraging for them. And I don't want us to let something like this lag so long that our children lose hope that education is the path to get forward. So it's back to work. It's all those things that we want to put in place, as well as the other things in the manifesto. But those are priorities straight out the gate.
And there we have it. Successfully re-elected Member of Parliament for the constituency of St. James South, Sandra Husbands, securing a total of 2,879 votes.
Another win for the Barbados.
I'm at St. Christopher's Primary School in Christchurch East, and returning officer Ms. Nicole Nurse has the final results for this constituency.
The final tally on the last four boxes. At C288, Wilfred Abrams 224, Pauline Corbin 3, Victor Knight 6, Dennis Lowe 68, Brian Talmer 7, total votes 308. Box number XC3I to Z, Wilfred Abrams 173, Pauline Corbin 8, Victor Knight 6, Dennis Lowe 44, and Brian Talmer 4. Total votes 235. Box XD1A to H, Wilfred Abrams 132, Pauline Corbin 4, Victor Knight 6, Dennis Lowe 45, and Brian Talmer 4. Total votes cast was 191. Final box XD2A to Z, Wilfred Abrams 195, Pauline Corbin 2, Victor Knight 2, Dennis Lowe 55, and Brian Talmer 2. Total votes 256. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of Christchurch East is as follows. Mr. Wilfred Abrams has received votes of 3,302 votes. Mr. Dennis Lowe polled 958 votes. Mr. Victor Knight polled 80 votes. Pauline Corbin polled 79 votes. And Brian Talmer polled 60 votes. This gives the total number of votes polled for the candidates as 4,479. I therefore declare Mr. Wilfred Abrams to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of Christchurch East to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
And there you have it, Shane. We have declared Barbados the party.
Sure does knees and toes. Is Wilfred Abrams in full control? My head. Sure does knees and toes. Abrams got to get my vote, cause we don't want them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. Cause we don't want them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. I got Abrams is the best, so tell Dennis no. Back up and left, he just can't test. Last time I checked, Abrams they done go along with the X, so pack up and go, pack up and go. Nobody don't want to see Dennis no. Everybody in Christchurch saying so. So Abrams got to run this show. I caught January 19th, Abrams can look it. Nobody from the opposition can stop it. So lift it up and start back again. And give me Wilfred Abrams, cause we don't want them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Vote for Abrams, not them.
The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Peter is as follows. Mr. Alvin Bob, 855 votes. Mr. Colin Jordan, 2,994 votes. Mr. Leroy Canterbury, 75 votes. And Mr. Michael Thompson, 22 votes. The total number of votes cast were 3,951. I now declare Mr. Colin Everett Jordan to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Peter to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
Another win for another BLP candidate. This time it is in St. Peter with Colin Jordan.
It has been a long 21 days. You've had a grueling campaign. I mean, my supporters have been out here for hours waiting for the announcement. There's nothing that feels like a victory. It's amazing.
What do you hope to do for the constituents now that you've been re-elected for second term?
Look, we've started a lot of work we want to do. We are now in a position as a government that money is being freed up to do a lot of the social programs that we want to do. So, I mean, the future looks bright. 2022 is a completely different year. We've reset. We're prepared to go again, and the best is yet to come.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations. And there you have it. That is Christchurch East, Barbados Labour Party.
I'm voting for Wilfred like last time. Stamp me X down. One time, one time.
got the place crowded. All aboard? Yeah. You ready to roll? Yeah. Can I talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Hold on. Now is the time. Now is the time. Everybody ready? Everybody ready. Go tell your friends. Go tell your friends. Tell your whole family. Your whole family. Tell the stranger upon the left. On the left. Tell the stranger upon the right. On the right. We rolling with BLP. It's one chance to make this right. Together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building.
I feel good, boy, I feel good. Since I went with medic, medicine working, it working.
Who you voting for? Medic. Who is we mentor? Medic. If them want war, medic doing more. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is the best for sure? Medic. When them a snore, medic keep doing more. Who fix the roads in Silver Hill? Service is my medicine. And when you're sick, get you a pill. Service is my medicine. M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. It's safer with he. M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. Vote BLP. They play a part by Joe Edgen. Service is my medicine. Road tennis got the men showing skill. Service is my medicine. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is we mentor? Medic. If them want more, medic is doing more. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is the best for sure? Medic. When them a snore, medic is doing more. Many buses, welfare offices. Service is my medicine. In nurseries, for the babies. Service is my medicine. M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. It's safer with he. M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. Vote BLP.
Medic got the sick love.
You got no drinks and drinks.
Medic is the man. Yeah, now we talking about man. Medic.
Yes, got the men showing skill. Service is my medicine. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is we mentor? Medic. If them want more, medic is doing more. Who you voting for? Medic. Who is the best for sure? Medic. When them a snore, medic is doing more. Many buses, welfare offices. Service is my medicine. The nurseries for we babies. Service is my medicine. M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. Who you want? M-E-D-I-C. It's safer with he. Howdy! BLP got the place crowded. All aboard? Yeah! You ready to roll? Yeah! Can I talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Hold on! Now is the time. Now is the time. Everybody ready? Everybody ready. Go tell your friends. Go tell your friends. Tell your whole family. Your whole family. Tell the stranger upon the left. On the left. Tell the stranger upon the right. On the right. We rolling with BLP. It's one chance to make this right. Together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me up. Come let me step. With me up. Be making it better. With me up. Climbing up the ladder. With me up. Being looking back. Lad. Everybody know come get aboard. Yeah. We're taking the more heavy load. No. Let me come together and make things better. No, we're ready for the road. We don't want no drama. No, get on board with me. Yeah. Hey. It's one big family and we're rolling with BLP. And together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me. Come let me step. With me. We making it better.
sit and they refuse this. Now, in terms of how we're going to deliver, this is a key aspect of our manifesto, and I'm glad that you raised that because it allows us now to get into discussions about policy and the way forward and what the expectations of the public are. Somebody reminded me not long ago that to him whom much is given, of them much is expected, the biblical injunction. And there are 4 pillars on which we have built the performance or the structure of our new governance. And it is people-centered leadership mattering, government delivering for all, and I think there were 5, sorry. People-centered leadership matters, government must deliver for all, pride and industry through active citizenship, Bajan ownership matters, and innovation drives opportunity. And therefore, the manifesto speaks to the restructuring of government, the way that we're going to deal with state-owned enterprises, creating a space so that people have a greater say in the governance structures. And you've heard about the Thorne Commission and the People's Assemblies. So clearly, there is now going to be a move to a more people-centered way of governing.
Nothing at all, but the best for me. Me a more of the recipe. Safeguarding my destiny, serving the country loyal. PLP, 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 PLP. Don't stand for my play that you best. Get out there and give me get the X. Cause you know PLP is the best. PLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for PLP. Me and the team PLP. Vote for PLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for PLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for PLP. Them resting ready. Them resting ready. I voted for PLP. Them resting ready. Me and the PLP. Them resting ready. I voted for PLP. Them resting ready. Mia is best in lead. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready, and that is too good for we. But Mia and PLP, the future for this country. So January 19th, I vote in PLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for PLP. Mia and the team PLP. Vote for PLP.
Other commitments on Roebuck Street. So let's go to our Anne-Marie Burke, who's there in St. Philip West to get that final result.
The election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Philip West is as follows. Eastman, 328 votes. Estwick, 2,140. Goodrich, 104. Makoni, 2,580. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 5,152. Spark votes, 15. I therefore declare Ms. Gay Makoni to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Philip West to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
We voted for gay. We voted for gay. Look, listen up now. You hear what I say? We voted for gay. It's gay only way. You hear what I say? We going with gay. Look, listen up now. It's gay only way. St. Philip West, you want the best.
jubilation among the people of St. Philip West. They're the supporters of Kay McConney, who is now the MP for St. Philip West. We're going to get a chance to hear from her as well, as she accepts the will of the people to represent them in the House of Assembly. Here's what Ms. McConney had to say. Okay, well, we'll get Kay McConney's acceptance speech as the MP for that constituency ready for you. But let's go now to DLP headquarters, where we have our Lisa Broom, and she'll be speaking to the leader, the president of the Democratic Labour Party, Verla De Pisa.
President De Pisa, what were your words after tonight's result?
Well, first of all, the Democratic Labour Party will concede, as we must. Our only concern is that the voter turnout continues to be depressed, and I do believe that we will take a serious look at that going forward as to how we reclaim the confidence of our people in the process of democracy. Outside of that, as far as our team is concerned, we will regroup. We will decide, not tonight, but sometime in the future, what it is that we are doing, and we will communicate with you in relation to that. But congratulations to the Barbados Labour Party for the victory.
Some people will say that this is a deciding vote, if you will, on your leadership of the party. What say you?
Well, as I said, we will make those decisions at some future stage. I do believe that, for me personally, the rest can speak for themselves. I am proud of what I have accomplished along with them for the Democratic Labour Party, and we will make those determinations in the future, but not tonight.
Okay. Are there any concerns about today's voting process?
They're as they were before the election. That is that it was a reckless time to call an election. The depressed voter turnout continues to be worrisome, and we do have to look for ways to address that before we find ourselves in a position where we've lost our democracy without intending it.
And what have you been hearing from some of your party supporters?
To be honest, my candidates are the ones with whom I've had the most contact tonight, as we were calling each other to make sure that we were going to be here, because that was important. And of course with my St. Lucie family, because we were having our own election watch at the campaign house. They're of course disappointed in the result, but pleased with the showing that we had generally in terms of the presentation of our candidates, the quality platform, the stellar manifesto that met with the approval of the economists, because of course there were some who were criticizing and saying that we had no economic depth, and yet we were able to produce a manifesto that was sound. That the conversation with the party faithful will happen. As I said, it won't be tonight, clearly, but we will meet shortly.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Our Lisa Broom there speaking to the president of the Democratic Labour Party, Verla De Pisa, after her concession of this general elections to the Barbados Labour Party. And we'll have reaction to that from our panel when we return. We'll take a few commercials in and return to Barbados Decides 2022.
My sweet Barbados regretter, bring me a Motley with safer. Try put them lights down and go wait till later. When I hear my right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for me. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, say Barbados got a great leader. In the PME, I'm on lead. But some woman doctor called Verla. Don't want to lead the country, I'm telling you straight. Verla, with politics you should done. The people say they mean want you. You get beat every place you run out, telling you straight. Verla, it's time you should take a seat. The people say they mean want you. Every time you run, you get beat. Sit down, Verla, sit down. Call the only seat you get in is if you go by the Harvey store and buy one and sit down in. I tell you, sit down, Verla, sit down. In the new brand buses, sit down. When you get beat down there in St. Lucie, catch one and come to town. Sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. The DLP donkey can't break down. Stormy rough weather, need a level-headed captain who could navigate the rough water and keep the vessel sailing. I'm telling you straight, Verla, this ain't a comedy show. The people said they didn't want you. I thought, but no, you should know. I'm telling you straight, Verla, tell the DLP to sit down. Don't think that we don't remember when I left the country pot down. Sit down, Verla, sit down. On the south coast, take a seat. Enjoy the fresh air, cause you won't see no raw sewage on the street. I tell ya, sit down, Verla, sit down. In your new barn park in town. The bench is full, you can't find a seat. Tell Ninja Man to size wrong. Sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. The DLP donkey can't break down. Election time in the country, and I know the people will choose the Barbados Labour Party. Cause me and Morley can't lose, I'm telling you straight. Verla, you a sucker for punishment. The people say they mean want you. You get beat every place you went, I'm telling you straight. Verla, go long so take a seat. The people say they mean want you. Once again when I'm going to get beat. Sit down, Verla, sit down. Call the only seat you get in is if you go by the Harvey store and buy one and sit down in. I tell you, sit down, Verla, sit down. In the new brand buses, sit down. When you get beat down there in St. Lucie, catch one and come to town. Sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. Take a seat, sit down, Verla, sit down. The DLP donkey can't break down. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Sit down, sit down, sit down. The DLP donkey can't break down. Oh Lord.
Barbados Labour Party. Barbados stand up. Barbados stand up. Bring the change. Barbados Labour Party. Tell me what you want. B-L-P. Tell me what you want. B-L-P. Tell me what you want. B-L-P. B-L-P.
And here are your results of the poll today. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Michael West is as follows. Mr. Christopher Daniel Leon Gibbs, 2,434 votes. Ms. Patsy Maureen Nurse, 439 votes. Mr. Ricardo Carlisle Williams, 439 votes. Victorine Roberta Wilson, 44 votes. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 3,054. I therefore declare Mr. Christopher Daniel Leon Gibbs to be elected and to be duly chosen to representative for the constituency of St. Michael West. Serve in the House of
Come on, put your vote right here. The choice is crystal clear. Come on, put your vote with Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who you request? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who is the best? Chris, turn on the way when you get the hot spot. 60 devices so school can't start online. We working with Chris all the time. If the opposition come, strictly decline. Chris Gibbs. Who is the best in the base? Chris Gibbs. Who make the poor people live? Chris Gibbs. Who get the X when the less is in the districts and fix the toilets? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who you request? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who is the best? No need for the irrelevant. Chris Gibbs is intelligent, committed, loyal, all the above. Never left out. You people give them all of the love. Who is the man with the blurs? Can't go over garden lawns. By all he go home country bar. Christmas to be left in our market. Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who you request? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who is the best? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who you request? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who is the best? The choice is crystal clear. Come on, put your vote right here. The choice is crystal clear. Come on, put your vote with Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who you request? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Well, all right then, Chris Gibbs. St. Michael West. Who is the best?
Can I talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Hold on. Now is the time. Now is the time. Everybody ready? Everybody ready. Go tell your friends. Go tell your friends. Tell your whole family. Your whole family. Tell the stranger upon the left. On the left. Tell the stranger upon the right. On the right. We rolling with BLP. It's one chance to make this right. Together we rolling. Together we moving. Together we working. And we building. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All our way with the BLP. All our way one family. All our way with the BLP. All our way with me up. Come let me step. With me up. Be making it better. With me up. Climbing up the ladder. With me up. Being looking back. Lad. Everybody know come get aboard. Yeah. We're taking the more heavy load. No. Let me come together.
We voted for gay. We voted for gay. We voted for gay. We voted for gay. Look, listen up now. You hear what I say? We voted for gay. It's gay only way. You hear what I say? We going with gay. Look, listen up now. It's gay only way. St. Philip West. You want the best. It's time to attest. Gay is the best. She has served diligently for the constituency. Gay is the best. She has passed the test. Hampton Ebenezer. voting for K. Look, listen up now. You hear what I say? We going with K. It's K only way. You hear what I say? We going with K. Look, listen up now. It's K only way. St. Philip West. You want the best. You want the best.
Creating history again. Dwight still easing the pain. We voting the same. It's Dwight Sutherland again. One time with Dwight, two times with Dwight. Let's do it right. Three times with Dwight. One time with Dwight, two times with Dwight. Let's do it right. Three times with Dwight. Dwight Sutherland for St. George South. Dwight Sutherland, keep his name in your mouth. Dwight Sutherland for St. George South. Dwight Sutherland, keep his name in your mouth.
We voting for Wilfred. Everybody voting for Wilfred. Wilfred Abrams is the man that will set the trend. This in the head.
Shoulders, knees, and toes.
Is Wilfred Abrams in full control? The head.
Shoulders, knees, and toes.
Abrams got to get my vote, cause we don't want them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again, cause we don't want them. Give me Wilfred, not them. Vote for Abrams, not them. Wilfred set the trend, so come again. I got Abrams is the best, so tell them it's slow. Back up and left, he just can't test. Last time I checked, Abrams had done go along with the X, so pack up and go. Pack up and go. Nobody don't want to see, then it's slow. Everybody in Christ Church says so. So Abrams got to run this show.
One time. For Wilfred Abrams, we stamp it every time. Yeah. Wilfred Abrams is number one. Cause we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrams is number one. And we vote for him. We will vote him this time. Vote him all the time. So we vote for Abrams last time. Voting Abrams this time. We vote Abrams last time. Vote him every time. So we vote Abrams last time. We will vote him this time. We vote Abrams last time. Vote him all the time. So he's about development, and clearly that is evident. Wilfred don't talk for show. The whole of Christchurch East. No, the Dems only get me vexed. I give it Wilfred Abrams me ex. He got to get my vote and take control of things so we can expect even more than what we already have. We voting for Wilfred. We can expect even more than what we already have. We voting for Wilfred, yeah. Wilfred Abrams is number one. Cause we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrams is number one. And we vote for him. We will vote him this time. Vote him all the time. So we vote for Abrams last time. Voting Abrams this time. We vote Abrams last time. Vote him every time. So we vote Abrams last time. We will vote him this time. We vote Abrams last time. Vote him all the time.
Excited and exhausted at the same time. You know, we work hard. It's practically been a 24-hour day for us since we've been up since 3 in the morning. It's now 3 in the morning again. But the team did a great job. We came together, and despite our challenges, obviously being a first-time candidate, we would have some pains. But we did well, obviously, from the results. So I would like to thank, obviously, the constituents. I would like to thank the team. And, you know, as I said on the campaign trail, that my constituents, I can finally say my constituents now, as the PM said, you know, they put a ring on it. So now the real work starts. This is the beginning. And I'm obviously very eager to try to make a difference in the lives of my constituents.
What are some of the plans you have for the constituency?
Well, some of the plans would obviously include trying to facilitate some of the services that were lacking in some areas of the constituency, such as natural gas. Other infrastructure elements would be speed bumps and better lighting and better roads. Then I would like to see better access to the internet for a lot of the kids that don't have it. We don't know how long online school persists, so that's one of the projects that we like to continue with because it was actually implemented before. Obviously jobs, that would be a big one. So, and that's one we really have to work hard on, but we have some plans, job fairs, commercial zones, mentorship programs, all these are the type of programs we like to implement.
Apart from your focus on the constituency, any specific areas that you would want to focus on at the national level?
Well, some of these same things like the White Hotspot program could actually be scaled up to include other areas in Barbados, which I've already done. So my free Wi-Fi hotspots actually are in different parts of St. Michael. One is in St. Philip.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next representative for St. Michael West Central, Ian, Goodin, and Joe. A man of the people, a man you can trust. In good times or trouble, Ian is there for us. A young man with vision, confidence and zest. The man for the nation, West Central, he is the best. Ready to vote like mad, run them out how we yard. Ready to vote like mad, run them out how we yard. Ready to vote like mad, run them out how we yard. Ready to vote like mad. On the road again, easy choice, my friend. Tell them don't get vexed. This is the man that getting the X. On the road again, easy choice, my friend. Tell them don't get vexed. This is the man that getting the X. In turbulent waters, with rough seas ahead. Competent smarters, people don't be misled. Representation at its very best. When we need solutions, Ian will stand the test. Ready to vote like mad.
4, Ronald Lord 5, Neil Marshall 8787, Indarware 130. Total number of votes 226. PH1 H2M, Bruce Hennis 9, Ronald Lord 6, Neil Marshall 107, Indarware 135. Total number of votes 257. There were 2 spoils. PH1 N to Z, Bruce Hennis 16 6, Ronald Lord 4, Neil Marshall 102, Indarware 139. Total number of votes 261. And the final box, PH2 A to Z, Bruce Hennis 2222, Ronald Lord 10, Neil Marshall 93, Indarware 210. The results of the poll held for the election of the member to serve in the House Assembly for the constituency of St. Philip South is as follows. Bruce Hennis, 225. Ronald Lord, 109. Neil Marshall, 1,585. Indarware, 3,100.
More money to spend, cupboards empty. God don't come but he said, go vote for Indar. Indar is the man providing opportunity for you and for me. Yes, he got the whole plan. Go vote for Indar. Indar is the man, cause he stand up tall, don't stop at all, doing all the best that he can. Cause
are dirty and incompetent. Making sure security tight so you could sleep easily at night. He listened to all the problems to see how best he can solve them. Look, you need a job, just come to him. He's taking care of the elderly. Go vote for Indar. Indar is the man providing opportunity for you and for me. Yes, he got the whole plan. Go vote for Indar. Indar is the man, cause he stand up tall, don't stop at all, doing all the best that he can. Jobs, yes. School, yes. Me, yes. You, yes. Protecting the vulnerable is the best. Protecting the elderly people is yes. Jobs, yes. School, yes. Me, yes. You, yes. Protecting the vulnerable is the best. Protecting the elderly people is yes. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. BLP. 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 Don't stand for my play that you best. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. I voted for BLP. Them rest and ready. Mia and the BLP. Them rest and ready. I voted for BLP. Them rest and ready. Mia is best in league. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready, and that is too good for me. But Mia and BLP, the future for this country. So January 19th, I vote in BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. The Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. I voted for BLP. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. I voted for BLP. Them rest and ready. But me up care about you. We love the BLP crew. Cause we get back free free and look how the buses running smooth. Look how the sewage move. We know got things to do. So January 19th, come and get in the groove. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. The Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. I voted for BLP. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. I voted for BLP. Them rest and don't stand for my play that you best. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. 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 Don't stand for my play that you best. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. I voted for BLP. Them rest and ready. Mia and the BLP. Them rest and ready. Them rest and ready. Mia is best in league.
Representing the constituency of St. Peter, Colin Jordan. Representing the constituency of St. Andrew, Rommel Springer. Representing the constituency of St. Joseph, Dale Marshall. Representing the constituency of St. James North, Edmund Hinkson. Representing the constituency of St. Thomas, Cynthia Ford. Let's go to Central. Representing the constituency of St. George North, Tony Moore. Representing the constituency of St. George South, Dwight Sutherland. Representing the constituency of St. James South, Sandra Husbands. Representing the constituency of Christchurch East, Wilfred Abrams. Representing the constituency of Christchurch West Central, Adrian Medic Ford. Representing the constituency of Christchurch East Central, Ryan Strawn. Representing the constituency of Christchurch South, Ralph Thorne. Representing the constituency of Christchurch West, William Duguid. Representing the constituency of St. Philip North, Sonia Brown. Representing the constituency of St. Philip West, Kay McConney. Representing the constituency of St. John, Charles Griffith. Representing the constituency of St. Michael Northwest.
And when we need to be able to allow the people in whom power resides to make decisions about its future, it became clear to us that the ability to prepare this nation for the serious challenges that we will face in the next 10 to 15 years required that we give the people of this nation the option of choosing who it wanted to lead it into that process. We stand today on the morning of the 20th of January, confident that the people of this nation have spoken with one voice, decisively, unanimously, and clearly. We want each and every one of us to thank the people of Barbados for the confidence that they continue to repose in us to be able to lead this country first to safety and then to prosperity. The last 2 years have not been easy, and it has been a fact of record that we have spent more time in our previous term under the threat of the COVID pandemic, 24 months, as opposed to the 19 months that we initially had. We are conscious as a political institution that there is still much to be done, and that there is a road still to be traveled, and that there are things that you as Barbadians are legitimately expecting of us. But we are equally conscious that it comes very rarely to a generation to change the pattern of history and to transform a nation. In a very real sense, we felt, as we told you in 2018, that we had been existing on the fumes of the independence generation rather than seeking to carry this nation forward and to release the opportunities that are so obviously available, particularly to Barbadians and young Barbadians. We showed you that we have confidence in our future by finding the money in the middle of an IMF program to invest in our young people through the revision of the policies that would allow us once again to offer free education from pre-primary to tertiary levels. We showed you that we were prepared to honor the best precepts of the father of our democracy and the father of our independence. And I refer specifically to the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Adams and the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, by having a foreign policy that continues to say that as Barbadians, we shall be friends of all and satellites of none. We showed you that we understood the continuum that was ours, and that enfranchisement was not simply to be about political enfranchisement or social enfranchisement, but in the legacy of the great Tom Adams, that economic enfranchisement started by him and continued by Owen Seymour Arthur would be that path upon which we would continue as a nation. And hence our manifesto was entitled Our Barbados, Owning Our Future. It is our solemn commitment that there are many things that must now be on the front burner. And that is why we came to you earlier. We could have stayed on for another 18 months and drawn salary and done just enough to keep us going. But we understood that it would not be enough to keep this country safe or to build the platform for prosperity. So we took the risk and we came to you, the people. And in spite of all of the noise, a little tired this morning. In spite of all of the side talk, I am so proud of each and every one of the members of this team who displayed a discipline, who displayed the finest example of Barbadian behavior, and who stayed focused on what matters to you. Because as we go forward, we fight battles that go beyond our nation. From St. Lucie to St. Philip, we are still repairing houses of people whose house was lost in the freak storm and in Hurricane Elsa, our first hurricane in 66 years. We also know that we have among us a problem that we do not have enough people coming to work every day to sustain our social security system, to make sure that those of you who have contributed can get pensions in the future because of our declining population and workforce. And today, as if it didn't matter, many of you have heard me speak about a responsibility that the Director General of the World Health Organization gave me to lead with the Prime Minister of Bangladesh the One Health Global Initiative. And why is that important? Because even as we face this COVID pandemic, only today a study has come out on the 19th of January showing that one of the greatest threats and one of the greatest causes to human life is in fact antimicrobial resistance, and that it is now responsible for the loss of 1.2 million deaths a year, or in simple terms, 3,500 people dying every single day across this earth because of our inability to fight the superviruses. So when we said to you that this country has serious issues to confront, and when we talk about the need for economic diversification, such that a 90% decline in tourism arrivals will never decimate the fare and fortunes of the people of this nation, we were not joking. And I thank you, the people of Barbados, for accepting us at our word that if we do not fix our problems starting from tomorrow, we will not be able to guarantee safety to our people in the next 10 to 15 years. But I want to come down to the basics. This campaign has been rough. You can hear it in my voice and the voice of many of us. We wanted to start 2022 as far as possible on a fresh guard. We are a cricketing nation, and we know what it means to take fresh guard. And you have given us that opportunity. I said on the 27th of May, 2018, that to whom much is given, much is expected. I repeat tonight that that is our commitment to you, the people of this nation. I promised you at Bay Street that we would be the opposition to ourselves. And regrettably, there were those who felt that they would spawn their own opposition and do the things that would make this country almost difficult to govern. But tonight, the people of Barbados have spoken. I repeat that in the same way as Prime Minister of this nation, I exercised a discipline and a commitment to reduce the powers of Prime Minister by refusing to accept that I would have the wide power for the appointment of a head of state or the wide power for the appointment of a Chief Justice and judges. I repeat tonight that we shall continue to put the nation's fairness and affairs above that of the well-being of a parliamentary majority that is absolute. But it would be remiss of me not to address this one issue, because we went into this election with people accusing us of wanting to have a one-state, one-party state. Well, in truth and in fact, our Constitution admits in a multi-party democracy of the people giving all of the seats to one entity. I am a child of democracy. I know what it is to have known every single Prime Minister in this nation since Errol Walton Barrow. And it is that solemn commitment in front of you, the people of this nation, in front of the people of the world, and in particular in front of my parliamentary colleagues, that I swear today that we shall continue to keep the best precepts of democracy, transparency, and accountability alive for the people of this nation. I want, at this point, however, because the hour is late, to tell you that it is our intention tomorrow morning, I now announce that the Honorable Dale Marshall, who has served this nation with distinction and who, in spite of all of the challenges we face, from debt to pandemic, who has never once said to me, Mia, I am too tired, Prime Minister, I can't do it, but who has remained available at the service of this nation 24/7, shall be the new Attorney General of Barbados in this republic. In accordance with the Constitution of Barbados, therefore, the Parliamentary Party of Barbados, of the Barbados Labour Party, met and have asked me to serve yet again as their leader. And I have humbly accepted. In a few hours, we anticipate that we will go, therefore, to the State House, accompanied by the General Secretary of this great party, the Honorable Jerome Walcott, the person who I propose to appoint as the leader of government business in the House of Assembly, my sister Cynthia Bradshaw, and you will forgive me for the emotion of this next one, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers' Union, who for the first time in 65 years is on the platform of a Barbados Labour Party general election victory. It has been a long and grueling campaign, not from the point of view of time, but from the point of view of the day after Boxing Day to now. I therefore propose that I will address the nation on Monday evening with respect to who shall constitute the Cabinet of Barbados. And I do so conscious that these good men and women, and I dare say myself, deserve a little rest so that I do not continue to announce matters in a raspy voice. I want to call forward Comrade Pat Paris, who has performed with distinction yet again, effectively the role of keeping the administration of this great political party together. Well done, Pat. And I want to ask my brother, the General Secretary of the Barbados Labour Party, who has worked, I told you last night, that if there were only two people that knew what I was doing, it was he and me. And I felt for the rest of the others. I can say without fear of contradiction that in this election I was allowed to be a leader and a campaigner while the administration of this campaign was anchored by these two comrades and great stalwarts of this great party. But Pat and Jerome come forward again. Because, you know, life is funny. And it is an example in life. That sometimes you may have persons who may not always be with you. But it is always necessary to take fresh guard and to see people for who they are. I want to call forward the greatest political strategists in the post-independence Caribbean, Hartley, Sylvester Henry, who has walked this journey with us. And some may believe that political strategy is about machinations. But the genius of this man has been in understanding the essence of what it is to be a Bajan. And in understanding what it is in the essence to be a Bajan, he has combined with the wonderful talent of this parliamentary team, such that we merge together the essence of politics and the essence of development to be able to make your life better. It would be necessary for me to say to you that there are so many of my colleagues who have asked, how have you, in the middle of an International Monetary Fund program, kept the will of the people and the support of the people with you? And it is because we have found that sweet spot that has combined the best of political strategy with the best of development economics and development policy, with the best of the will of the people of this country, in one simple phrase, that Barbadians believe in fairness, that we shall share the burden of adjustment together on condition that we shall share the bounty of accomplishment together. And my friends, that continues to be our way. The fact that we went to Solidarity House and launched a covenant of hope that told you who we were, what we stand for, and what we shall fight for was not a public relations exercise. The fact that we settled on a charter of Barbados after consultation with the people of Barbados before we became a parliamentary republic was not a PR exercise. We shall walk the walk and not just talk the talk. And finally, we shall do so conscious that we come from a great institution that has taught us that in life we know what it is to win and lose. And I can find no better way to bring these proceedings to an end than to quote from that plaque which inspires all who enter 111 Roebuck Street, stated by the wife of Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, Lady Grace Adams. And I share this in particular for the young people of this nation. This house has been our refuge in times of defeat and our haven in times of victory. The scene of disappointment and success. In times of defeat, the people of this house have been completely vanquished, but have braced themselves to face yet another encounter. In times of triumph, they have glorified the Lord who made it possible. May all who enter here continue to go forward together, united in every effort, remembering that those who work for a great cause shall never fail. May they be blessed with wisdom from God to continue to follow the right path. We shall continue to labor in the great cause of the transformation of the newest parliamentary republic and one of the greatest nations on this earth, our country, Barbados. Thank you, God bless you, and may we continue to prosper as a nation. Please get home safely, and please, please, please continue to monitor all of the protocols. I love you, I love you, I love you. Good night, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for we. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call.